Hey, what's up? Unannounced stream. How's everybody doing? Well, there's no one here to chat, so I'm just going to go back to my little bit of work that I was doing. What's pinging me here? Is it this thing? Yeah, I think it's this thing. Oh, I'm going to send somebody else an invite. Perfect. That should do it. Hey, it's Keith and J1999 with a T. And Sean and Oscar. So I'm doing my first print with UBL enabled. And while you guys are, maybe I'll do a screen share. Screen share. Let's see here. Tire screen. Allow. There we go. Hopping over to Marlin. So I'm making more really long things. So got some UBL slots. So Vert, aka Rex, who's a Marlin dev, showed me his little Marlin branch, his fork, and he's simplified UBL. And I did the same, adding a few tweaks of my own, so that way you can store them in different slots. So you've got G29S1 to store in 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, and then you can call it up with your start G-code commands. So let me pull the chat into this window here. So let me go back to just me. And let's open up a YouTube thing so I can add the chat window. So YouTube. And there I am. All right, let's pop that out. Pop out the chat. Hey John, I sent you a link so you can join the stream if you'd really like to join the stream. Dun dun. All right. Refresh. And grow this thing. And close this window and StreamYard. Boom. Going back here. Yeah, so yeah, this has been like kind of my little pet project for a while, is making a bunch of custom commands to help make the experience a little bit better, like adding a nozzle change feature. I have a full calibration mode. This is a clone of Prusa Z calibration, where it prints that little zigzaggy thing with a little square at the end. Printing the mesh validation, which I'm going to move. I need to move that down to all the UBL stuff. So let's actually do that. Let's move that down into the UBL stuff. And boom, boom. There we go. So now this is going to be 12. Oh, these are all going to change. So this is 5, 6, 7, 7. This is the only not fun part about doing all of this. 10, 10. What case did I use? Ooh, man. That's a really good one. I actually don't have one that works at the moment. 12, 13, 14. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Perfect. Yeah, I don't have a case that works, but there's one posted. Oh, hey, thanks, Justin. Now I know what it is. Justin T is J99T. Let's see if John's in the. Oh, John's in there. Let's add him. What's up, John?
Not much.
Well, of course, there's not much going on. We're learning about UBL. Are you using UBL?
Not really.
Oh, I'm learning how to do it now and simplifying it so people like me who aren't very smart and don't want to learn G code commands can just hit a button on their printer and it does all the magic for you.
The only thing I manage is not catch my ANET A8 on fire.
Well, you've done a pretty good job of that so far, right? So let's see here. That looks about correct. All right, and correct and correct. So what are you printing right now? Anything?
Nothing at the moment.
What? That's silly. Should be printing all the things. Okay. And then I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I've added lights on all the printers back here. That was my other project today. The SKR case I used is in my GitHub. The link to it's in the GitHub. www.github.com/Kodiak2600. So if you go to my GitHub and then the SKR beta project, if you look in the README, there's a link to the case I use for the SKR. What boards are you running, John, on your ANETs?
Just the default ANET board.
You got your own firmware in there, though?
Just the template from the template config file. Didn't really modify much.
So at least you got the safety features enabled.
Yeah. The most I did is maybe a PID tune and
That's all you got to do
PID.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's it.
And see, that's half the battle. Oh, Marlin. So there's a couple of cool things when you switch to UBL. So basically, you just uncomment by linear, enable UBL by commenting it out or in.
You say that there's just like shortcut feature for you to do different tasks?
So it's really complicated to use UBL. Basically, you probe the bed and you continue probing the bed, and then it does like a 10 by 10 probe. You can do whatever you want, but it's set for 10 by 10, which takes a while.
I wouldn't
And
have
then
that problem because I have no probe.
you can do it manually too. You can use a feeler gauge, and it'll go to each point, and it will. You can lower the nozzle down until it touches your feeler gauge, so that way you build a mesh. So it's pretty cool. And then if you want to, you can adjust each point later on. So if there's like a dip in a spot where it didn't find this, you can actually lower that down or raise it up depending if there's like a gap or something. So yeah, it's pretty neat. And then you still get all the same kind of cool stuff like fade height. So if you want to, so you can stop doing the mesh movements. So it's not adjusting for it after a certain height. And but I'm just simplifying it. So Vert had a really good code for that. So basically it homes, and then it positions the hot end at 0, 0. And actually I got to change this to 3000 and 3000. That's too slow.
So with our probe, you just use the up down arrow to up down until it touches at a certain tightness, and then
you don't have to. All you'll do is it'll home, move to 0, 0. It'll heat the bed, and it'll run these G29s is all the fanciness for UBL. So it'll actually manually probe each point, then store that mesh. And you sets the fade height at 10 millimeters. You save everything. You turn off the bed, and then it saves it. And then you'll just set your universal Z probe offset. And then I've got it set to save 3 different beds because you can swap beds on the printer. So you can save, bed 1, bed 2, bed 3.
But they're still assuming that you have a probe.
Yeah, you don't have to, like this one's assuming for a probe, but you can set up to manually. So if you go to, if you head over to Marlin, you can actually do it by probing each point, and then you use, which mode is that? You will do, oh boy, there's a manual one. But you'll actually go down to each point, and you actually spin the dial at each point, and you'll move the nozzle down until it touches like a piece of paper, or if you got a feeler gauge or something. And they'll actually store it for each point. It's pretty crazy. So then you don't have to have a probe. The auto
My
mode
left
I'm setting up has a probe.
my left and my left and right C is there's lots of play, so
Yeah.
so my printer is not that precise.
Ooh, man. Can you name them like Prusa? You cannot name them, unfortunately. It's just slot 1, 2, or 3. And when you in your start G code, you'll just be G29, and then you'll load the mesh you want. So L1 for slot 1, L2 for slot 2, and L3 for slot 3. So, Steve, I just posted that link in the chat. It's just github.com. I'll just go back to this. I'm done messing with that. Oof, no more screen sharing.
Is that GitHub the what is it, Marlin plugin or something?
It's just my Marlin. So let me make a new folder.
Okay,
So
you like the customization that you did?
yeah, so all the stuff I've done because um, I've made a certain firmware for these, so you can like if you have a Prusa printer like one of these back here, I already have it set up for you, so you just download that firmware and I tell you what board to get and what stuff to get.
Okay.
Trying to make it easy on people. Add banner. There we go. You go there. You go down there, and that'll take you to the place. And I also added the lighting today, so I can actually from G code be like, huh, all right. See, that's this printer. So console, we'll send M150 to turn it off. Did that turn it off? I can't actually see because the screen goes away. Yep, so that turned off. Wait, it didn't turn that one off. Hold on. Which printer did I do that to? Oh, that's why. I need to restart that printer. I forgot I just swapped the firmware on that one and I haven't restarted it. Restart that printer. But now when it starts, there we go. Now I can do stuff. So, stealth mosquito. It's giving me an error number. Error line number is not the last line. Yeah, something's wrong with that one. I gotta fix that printer. It's kicking me out for some reason. Well, I can do it to the purple one. The purple one's working. So, purple printer, console. All right, so the purple one, the lights just turned off. And if I go to the G code stuff, I can do things like, let's just make it red, M150, R255. Did it do anything? Nope, it's giving me an error too. Oh, I gotta fix these things.
So there's the NeoPixel that you integrated to the board?
Yeah, they are indeed. So it's working on the gray one. That's the one I have the most latest firmware on. Let's see. Can I approve your links, Sean? I can do better than that. Boom. It's Chris Freeze. Yeah, Steven, it's in the README section of the GitHub. So what are you up to today, John? Anything fun?
Just at the quote show since like 8:30 this morning till 4.
What?
Yep, tomorrow is the same, 8:30 till 4.
Dang.
It's good. Made $1,000.
Hey, that's not bad at all. Making
compared
money
to
is good.
usually up by the shop, which is at the middle of nowhere. It's only like maybe a few hundred. Just a few people show up.
Oh wow, it's not bad. So you just bring cool stuff to sell?
Yeah, just fabric and still trying to get somebody to buy one of the display model sewing machine.
Yeah, because you sell those awesome little fabric
The embroidery
embroidery
machine. Yeah.
machines. Yeah. There's a couple embroidery shops in town, and they got those. Same thing. Just put the
Mhm.
shirt in and it or whatever you want, and it'll do all the embroidery for you.
And also we're playing with dye sublimation to put
Oh, dye
people's
sub.
photo on tiles, on mouse pad,
Oh
on
man,
puzzle. Yeah.
that's more fun than printing.
It's a lot easier than embroidery, but I guess embroidery is basically 3D printing,
Yeah, this makes
just
sense.
with limited layer height.
Yeah, good old limited layer height. All right,
Well, you could
let's.
put 2 or 3 layer of threads on it, but eventually there'll be so much thread that it's just gonna start jamming up.
Yeah, huh? Reading about this error I'm getting. Last number. Oh, it's from. Line is complaining is N1M110. This sets the line number. It's Marlin base. Huh. And parameter sets the line number. Huh. That doesn't solve my issue, but I'm learning about it. Huh. I think that's crazy. So what printers do you have?
Just free ANET A8. FT5, which is having probably a bad thermistor that is having thermal runaway, so I probably have to replace the thermistor and then do a PID tune. And so far, it's the only printer I barely have to do anything with is the CR10.
Yeah.
And the CR10 is like anything you do to it is probably get it worse. So the best thing to do is just to not
Leave it
touch it.
alone. Yeah. I had a CR10 for a little bit, and then I had a CR10 Mini. So
But just out of the box, this seems to be decent. Not perfect, just
yeah,
decent.
that's good. All right. Let's go ahead and compile this. Oh, it's going to make my camera stutter probably. Marlin. Compiling the Marlin always makes the things happen. Oh, man. Chris Freeze has an embroidery machine. You've had it for over a year and you haven't used it yet. I better see some Chris Freeze t-shirts and hats in the next week or two, buddy. What's up, 3D printing and painting? Oh, man. I am tired. I was going to see if anyone else was streaming tonight, and everyone just like, no. So I'm like, I'm hopping on. I have a bunch of stuff to do. Got to take apart one of the printers over there. And also figure out why in the heck this thing is sending me an error. I'll figure it out eventually. I do need to upgrade its firmware again. Where's the off switch? USB. Hey, printer's printing. Ugh. Ugh. Let's see here. Am I still connected? Still working? Oh, yeah.
Don't know what I want to print.
Oh, man. Something from Chris Freeze. Ooh, 3D Jimmy. Hey, 3D Jimmy, you want to join in on the stream? Yeah, there's always something to fix with these printers. Okay, did it compile? It did compile. Okay, let's save this stuff.
But the FT5 when I got it, it was a big mess of wire, so it's been a lot better since I got it, and did some wire management, and then Ken just kind of rearrange some of the aluminum extrusion so it get out of the way of the bed
Yeah.
to get print on and off, and replace all the composite board bracket with aluminum bracket. I got the what is it, Maker 714 aluminum kit thing for the carriage.
Ooh, that sounds like fun upgrade.
Yep, so uh, all the parts that matter should be upgraded already, but it just I don't know, it's not something that I could just let it run and have too much faith that it'll finish a big giant large print compared to the CL10. I have pretty much better record of just letting it do its thing, and most likely it'll finish it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I never stop messing with stuff, so sometimes I break it, and then I'm sitting here like I am right now figuring out why I broke it. Sean, am I putting a mosquito on my Mini? I think I am, because I've got a mosquito right here that is unused and just has a nozzle in it waiting for it to be used. So, yeah, I think I will be putting a mosquito on there. Let's see. Man, everyone's in the chat. It's getting busy in there. Nice. If you're not, you can send it to me. Yeah, I could send a bunch of stuff to people. Let's see what we got here. This is UBL. Oh, firmware. I can do this.
I don't see Chris Freeze on Thingiverse.
He just shared a link for the skull right here. This thing, the Mandalorian.
Let's see what.
I believe that's what he sent.
Okay, I see. I see when I search for Chris Freeze, does me as Garfield show up.
Nice.
Grumpy Garfield, because on the description it got mention of Chris Freeze.
See, it's always hiding somewhere.
And then it got a website.
Yeah, he just posted a link in the chat right now for his Mandalorian skull.
Okay.
Free for anyone in the chat.
Let's see.
Thanks, Chris Freeze.
Download.
Okay. And all right, that's done. Let's see if this compiles. How's Kona tonight? She's upstairs, probably laying down, waiting for someone to play ball.
Key one. It's a block. Key 2. Another block. Okay, single prints go.
Yeah, so he
Loading.
has it set up that it's all broken apart, so you can print the base in whatever color you want, then the skull another color, and the key just locks everything together with a little bit of glue.
Oh, is the key the thing that mount the horn into the skull?
Yeah, well, not into the skull. The skull you still print with supports underneath,
Okay.
but it's for attaching it to the base. So there'll be two keys, one at the top and one at the bottom, and it'll
Huh.
help you line everything up dead center. And a little bit of glue. I actually just glued this one. This is my third one. I had to
Oh,
burn
you
through some
already
filament.
printed one.
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay.
It's got a little keyhole in the back so that you can hang it up on your wall. I got a bunch of them. There's one there and another one over there. And come on, finish compiling. There it is. It finished compiling. Let's send this over to the SD card. And my printers, that printer, that thing, PathIO, build, LPC 1769 firmware. Back. Oh, this is so much work. I'm one of those people who don't like sending firmware over USB, so I'm like, I'm just going to keep driving between each printer. Oh, aliens in the house. What up, Josh?
All right.
What are you doing, Josh?
Finally printing out parts for the Tesseract.
Finally. Hey, what's up, Bob? Now that Josh is here, the party can start. So what else have you been up to, Josh? Anything fun?
Not really. Besides, like I got all the. I'm waiting for the exo slides and waiting for my bed and my heater.
Nice.
But started designing parts.
You're a brave
like
man.
my Z mount for my Z motors. I first had this design, which I thought was cool looking, but then it was out like 15 millimeters too far. The bed would have hit it.
Oh, wow.
So I had to redesign it. But so far, my pillow block mount and my second iteration of my Z motor mount, I've had to make no adjustments to them after they printed.
That's awesome. How big's the print area again?
Print area, I'm guessing right now is going to be 450 by 450 by 500.
That's nice.
But until I get all the parts on it, I won't know exactly for sure.
This makes sense. Do you have a price you're looking for the final product cost?
Well, the parts ended up being a little more expensive than I anticipated because I could make it cheaper if I went like super, super cheap parts, but I wanted some quality in there too.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, the Big Tree main board and expansion board and stuff, and the TFTs, they were not as cheap as I expected if I went directly.
Okay.
They're on AliExpress, and like my cost from them directly would have been only like $10 cheaper.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, okay. But anyway, so final retail value is $1,200. Well, $1,250 of free shipping.
It's not bad.
I was hoping for $1,000, but just couldn't get it there.
It's Mr. Thomas Emraz. He's got one of those fancy printers that has the Railcore name to it.
Hey, I have a Railcore right there, but I'm trying to sell it because I've had nothing but problems with it.
Oh, man. Let me know what you want for it.
The last person that asked me, I told them $1,200 and they paid shipping.
Nice. I'll trade you for all these capacitors.
It has a clogged mosquito magnum on it.
Oh, that's easy enough to fix.
Like the
Indeed.
entire heat break is full of
Yeah.
pet G.
Easy. I'll throw in these resistors.
And it's the very first and only one of, I think, 7 Alien 3D
Yeah, I was gonna order one, and then
versions.
I keep getting things that come up, and I'm like, okay, I can't be Mister.
I
I'm gonna
also added
spend
the
over $2,000
I also
today.
added the 7-inch touchscreen to it.
It's like I'll be caught up with something, then the next thing will pop up. Like, no, gotta be an adult. It's Michael Fox. I've seen his shows. Let me know if you want help installing NeoPixels, because I've got NeoPixels installed in my printers.
I'm actually I want to put NeoPixels on the Tesseract
Yep, we can do it.
because the GTR 1.0 board supports NeoPixel.
I just figured all that nonsense out today, and they stay cool. I left these on for at the highest intensity for like 4 hours straight, and there's no heat whatsoever out of these things. Because someone asked, like, does it get really hot because they're LEDs? But no, they're like cold. Like,
Yeah, I saw your post. It was pretty cool how it changes colors based on what's heating up and stuff.
yep, it's doing it right now. So it went from blue to purple, and now it's gonna do a G29 UBL. So now it's gonna do its fancy unified bed leveling. Ugh.
What do you use for ABL in there?
I'm actually using the Pindas on 2 of them,
Oh yeah, that's
and then 2 of them are
I
BL
forgot those
touches.
are Prusa's.
Yep, and you can use whatever. Like, they added the temp compensation, so actually they're really nice. So like, the issue with inductive probes is if they warm or cold, they don't measure the same value. But Marlin
Right.
added compensation to it, so now it's perfect. Trade him a bear. Oof. I really actually, you know, it's funny. I should finish this alien green bear and be like, Josh, there's like $1 million in this thing.
Yeah, so I
That's such a nice board.
well, I got the Big Tree SKR Pro version 2.0, and then they didn't release it. Instead, they changed it to a GTR 1.0, and they made some modifications to it.
That's crazy.
So my prototype's going to have the SKR Pro 2.0.
It's going to need all new firmware for the people who don't have that crazy one.
Well, I'm gonna put I'm gonna mess with it because I mean I've got four Z motors on it, and
Yeah.
Marlin just added support. I think it's not even officially released. I think
It is.
Is it officially released now?
Yep, it's in 2.04. John's camera's blinking.
I'm blinking?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm dragging a 3D model around, and I think the processor is going nuts.
It's getting angry at you. That usually happens to me when I'm on Streamlabs OBS.
It's the tree support on Cura,
Oh yeah.
and it's it calculated 2 days of printing.
Oh geez. That's it? Just 48 hours?
Yep.
Yeah.
But it usually take longer.
Giant Master Chief was 43 hours?
Mine was 54, I think, on my resin printer.
Hey, what's up, Richard Crook? It's going great. I'm learning how to use UBL.
Plus an additional 5 because I had to reprint his chin.
Yeah, I forgot about that. His sexy chin.
I'm gonna add some brim to it, so all my tree support don't fall over.
It's always the worst when supports start to fall over. It's like your job was to support things underneath you. Why are you falling over? Okay. So that's stored. Now
Well,
I
I have
need.
a coworker that I told him about tree support. He turned on tree support, but he didn't didn't turn off the regular support. So it got regular support meshed into the tree support, so it's like extra hard to remove. I almost have to chisel out the whole thing. But it ended up working. It just took me like a couple of hours of little chipping away with a little model knife.
Yeah.
He was printing that model for like 3-4 days. He have a TiVo tarantula,
Ooh, TiVo tarantula.
and it wasn't fun to put together. He got it all messed up in a bunch of parts that he just gave up and say like, "You deal with it."
Yeah.
Chris Freeze, I have not printed it yet because Ashcan Comics asked me to make them some maker coins. So I've been testing those. They haven't quite been coming out how I had hoped. I don't know if I'm
There we
getting
go.
overexposure or what, but like the letters are filling in.
So now I've got this working. So let me make me bigger. Right? That makes me bigger. That makes me big. There we go. So you can see that this one is red now. If I send M150 red 255, blue 255, it turns purple.
That's awesome.
If I do M150 uh, blue 255, I just get blue. And you can do whatever color you want. You can mix and match them, however you want to do it. And then when you start your printer up, it cycles red, green, blue, and then it goes to. I've set a like home color, so like it's just always purple. It just sits at purple. R255, B255 for purple. And then now I'm going to start a print from right here. And then it's going to go from purple to red as it's heating the hot end. You'll start seeing it do fancy stuff like that in the background.
Thomas Mraz, I think my Alien Ooze PLA inventory stock is off. I know I have one for sure. I think I'm missing a box or need to find a box. Or I may just have one roll left of the PLA.
Nice.
And that'll be the last roll until the summer sometime.
I love when Carl jumps in and talks about printing time.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us can compare because our printer can't print until then. So, Dan, I was using Repetier, so I was just using the command. So you can see it's starting to turn a little redder. And once the hot end gets to temp, it turns perfectly red. And then I'll heat the bed. Well, it's heating the bed and the nozzle at the same time, so it's kind of weird. Once it gets to temp, it'll then switch to the bed. So it'll turn blue and then go to purple. And then when the print actually starts printing, it'll turn white while it's printing, so you can see the print and stuff. Guitar Body only took 7 days. So I haven't set my Z offset yet.
Well, unlimited Z equals unlimited time.
Yeah.
Thomas, I'm a fan of Pet G. I like Pet G more than I like PLA. So my Ooze Pet G is my favorite, and that's what I'm doing all the test rack parts in.
Now it's white. And now it's going to do a 3-point leveling. So it makes the mesh level to the bed. So what UBL does is it stores the mesh, and then you just call it when you print, and then it just in case you might have let's say you had a bed that has the screws on it or something. It'll measure the 3 points and make sure the plane is correct, and it'll set the mesh to the plane. It's pretty interesting. It's a lot of time saving. No more 40 seconds of probing. It's just 3 probe points and it's ready to go.
Yeah, when you do a full bed mesh, then it'll only you only have to save it the one time, right?
Yeah, and UBL. I mean, you could do that anyway, but this one stores multiple of them. So I can, if I grab, a different sheet, I can save a different mesh for that sheet. So if you're swapping between like a Wham Bam and like a textured metal sheet, and then a Garolite bed, you can store all those 3 in there.
Is that something you added, or is that
something that's in Marlin, but I've made it easier? So Vert, who hops in, he had a custom menu for it, and I'm just using his custom menu. Hey, look at that. It's level.
I'm going to have to get with you with customizations.
I have now up to 15 custom menu items.
You see, like this TFT, this is the 24. I'm going to get the 35 because it's bigger.
Yeah.
But this
to be really honest,
touch and LCD
I have that on this printer, or the silver one back here.
You don't like it?
To be perfectly honest, just get a 128/64. The touchscreen capability is okay, but you lose some things. So when you hook up the TFT screen, you use up an additional serial port.
Right.
So if you have a filament runout sensor, you have to attach it to the screen because you can't use the filament runout sensor on the board. I mean, at least that's how it is on the SKR 1.4. I don't know how it is on the Pro GT.
Sucks.
So
what do I do with my board?
The touchscreen functionality for most things is just lame. So
where is it?
So you'll save $30 every build because
they're only $18.
Oh, you'll save $15 then every build. Because really, like, I've been talking to Jason from LDO, and I'm trying to get a black on white 128/64 screen, which is the same 3.5-inch screen. It's the same big screen. Right. It's one of these.
Right.
But in black and white. The only colors I can find are green and yellow and blue and white. Which
you're not doing the touch though.
No, I don't know. For some things, touch is awesome. Like when you're doing like a manual bed probe, yeah, it's awesome because you can move up, down, left, and right really easy. When you're in this menu, you're like, okay, I'm gonna move the x-axis. Then you have to back out to then move the y-axis to then back out and move the so it's just dumb. On the touchscreen, that's really cool. But then everything else is just a lot better for me, at least on a clicker. So I've just left that thing in.
I'm back.
Oh, Josh, I think is frozen.
Am I back yet?
Let me remove you from the stream. Add you? No, your sound is still there.
All right, hang on. Let me refresh.
What's up, RCNC? You want to join the live stream? Everyone is blue. Keith, you're blue. You're back.
So Sean says not with the new firmware.
Yeah, I have had issues with the firmware, but I haven't updated to the newest touchscreen firmware. There's like a bunch on the community that are like they've enhanced the buttons and made things work better. I haven't done that yet. This is just my experience from like whatever firmware Big Tree Tech put out when I first got my touchscreen. You can't do video. Psst. Just use your phone screen. Just be like, I'm so sexy. I'll send you a link, Barry. Like, what am I calling him? I'm starting to learn everyone's name. Well, I've known Barry for a while.
Michael Fox, I did get a table. However, I think I'm backing out as well.
Due to the...
Well, you're not coming to Murph?
I'm fairly certain they're going to cancel it. There's a lot of people backing out.
Bruce is not even going to be there. At least it's not on their sheet of things that they're doing this year. They don't have Murph on their list.
I was
And Phil-
surprised they went to Orlando Maker Faire.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got non-refundable hotel room.
Let me get a new StreamYard link. I just saved a bunch of G code and I almost sent Barry a long list of G code. Sorry, Barry. Have some G code, buddy. There we go. Sent Barry a StreamYards. I'll send one to everyone else in the chat.
Yeah, Richard Kirk. I mean, still, I'm still gonna go with the TFT 35 more than likely because
Yeah.
you can.
It can do both.
It can do both. And as long as they fix the firmware to where the filament runout sensor is not going to mess with it, then I'm good to go because I definitely have that.
Yeah. We'll see, because my decision on whether I go or not more or less depends on the same thing. Like, I live 3 hours away. It's not a huge deal if I just want to go. There's already a hotel room booked and ready. So.
Yeah, luckily I know enough people around the area that I was offered a couple places to stay if I went up there. So.
Oh, man, you could have stayed here, but that's still 3 hours away from Murph. You could have seen all the cool printers, and we could have fixed your rail core.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then... Yeah, Murph last year with Alien was awesome because Josh was building that giant alien.
That thing was crazy. And the bad thing is, nobody will let me bring it with the full UFO, so I haven't even assembled the UFO yet.
I printed an extra one in case. So I
And
still have,
wasn't you some boy was already complaining about you blocking the door?
Yeah, that lady pushed it over while we were building it. And she's like, I'm gonna go talk to John. I'm like, go for it. John gave me permission to be here. Never heard from her again all weekend.
You always gotta love when people help.
Yeah. I mean, there was a door like 15 feet to the right of me and another door like 25 feet to the left of me.
Yeah. They didn't put you in the best spot.
Yeah, I had like no room behind my table. I was right up against a wall that jutted out.
Yeah. You should have been in the corner, like where Pooch was. That should have been a better spot. Like,
yeah.
No one can get over there, you know.
Well, I guess if CNC are not gonna bring the parts daddy, you could put the big giant alien with the ship where the parts daddy used to be.
Yeah,
Or,
if I was gonna put the ship together, I would have needed to started like 6 months ago because that thing's freaking huge. Sean, I do have working printers. I've got the Ziltech Gear, I've got an Ender 3, and I've got the Sidewinder right now is printing Tesseract parts.
yeah, Richard, I used Vert's UBL little command code. I changed it, so I added it to heat to 65 before it does the UBL, so that way it's at temp. And then I added, so the UBL wants to probe from wherever the hot end is. So I change it to always go back to X0, Y0 to start its probing from there versus like one of them has a BL touch and it's got safe homing. So it's homes at the center of the bed and then starts UBL at the center of the bed. And then I have it as 3 functions and each one stores it in a different slot. So his just stores the UBL into the available memory, which means, it's saved in EEPROM, but I'm setting it up so you can store 3 values and you just recall, if you want to use stored value 2, you just do G29L2 in your start G code and it uses the saved mesh from spot number 2 in case you have different, bed surfaces. Because I'm a weird guy and I have to have all these menu items. But yeah, you can see like this.
Great options though.
Yeah, coming from Prusa, like that's the coolest thing about Prusa firmware is they added a ton of what I call like um, quality of life improvements into the firmware versus Marlin. So like you want to calibrate your first layer, it's got this thing that prints, and while it's printing, you just adjust the Z offset.
The baby steps.
Yeah, and I added that same thing, like line for line, like it does the same pattern and everything, and it adjusts it when it's built in. I added an automatic cold pull feature. I added a nozzle change feature. I added, and I'm just
Does
slowly adding.
Prusa release their firmware?
They do, but you can't port it to Marlin because they forked it like 3 years ago,
Oh,
and they add their own custom things that don't always, to transfer it, you actually have to know like C++, and be able to like figure out how to move it to stock Marlin. And some of it doesn't make sense, and some of it's very poorly uh, annotated, so you don't know, like, it might be spread out over multiple files, but you don't know that because it's not annotated very well. You can't just like click on it and be like, what other things are using this feature that you added? So yeah, yeah. Let's see here. How come RCCNC's not in here? Barry, get in here. Did you even read it yet? No, he didn't even read it yet. All that work, sending him a link. I sent a ton of them out too to on Twitter, like Jordan, Devin, John, Tom, Carl, Josh,
Did you send it
and
to Viking?
yeah, and I sent it to Viking.
That's
He
weird.
hasn't looked at it yet.
He was asking me about streaming earlier, like 2 hours ago.
I'm gonna send
I
another one
didn't
to
I
Keith.
didn't look at it either, but I just happened to
He
click
might have
on
fell
YouTube and see you live.
Yeah, I try to be on here every once in a while. Barry, I sent it to your Facebook Messenger because that's where I talk to you most of the time. Because I'm a Facebook guy, sort of. I don't know why I'm still printing those cubes. I just want to see what the lights do when the prints are done, and I decided to print hollow cubes.
Oh, I do check Facebook more often than Twitter.
Yeah, it's hard because like I have a Discord, so like all my patrons are on my Discord, so I'm in there like a lot, especially with this because all the people who are beta testing this SKR board with me and this firmware that I'm
Yeah.
making and all these changes, they're all in there. So I'm in there like every day answering questions, and like they'll test things and I'll be like, yes, it works. Like I only tested filament runout sensor like once on each printer. Like, okay, it works. Like not even during a print, I just started it and it was like printing, and I just cut the end and it worked. And that was the last time I tested. Someone else goes, hey, it works. I ran a print and the filament ran out, and then I started change the filament and it worked. I was like, oh, all right, my fancy tweaking of that worked. So I still don't know what these lights are going to do after the print finishes. So that's my next. So I want to know. Uh-oh. Rich is going to throw his A20M in the trash. Don't do that. Send it to Josh. He needs more printers that don't work.
I do need more printers.
And we got Tom.
Oh, that reminds me, I need more.
And Barry's here.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up, Barry?
We'll see how long I can stream.
Till tomorrow.
I forgot to order replacement belts for that Delta. Otherwise, I could have that run up and running too.
Ooh, what kind of just GT2 standard belts?
Yeah. But like I printed out these things so that I could tension the belts.
Yeah.
And so then when I installed them, the belts were literally like an inch too short.
Oh wow.
That's
Been
so
there.
bad.
My
Oh.
Delta don't use belt. It used some kind of like almost like metal wire. It's a really thin metal wire.
Hey Josh,
Mm-hmm.
those step file you sent me,
Right.
you realize why that's so expensive, right? If you actually look at the operations, first operation is you're going to get 1/4 inch material, and you want 5 millimeter, or even with the raised ribs that will go in the V slot. So you're going to have to deck it off. That's the first operation. Then you have to profile. That's the second operation. Then you got to drill holes. That's a third operation. And then you have to drill another size hole. That's another operation. Then you got to profile, cut it all out. Then you got to flip the piece and re-indicate it and chamfer both sides. So if you look at the steps, there's quite a few operations to even a simple part like that, because you're doing both sides.
Right.
Oh, llamas on the chat.
Llama's in the chat. Llama, I sent you a invite as well. Sean. Yes, you can invite people to the Discord. Patrons get a really cool name when they're in there. They get like a thing that says something.
Little
That's how
something,
we know.
something.
Yeah. Oh boy. It shouldn't be too bad. What board are you running, Richard? For those 22 nines. Aw. The llama's in bed already. Like a lame-o.
Ooh, shiny.
His bed is shiny?
No, your calibration cube.
Oh, you're just seeing it?
I was looking in the wrong screen. So I see it on the YouTube stream.
Is that voodoo?
No, it's Snow Labs Amethyst something.
I got a box of that here I haven't opened yet.
Well,
I haven't opened my Filament One monthly box. It's still sitting in my car, I think.
Well, that's silly. You should open up right now.
I should go get it and open it while this part's still printing.
It is really shiny.
My CL10 just take forever to heat up.
Yell at it. That's what I always do.
My Ender and my Gear both, because they've got that
It's just a 12-volt bed.
the PCB beds on them. They both take forever to.
You guys in your beds.
Yeah.
Except my FT5, I got the 120-volt bed. That thing, it heat up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, the Sidewinder heats up really quick. I was gonna put 4 235 by 235 beds on the Tesseract, so you could have quadrant heating and heat up part of the bed at a time.
It's expensive.
But then I was like, nobody would really use it. Well, I'd have to add 3 extra SKRs, complicate the wiring like crazy, and then teach people how to use them. But yeah.
Not only that, if you heat the surface unevenly, it's going to warp.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
If you're heating just one quadrant and the other ones are off, that's going to change.
I didn't even think about that. I think RC froze. Or you stopped talking.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But still, I got a 470 by 470 bed heater.
That's a big bed.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hopefully it doesn't take forever to get here.
It won't.
Would you buy the coronavirus or what?
Yeah.
I got my ball screws for my CNC coming in from China. I'm going to let them sit for about a month before I open the box.
I did get a package today.
Oh, glue.
Yep, this what I won from Shane's 24-hour stream.
Oh, shoot. That reminds me. I still got to send some people stuff out. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, it's been a while since the stream, and it's only sometime this week that I saw there's a shipping confirmation from Andrew.
Well, there's some people that I like. They won UFOs and they were already subscribers, so I just added credits to their account.
Hmm.
But then I had other people win stuff.
Ooh.
That it's been so crazy busy around here. I just completely forgot.
It's like a little eye drop.
But I do have all
Carl.
their names still.
Send that neck to me. I'll do the frets for you.
Ooh. Oh, it's a cute little package.
Yep. Let me just get a bigger screen. Oop.
Let me cross.
Oh, it's not any bigger. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a nice bottle compared to these older.
Well, that's the sample bottles that I
Yeah,
used to give
the
out in
Nan-
the UFO,
Nano
I
Blue.
think, right? But
Yeah,
now
I've
they
got 2 of
started
them.
charging for them.
So, Josh, is that your bed design there?
What, this?
Yeah.
No, this
That's
is
the actual bed.
This is a piece of cardboard that came to protect the WAM, and then I wrote the winners for the 1440 giveaway. I wrote their names on here.
All right. So I'm adding a command at the end of the print to change the color back to purple after it's done. So that way I know the print's done. So it won't be white anymore.
I want to learn how to play music on mine.
Oh, that's easy. There's a website that does that.
What,
Really?
play music with the stepper motor?
No,
Or the
no,
buzzer.
with the G code buzzer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a website you just send the song to. I actually did a tutorial on it on the Prusa printers.
It would be cool if somebody made something that used the stepper motor, kind of like the Scanjet 5P Easter egg.
Yeah, you can do that with the servo motors, but they're not very loud anymore. It's like if you have TMC 2209s, it's really hard to make
Yeah.
music.
Unless you go like 1,000 millimeters a second.
Yeah. Let's see here. Console.
So did I see somebody mention earlier that there's newer drivers out than the 2209s that are even better?
Yes and no. There's 5160s, and I mean there's newer than that too, but 5160s are technically better. So if you need more current, for like a CNC machine, yeah, they're a lot nicer. But the 2209s they're perfect for 3D printing.
I was about to say I just bought a bunch of 2209s. I don't want to replace them again.
Yeah, I don't want to. That's a nice thing though, is you can replace them. So like in 3 years, if there's a better chip, they can replace it and just update the firmware. So, who
I
offered you
did.
the frets?
I
That was
did.
RCCNC. So Barry Danks.
I'm actually a luthier.
He's aloof. Ooh, Flopatron. Brian, if you want in, let me know.
The Flopatron
Oh.
was awesome. I'm gonna go grab that filament one box.
David is working on filament at Printed Solid.
Yeah, he is. He should join the chat.
Yeah, I should see if he could do another kind of walkthrough making filament stream.
I'll send him one. Why not? One of us. Not oneer. One of us. There we go. I will send Sean a message on Discord. Discord.
Oh yeah, hope they don't cancel Murph, since I think Gina is supposed to be coming too from Octoprint.
She's saying she's not coming now.
Oh, okay. It was only like what, the day before that she said she was coming.
Yeah, today she was saying that she's contemplating not going.
Oh.
She hasn't said for sure, but she's gonna she's like, I really don't want to be in 2 international airports, and then in a metal tube with a bunch of people, and then maybe get sick. And I mean that makes sense. Like,
Yeah, I don't know if it's really that bad.
think when in Italy, like 39 people just died from it. This last week. But I mean, I don't know. It can clear up. That's the thing is, it's better to be safe than sorry because it could get worse, but it most likely will get better. You just have to have the option, you know.
The only thing I noticed is Costco is selling out bottled water and paper towel and toilet paper,
Yeah, we're fine in my
but
city.
and
No one
also
cares.
selling out Purell hand sanitizer. It's like,
Yeah,
eh.
you can make your own. Just IPA and some water. Just put it in a spray bottle, or just 100% IPA and have really dry hands. Let's see here. Someone said something. The DC-DC connectors for NeoPixels. So I'm using 17 without it, and it's fine. If you use more than that, it might not be fine. I don't know. Someone messaged me on Facebook.
Oh, it might just me.
Hey, we got Josh back.
I'm gonna do it with my knife.
Oh, Sean's in.
Josh back.
Josh is back.
Ooh,
Ow.
Josh is back.
there's something going on with your microphone.
Oof.
Walk.
That
Just
was
muted
loud.
the Sean real quick.
Yeah.
See if it's better. Is it better?
Something going on with your microphone. Oh, it's YouTube. His YouTube audio is still going.
Yeah, you've got feedback.
Is it better? Something going on with your microphone.
Oh, it's YouTube. His YouTube audio is still going.
Yeah, you've got feedback.
Close YouTube.
Oof. Muted it again.
That's funny. I had files in my UFO last month, and they had files in theirs too.
Correct. Yeah, I think I mentioned that on the stream you had.
Oh yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah. Actually, Bob, that number is backwards. So someone posted that the other day on Facebook, and the number was like 9 dead from coronavirus, and there was 10 people killed by the Clintons. And then, like, that was the official, like, I mean, on the
Right.
skeptical website. But
I thought I saw there was like 13 now. In the US.
there was 30 that just died in Italy from the corona in the last week. So it's up to like 40 for corona. So they've now passed the Clintons.
Y'all are ridiculous.
I know. We are slightly insane. Yeah, you don't really need the Wi-Fi or DC-DC. It depends. Like, if you do the NeoPixels, the DC-DC is nice. You can do like if you have like this enclosure over here, you can wire the whole enclosure with NeoPixels and then plug it right into the board to control your case lights. Oh, that is correct, Dan. Not in the U.S. only. 197 in Italy.
Brian Vine is on.
Oh, he is? I'll send him a link. Maybe he'll join. Let's see here. Brian Vines. Where's the Brian Vines?
He was on here a little bit ago.
Let's see what we get.
I see his message just 2 minutes ago.
Nice.
Did Filament One change their bagging?
Yeah,
so
they
you
added
can
the
no longer
Mylar bags.
See what they have.
Yeah. Should have a sticker on it telling you what it is now.
Yeah, but I hate not being able to see my filament through the bag. It's a nice orange though.
For UART mode on the 2209s on the SKR14, you need to remove all but the third jumper from edge of the board in. So 1, 2, 3, leave that one. Remove 1 and 2 and 4. If you go to my Discord, if you go to my GitHub, there's a wiring guide, and the wiring guide shows you what pins to pull. Yeah.
You don't need more black.
Dan is in there. Brian, I sent you an invite to join if you so would desire. Oh, there's
Okay,
notifications on
from the
Twitter.
time that Chris Fries sent us the file for the STL of that skull,
Mm-hmm.
my CL10 is finally heated up.
That takes a while to heat up. Okay, I'm going to resend a smaller test print. Let's print... Oh, what do I want to print? What do I want to print? This is easy. I've got a folder of test prints.
Hey, Dan. Dan, are you the Dan that messages me on Facebook?
No, that's silly.
Maybe.
All right, test prints. What do I got? What do I got?
Brian is working out 40 calories to go.
All right, print settings. Solid layers, 5 top, 4 bottom, 2 perimeters, 5% infill. Slice.
Oh, if you don't know Dan, it was probably somebody else.
Oh, Sean fixed his mic.
Yay.
What's up, Sean?
Is that better?
That's a lot better.
Yep.
Yeah, for some reason I forgot to hook my Yeti up and it was using the internal mic.
Ooh. Oof. Those are always rough.
Yeah, for some reason I forgot to hook my
Oh, I still hear YouTube.
I still hear YouTube in the
Yeah.
background, though, yeah.
YouTube's in the background. Oh, he's moving. Test prints, upload G code. I'm going to print a print of me. Why is my Instagram going off? What did I do wrong?
I think after, even though I don't have the exo slides yet, when these parts are finished printing, I should be able to start messing with the movement.
Man, you got that thing pretty far then.
Am I still feeding back?
Let's
Nope.
see. It sound fine so far.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Oh,
still
there
hear
it is.
myself now. Yeah.
Does anyone have YouTube? I don't have YouTube open.
Mm-mm.
It's probably Barry.
Close down YouTube after you're in. Or mute it.
Or you just have to
Is that
wear a
better?
headset.
Probably. All right, that is printing.
Is that way better or I'm still feeding back?
I
Sounds better.
can still hear myself with delay.
All right, I'll just jump out. I think my mic's too close to the speakers, so because those Yetis are sensitive.
Oh yeah, they are. That's why I always wear headphones when I do this thing. Like, I get such feedback on those Yetis.
Maybe I'll see if I can link up my Bluetooth headphones.
Perfect. Ooh, it's Matt Dobb. Yeah, streaming's like a chore. Like, I got these new headsets, and it was a chore.
I'm just using a regular Plantronic headset.
You crazy guy. All that science. You know what? That feedback was from RCCNC. I muted his mic.
We were yelling at Sean. It's been our
And it was his. So now that I've unmuted it, see if it comes back again. The internet is a chore. Oh, wait. Oh, they chose to mute themselves. I was trying to unmute them, and I was like, there's Brian again.
Plantronics.
Steven, that's a tough question. Senso's Homey works. It's just you do have to understand how to set it up. Actual physical switches, there's nothing wrong with them. They work. So if you can, use them. If you don't want to,
Actually, I think Polycom bought out Plantronics, so now it's just all Polycom.
really. Let's see.
It's doing the brim.
So am I.
The nozzle is dragging some garbage over the
Stupid
over the
nozzles.
brim. Could barely stand up.
It's from all that selling you've been doing, man.
See if I could pick out the garbage.
Don't do it. Leave it. It leaves character.
Oh, I don't want it to rip anything else around dragging.
That's always smart.
If I could get it.
What's a good inexpensive dual gear extruder?
You can make your own. You can just buy Bondtech gears or something.
Yeah, you can print one out and buy the gears, right? I think
Okay.
I think Sean's back. Ooh. The Winston ones, they are pretty crappy. I mean, Bondtech lowered the prices on their dual gear. It's like $25 for a pair. John's stuck. I think he went too low.
Yes. I'm getting too old for getting down to the printer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's a little quiet.
My headset.
You just have to turn the volume up a little bit on your microphone, but other than that, there's no feedback. We actually found the feedback to be Barry's channel.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Carl. Yes, I am super happy with the streaming PC. It works amazingly well. I
Is my mic still low?
Yeah, it's still a little low.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Do it. No rush. Let's see here. I like how Josh just looks like he's working so hard right now on that CAD file.
I'm trying to find the frickin' CAD files for the exo slides.
I wish I could CAD. I just look at it and send a message to Barry. I'm like, Barry, help me.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to group things, because... Let me show my screen on here.
Is that better now?
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Yep.
Telling you, streaming's a chore, man. Hey, it's printing. And now we'll see when this one finishes if it turns purple at the end. Tuning profiles. Get over here. Oh, Josh is showing us a screen. That looks sexy.
Yeah, see, so, like, I have all these friggin' things over here. I don't know how to group them together into like folders. I sat here for like 30 minutes last night trying to figure out how to create a damn folder. I was just like, I give up.
I blame John. He should be over there
What are
showing
you
how to do
trying?
it.
What are you trying to do?
I'm not really good at any design other than Tinkercad.
That's what Barry's gonna do. Barry, you help him.
I want to put like, okay, here's all the extrusions. I want to just put them in a folder so they're not in a big list of.
I mean, so they're not all down below.
Yeah, like these are all
Taken-
components, right?
Okay. Taken in, I can't see your screen. There's a little icon in the upper left corner.
I guess Chris get Josh full screen.
The browser.
Oh, actually, if you're in the chat, can you click on a person to see a full screen?
I don't know. I don't know how
You
to
can
make
open
other
up-
people.
You can open up your not the browser. You can open up your projects. The little it's an icon on the very top. It's got 9 little squares on it.
The data panel, right?
Yeah, you open that up,
Yep, it works.
and you can create a file there, and then you can actually right click on each one of the components that you have down below, or you should see them, and you should be able to move them into a folder.
Well, yeah, I can move the ones like each thing on the left into a folder, but like as far as the list of components in the current view, I just have
How's
like
the mic
a
now?
Okay.
giant list. Of
Yeah, one thing with Fusion though, if you create an assembly, you imported all these or inserted into drawings, right? They all have to have the same. They all have to come from the same folder.
They all are in the same folder.
Go ahead
No,
and expand your damn thing.
they're all in my Tesseract folder.
Okay.
But like I want a folder tree here. Like I've got what, 12, 13, 14, 15 extrusions just all in a line that I want to put in a folder here so I can make this tree smaller.
I don't see anything over there.
There's like no organization. Oh, you guys can't see the menu?
No.
Oh shoot. That sucks. I thought you guys could see the menu.
No,
Gosh
that's like
darn
one
it.
of the crappy things about screen sharing.
Is my mic better now?
I can hear you.
Cool.
Oh, I
Only
think
gotta
I'm
figure it
gonna
out.
head on to bed.
Put on that fancy robe, John.
I don't see Ashley.
Oh no. That's right.
She's the only one that point out my rope.
I'll do it from now
I'll
on.
try to share my screen, Josh. Hold on a second. And
Okay, good night.
Good night, John.
we'll go ahead and see if this is what you want to try to accomplish.
Alright, let me switch back to StreamYard.
Okay.
I gotta get me a camera.
Yeah. Cameras, microphones, headsets.
Well, I got headset and microphone. I just don't have a camera.
There you go. Yeah, it's
The mic on my the camera on my Mac is busted. So
I think the one I end up using is the Logitech C915 or something.
yeah, I was looking
1080p.
at the 920.
Yeah, one of those series. Oh, whichever one's 1080p. That's more than enough.
That's interesting. It isn't coming up.
There you go.
There we go. So you're trying to create this right over here, Josh?
Yeah, we can't see it either.
Oh, okay.
I got a
I only
menu
got
show.
one screen right now, so
I shared the full shared the whole monitor rather than just the program, so You should be able to see my menu now.
Let's see here. There it is. There's the menu.
Right. So like all this stuff over here, I want to like stick all the extrusions into a folder.
Oh, you can't.
Okay, yeah. See, that's dumb.
Why not?
Because each one is an assembly.
Yeah.
That's put in a list. You'll notice that you can't move those either. If you move those, you will throw your drawing off. If you ever try to move those up and down,
Yeah, I did try that. It wouldn't move.
it like breaks the drawing unless you capture the position after every single component that you put in.
I don't mind capturing position. I just want to friggin' organize this crap.
Yeah, unfortunately, first in is first up on the list.
It's so dumb.
So let's say if you add more extrusions right now, they're going to be all the way at the bottom. You can't bring them up to the top.
Yeah, I added another one, and it's way the frick down here. I hate it.
Yeah. And I bet you tried to move it up with the other ones too, didn't you?
I did. It wouldn't go.
Yeah.
So mad.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Fusion confuses me about. Like, I want to do stuff like that, but then it doesn't do things where I think it's logical.
Right?
It has its limitations.
Yeah. That's why I'm moving to
But I
Tinkercad.
did learn though that you can like if I come in here and I change this. This was the coolest thing I discovered today. Or yesterday. Let's see. I can come in here and add something to this, and I'm just going to totally trash this thing for a second. And then after I save it, I can come back over here and just hit this button.
Update all assemblies. Yep.
Yeah, and it changes all of them that I have in here.
Right. Yeah, that's a nice feature. I've been using that for 3 or 4 years now.
I thought that was cool.
Just send it all to Barry. Tell him he's got 1 week to finish it.
Josh is doing good. He's making some decent parts.
Mm-hmm. I think the hardest thing to do in Fusion is learning how to design parts that are FDM capable without supports.
I was just excited I did like my Z mount and this thing up here, the pillow block mount. Both of them first try, boom, didn't have to make any changes.
Why are you using pillow blocks in the top?
Just to hold the linear rods.
Oh, that's okay. No, I was just curious. Why don't you make that bigger and just push a bearing in it?
Because
that way you don't have pillow block, and all you have to do is bearing.
But pillow blocks look cool.
Yeah, but it's added expense and added weight. When you start manufacturing stuff, you realize that.
It's like 50 cents.
I'm good with the bearing. I got lots of them laying around here.
Same here.
You know how many MMUs I've got? Come by.
Y'all are ridiculous.
I always try to build my printers with off-the-shelf parts that people can get, or people we always have in stock.
Well, that's like telling me, why are you putting so many bolts into things? I've got like, I did reduce the number of bolts onto this part because I had 4 going this way and 4 going that way, so it was like 8 bolts right here. I was like, I should reduce.
Yeah, that's kind of overkill, isn't
it? But it looked freaking cool.
It's not going anywhere for sure.
Like I had to put M12s or M512s in these two so it actually fit, and then in the 2 in the center I just put 10s because they were just aesthetic purpose.
Don't forget to you can load all your screws and bolts from McMaster car right into it.
Gosh.
Yeah, I hate you, Chris.
I know. McMaster car is awesome.
I even made my own motors.
You could have just downloaded the motor CADs from GrabCAD.
Yeah, I know. I made these things.
GrabCAD.
Yep.
Yeah, if you ever want to build a printer, you go to GrabCAD and download everything. You can get the SKR board, you can get all the like LCD screens and whatever. They've already got all the CAD files on there. They might not be perfect, but they're close enough. At least to, start making stuff.
Right.
Dan is correct. Confusion 360. That's what I call it as well.
I don't know. I'm happy with it so far.
It looks cool to me. You're gonna have sides on it and everything.
I'm gonna put there's gonna be 2 like acrylic panels on either side with the Tesseract logo etched into it, and they're gonna
That's
be
dope.
green. And then I'm gonna have NeoPixel lighting around here.
Dope.
And then I gotta figure out if I'm gonna put the electronics. I'm gonna have to put the electronics on the back if I want to have the panels on the side.
Yeah, for sure.
You realize four lead screws is going to over constrain that bed.
Everybody says that, but I don't believe it.
Okay.
Especially since
I don't have 12 years of engineering behind me.
The bed's not moving though. The bed
doesn't matter when you try to level it. If Josh, just hold your picture, hold your image still. Now, if you go to your closest corner that you see, let's say that's just exaggerated. That's 1/8 of an inch out, right? Just arbitrary number. Not saying it's going to be, but okay. If that one moves 1/8 of an inch, the opposing corner has to move that also.
Okay, but do you know what I'm going to do to get
tilt?
You know what I'm going to do to get around all this stuff?
With a 3 point system, it allows it to tilt easier. You'll see.
But do you know what I'm going to do to get around all that whole leveling BS?
What are you going to
do? I'm using sensorless homing to home to top, so it'll just stop at the top, and then it's going to go down, and I'm going to have BL touch, and then I ain't got to deal with all the BS.
We got Carl in the house, by the way.
Hi, guys.
I want to see that guitar.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't turn my cameras on right now. I'm doing a time lapse of the neck printing, so it won't let me run the camera and stream with it at the same time. Obviously. But I wanted to show Josh something here. You guys can see my Fusion, right?
Yeah.
You wanted to organize all your crap that was down this side window or your tree right here.
Yeah.
If you right-click up here at the top of your main assembly.
The browser?
No, right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right here where, like mine says assembly V82. Right. And that's where the radial button's selected as the active component. If you right-click on that and create new component. You can name the new components anything you want, and then you can drag all of those, like make one called, like I did here, extrusions. And you can drag all the extrusions up into that folder.
Oh, let me try that.
And that's what Carl's for.
And I'm the noob at Fusion 360. How about that?
So when's your next class?
Every day.
I prefer to see my whole tree, so I don't care if it's 5,000 items long.
Yeah, well, I say the problem I have with this when it gets this long.
Oh, Jesus.
It gets really hard to find stuff.
Now it looks like Kura.
Well, what's really bad is this is just the squire. On the White Knight, I actually added all the T-nuts and screws and everything else to it. Can you imagine how long that tree is?
4.
I want to say there's a couple hundred screws in that thing.
Oh, geez Louise.
Well, there's over 100 M5 by 8mm screws just in all the plastic pieces holding the framework together.
Gosh. You guys are like scientists.
Well, everybody started asking me when I first started doing it why I spent all the extra money for the Ziltech spring-loaded T-nuts.
Yeah.
And I said, you install 100 T-nuts and screws, and tell me if you don't want the spring-loaded ones that stay in place when you do it.
Wait, there's spring-loaded T-nuts?
There are.
Yes.
They don't move.
The only thing that's bad about them is it all depends on the extrusion you get. Because I don't know if you've noticed, extrusion can vary by almost a millimeter in dimension.
Yeah.
Well, they keep those T-nuts pretty much the same. If you get an extrusion, it's a little bit on the large size. They have this nasty tendency to pop left and pop right and not want to stay spring-loaded where they're at. But when you're trying to work on trying to put a frame together and you need that thing to stay while you're holding it vertical.
Well, what I got tired of doing was like if I needed another T-nut in the slot, I had to keep taking apart my frame and putting another T-nut in there. So instead, I got those twisting T-nuts to where they'll fit into the extrusion slot, and then as you turn them, they twist.
Yeah, the only problem with those is if you're working up and down, then they go sliding all the way to the bottom, and you went, great, I just lost that one behind the
Yeah, I gotta attach them all ahead of time. That's what I do on most of my printers.
Do they make nylock T-nuts?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. You use liquid, the blue Loctite, blue Loctite. Or red if you're never going to take it apart.
The nice thing with the Ziltech ones is you can twist and they're rounded on the bottom so you can drop them in, like you twist them down into the extrusion. So you can keep adding them as you're building. What I would do is I'd lock it in and then I'd just slide it into place with an Allen wrench.
Yeah, that's what I do too when I can slide them in there. But there's just some spots that you can't slide them in because there's other bolts blocking it.
Yeah.
That sounds like poor design there if you're blocking yourself.
Shush your cornhole.
I have a live stream
like,
fight.
Honestly, while I'm designing this thing, I was thinking of you, Carl. I was like, okay, I gotta hide my wires.
Hey, I want to think that I set the bar on that because I didn't do it because I wanted to set the bar, but I did do it to draw attention to it because I thought way too many companies were putting out products that they could have spent 5 more minutes with wire management would have done miracles for the printer.
Well, one thing I'm doing is I'm using these silicone strips because I'm gonna have a green frame.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using the aluminum right now, but I've got these black silicone strips that are gonna fill all my slots.
The snap-in fillers.
Yeah.
Did you get the ones that are open on the back so you can actually put the wire in there without them getting in the way?
They're like super flat, if I remember correctly.
Because there's like 3 different designs. There's some that snap on just the outside V. There's some that actually like are a U shape, and then there's ones that are like a square. The square ones are worthless because you can't put wiring in your extrusion.
Yeah, let me find them.
So to upload an image for my avatar, does it have to be a certain format?
Huh. I have no idea. Probably JPEG works or PNG.
I think.
Yeah, I was trying to get it from my Mac. Photos in there in HEIC, so that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's why. You got to convert it. You should be able to export. So if you like right-click it and export as a JPEG.
Yeah, I'm working on it now.
All right.
And just to make Chris happy here, let me switch models.
Uh-oh. I'm coming over.
Did you get that to work, Josh, doing the folders?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that makes it so much more organized on that side tree. Where did I put that thing? Oh, yeah, right there it is.
So much science.
She blinded me with science. Sorry, my computer's being slow. I think running the time lapse kind of bogs it down just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. It's so weird watching that printer actually home and level. while the other printers just did 3 points. Shots fired.
I can't really tell on the images for this.
Oh,
There's
dang.
one image where it kind of looks like it's square, though. It's got like
That's sexy.
sides on it.
The only thing I'm still debating about on the design, I've been working with Paul, and I can never pronounce his last name. I'm thinking I need to have a second Y stepper for the belt so I can keep it tight. The problem is, to make sure I don't ever get a bubble on the top surface, I'm trying to design something that doesn't exist, and I listed Paul because he's the smartest person I know. I need to make what I'm calling Siamese steppers. I need it to where, like, if I had a Y stepper here and a Y stepper here, if you send a command to move the belt this way, only this stepper will pull it. When you tell it to go back the other direction, only this stepper will pull it. So it's always keeping the belt tight in whichever direction it's going. If you have one push, one pull, and something skips, you could cause a bubble on top.
But if one turns, wouldn't the other one turn and generate power and feedback electricity back to your main board?
I don't know.
Don't you want them both moving at the same direction at the same time?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you do a push pull, say the one that's doing the pulling skips or slips or something, and the one that's pushing doesn't. Now you just put a bubble on the top of your bed.
Well, why don't you sync them with a belt?
I could do that too. The whole idea was actually, but if I get it to where if it's only pulling in each direction, you're guaranteed you keep all the slack on the bottom of the belt.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to ensure that it always stays taut across the top, and there's no chance of getting a bubble there. The only way I know to do that is to where you're always pulling in one direction or the other. So if you put a spring tensioner on it, the spring tensioner releases and every time you move it, it's going to pull on that spring tension. You're going to change. So you can't do that either. But if you make it to where it's only pulling across the top either direction, then it can't build any slack.
Huh.
But it's become quite the conundrum how you make two steppers work as one.
Oh, you use a Y splitter. You can connect two off the same driver.
Well, no, but I mean, actually, each one have their own separate direction.
Oh, gotcha.
Two working as one, both going both directions is easy. But taking one, basically taking one and splitting it in half is not so easy. He got one idea to work with some diodes and everything. The only problem was it would only work on regular stepping. The minute you turned on micro stepping, it stopped working. So
you need another motor output.
Yeah, but I'm trying to keep it down to the stock board.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be great if I was running a duet. No problem. I can do that. But to try and make it to where the whole idea of this design is I want to make it to where you can just unbolt the top of your Prusa Bear and slap it onto this and change, maybe have a new set of Y steppers. That'd be it. You plug everything in and you go.
Yeah.
If I can make a little hardware splitter that will, as part of the kit, then you just jack in and keep on going. If you've got to change your board to make it work, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah. Huh.
Because I've already had at least 5 people contact me. Hey, after you get the Prusa done, can you make this work for the CR10 and for the Ender 3 and for which
and you're like, hell no.
Well, if you look, I know the Prusa doesn't do this because it uses these little brackets.
Yeah.
But you'll notice I opened up the bottom of this that if you wanted to, you could go ahead and tap and thread the extrusions and bolt it in from the bottom too.
Nice.
So, which is how the Ender 3 and the CR10 and the CRX and all bolt through the bottom. So,
yeah, I've got a version of that with the Bear over here with a bolt down through the frame on all components.
I think it's more rigid when you do it that way.
It is. I think the only issue is if the cut isn't perfectly level,
right,
your entire axis is skewed.
Yeah, you still need the squares to make sure it's all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because no matter how hard I tried with the knights when I was cutting them on my chop saw, each one of those printers is off by 1/8 of an inch somewhere.
Yeah.
David Randolph just gave a good suggestion too.
Use the directional pin on the stepper driver to enable or disable independent drivers for each Y motor. A simple circuit board with a couple of gates would do it with no firmware modifications.
I can't see the chat, but I'm going to say, well, if that's all it is, make one up for me, Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Because he's already, it's like he taught, it's like AND gates and OR gates and all this. Yeah, I knew how to do all that stuff 30 years ago when the military taught me in basic component electronics. And I've proceeded to pretty much forget all of it because I haven't used it since they taught it to me. They taught us how to do component level maintenance in for computers when I joined.
Yeah.
And right after I joined, we stopped doing component level maintenance. They started saying, "Oh, it's cheaper to just buy a new, IDE card or a new memory card." And it turned into black box swaptronics, and no one fixed anything anymore.
Fixing is the best part.
Well, I did it for a few years. We'd get boards in and go, "Oh, there's a burned resistor. I can solder a new one in." And my first computer I built off of parts that the military said throw it away.
Throwing away is so silly.
Oh, I used to love it though. I mean, it's bad. It was a waste of money. The military wasted so much money. But there's a code called XB3. Anybody that's in the military knows that means that if you look up a component and you go to replace it, it's bad.
Yeah.
If it's listed as XB3, you throw it in the trash can. If it's NF2, you put it in a bag, you put it back in the box, and you send it back to the warehouse, and they send it off to the manufacturer to have it fixed. I used to jump for joy every time I pull a component and see XB3 if I needed it from my home computer. I'm like, okay, it's in the trash. Take out the trash, and the trash got emptied into the back of my truck. Take it home, solder out the burnt resistor, solder a new one, and plug it in my computer. I'm like, yay, I have a working SCSI card now.
That's the way to do it. Okay.
I couldn't help but die. We had this. Anybody ever heard of erasable optical discs?
No.
Yep.
They were the predecessor to worm drives. And if you actually were able to find one back then, it was a multi-layer disc. It was aluminum platter with glass substrate and thin metal film in between on two sides, and the laser would polarize the electrons on the metal substrate.
Yep, it was the first CD-ROM.
It was a cartridge that held, I think it was 4 gigabytes on one cartridge disc. Was like $300 per cartridge.
Oof.
The writer, the CD-ROM drive basically that wrote those things was $10,000 a piece. They were XB3.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, after we broke 3 of them, I kept saving them. I was like, I'm not throwing a $10,000 component away. It's just not going to happen. I just kept sticking them in the drawer of my desk. We got 3 broken ones. I managed to piece 1 working one out of the 3. I'm like, hey, I got a working one for my desk.
Oh boy.
Couple more break. Hey, I fixed another one. My boss was like, good, give that one to me. The pilots would go, this cartridge isn't working anymore. It keeps corrupting the data. We take it back, run a low-level we give them a new one, take it back, run a low-level format on it, and stick it in ours at our desk. Well, now I've got removable storage for all my programs. And that was just the stupid stuff the military would have thrown away.
There is a lot of waste.
Oh,
in a lot of places.
I did resource advisor, which is basically the budget guy. My last 5 years in the military. My last year, I did it for an entire group. In the month of September, 1 year, I spent over $8 million. Getting rid of money that we didn't want to lose, because if you don't spend it, you lose it.
Oh.
You get it if you get an annual budget of $1 million and you only use 800,000, and next year they'll only give you 800,000.
That's how our local government is.
Carl, don't you mean you spend our money?
Hey, I spent my own money, because even if you're in the military, you still pay federal taxes. So I pay my own salary.
It's true.
So you were self-employed.
Yes, pretty much the whole time. But it used to make me sick how much we would spend at the end of every year. And I got labeled as the best at doing it, which was really sad, because I would build my list ahead of time. I'd have my list lined up. They'd call me up, Carl, can you spend $10,000 in the next 2 minutes? Yep, I can. I'd spend it. A few minutes later, they called me back. Yeah, John over at the other squadron couldn't spend the $10,000 we were going to give him. Can you spend it too? Yep, give it to me. I'd knock out my whole list, and there were other squadrons complaining they only got to knock out like 2 or 3 things on their list because they couldn't act on it quick enough. I had one of those nice $500 Herman Miller chairs at my desk.
So what filament was that, Chris, on that gray cube?
Atomic galactic blue translucent. So it's got black glitter and dark blue glitter in a gray, bluish gray base.
Yeah, I had some filament by them that was very similar to that color, and it's nasty looking.
Yeah, it's funky.
Hey, Jason.
Jason.
I printed the Pocketeer in.
He's in chat.
Is he?
Yeah.
Hey, it's LDO Jason.
Really? I don't see it in chat. Oh, there he is. It is LDO Jason. Jason, you want to join us live? I'll send you a link.
My question is, did he get to see my project before we took it down?
He can always hit rewind.
This is true.
And Paul Herman's here.
Those 4080 extrusions, Jason, that's what I'm going to need made.
So much extrusion. Let's see. I'm going to send Jason a link to join the chat. Jason. I just should type in LDO. They'll probably find it faster. Yep, LDO Motors.
Nope. He said, nope, kids around. Maybe next time.
Too bad. Sending him a link anyway. Everyone can join. Kids are welcome.
Yeah, this is kid friendly.
Not usually. My channel is set to adult friendly. Yeah, yesterday was a little bit more adult humor. Oh, man. Okay, that's working. That's okay. They're all working. So
Paul Herman said he got something sexy in the mail.
It must be naked pictures of me.
I was going to ask if it was a doll.
It was a Herman Miller chair from the military.
Hey, I would take one of those $500 Herman Miller chairs. Those things are the bomb.
They are. We have a store called BH Furniture, and they like buy old office furniture and then resell it. And they've had a couple of actual Herman Miller chairs go through there, and at good prices. A lot of knockoffs. This is one of the this chair is actually a Herman Miller style chair, but it's not actually a Herman Miller chair.
Yeah, those Herman Millers are expensive, but man, they are worth every penny.
And they last.
Yep.
My favorite part of the whole thing is, I used to spend my whole day sitting in the chair working budget. You don't get swamp butts sitting on that.
No.
No, you do not.
Unless you're in the jungle and your chair's in a tent. Oh, Paul Herman got some gloop. John Mack also got some gloop today. I also have some gloop from Josh. And there's another jar of it over there because I've gotten 2 bottles of gloop from Josh. Your microphone's not working, Josh.
Gosh darn it, that dang mute button. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Jason, I will be putting that order in with you soon. That's why I'm building this prototype, because there's already some changes in the bomb that I already had you work up.
Bomb.com, yo.
Discoveries I've made that while building this.
So, Chris, do you pay for StreamYard, or are you just on the free version?
I pay for it because I use it a lot. Because there's just that monthly cap. Normally I wouldn't pay for it, but...
Are you doing the professional or the basic?
That's a good question. I have no clue. I'll have to look it up.
I think I have the professional. Whatever one's $30 a month.
Mine is not that much.
Yeah, that's the pro.
What's the basic price?
20.
That's the one I'm doing then. I remember getting a $20 bill every month from something StreamYards. It's either StreamYards or something Hub. Can't remember which one it was. Stream Hub, maybe? Prune Hub. Man, you're going to get that printer done by the day, Josh?
No.
Oh.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more parts just to print, and they're an hour each.
Oof. You need more printers.
I do need more printers. And then,
Can't you print multiple at the same time?
I could, but I don't like doing that because with, I don't...
You don't trust it.
I don't feel like dialing... And it's not that I don't trust it, because my Sidewinder is the best printer I've ever had, to be honest with you. But, with Pet G, I get a lot of stringing and stuff in between parts.
Yeah. This makes sense. I blame Jason for not making a new extruder that doesn't allow stringing to happen. And I love having sharp corners on prints again.
Sharp corners are fun.
And not having ringing on my corners. Oh, all right. Is there any other firmware tweaks I want to do before I go to bed? Think.
Yeah, as soon as the warranty's up on my Mini, that's getting the appendix broke on it.
Yeah. I might break it just to add the mosquito and a couple other things to it. I told myself I'm going to keep it stock, but like once I tore it apart to check out those wire connectors, I just left it there. Like it's
What
just
wire connectors?
The way it's mounted on the bottom of the PCB instead of on top of the connectors. Once I took it all apart to look at that, I just left it, just all the wires hanging out. So.
Yeah, that hot end on that thing is horrible.
Yeah, it's got some things. Olaf, one of the moderators, he's like, I can get like 3 prints and then it clogs.
Yeah, that's what I've been having problems with.
Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 fixes apparently for it. Like one of them is the PTFE isn't seated all the way in. Like you have to push really hard to seat the PTFE all the way down into it.
Yeah, I did that one.
And the other one was like, someone on assembly didn't actually assemble the heat break all the way inserted. So you have to disassemble the PTFE and everything so you can adjust it. So you pull the PTFE out, readjust the hot end, lift it all the way in, and then tighten it, and then reseat the PTFE back inside. I'm like, this is just annoying.
Dobby says, don't do it.
Paul shot his neighbor in the leg with a pellet gun. Stop doing that, Paul. Olaf did resign from being a mod. He's still in our... So anytime we've had a moderator that resigns, we have a chat with all the mods and all the ex-mods. So we all kind of hang out there. So it still feels like he's a mod because we still talk every day. So, and he's supposed to be at Murph, too. So we should see Olaf, Mark, Everts, myself, Josh, OC, Luke, and I think one more. We should all be at Murph. Busy at Bond
Did
Tech.
you order one of those? Did you order one of those Bontecs for your Mini?
No, because again, I'm trying to keep it stock. It's just like every day I'm getting tempted to like not keep it stock. Because my goal was to like test it and like get some profiles, but I hate it. Like, I mean, I don't hate it, but I just dislike using it because then I was going to give it to my lady and be like, here's a nice easy printer for you to use.
I tell you what, that new box that they've got out there on their site, the new revision of the box, helps the x-axis, or I mean the z-axis a ton.
Yeah.
It stiffens it up very, very nicely so that it actually sits properly.
Yeah,
but
that was my issue too.
And then you got the unevenness because the feet don't sit like they're supposed to.
Yeah, I need to order some different feet or print some actual plastic feet.
There's actually a guy that's got some feet out on Thingiverse.
Yeah, I need to start printing TPU again. I've got some Flex PLA that I want to do just like the bottom of the feet, print those in Flex PLA, and then print the rest of it in regular hard PLA. So it's actually what I want to do on all the bears is print design new feet.
I think I got some of that in the Maker box.
Yeah, Flex PLA is cool because it prints at the same temp, so you can literally switch right over to regular PLA. And I mean, the retractions will be a little weird, but it didn't need as much retraction as like, because it's not as elastic as like TPU. So you're like at 1.2, 1.3 millimeter retractions, which you'll get a little bit pitting with the PLA, but who cares for feet?
Yeah, you're not going to see them.
No. So I was like, I can do that. Dude, I love these NeoPixels. They're all white right now, so I can see my prints.
Hey, Chris, why don't you just get some rubber feet from McMaster?
Oh, come on, man. I want to do printed feet.
Well, because they're not all the same size. You've got 4 of them that are the same size, and then you got that one that's under that stupid box,
yeah,
a different size, and you have to make them to where they all
are the same
are
height
at the
level.
right height so that it sits level. Because right now it doesn't set level. You can take and grab the z-axis, and it'll move about 2 millimeters.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Keith agrees. I think he saw my live stream where I'm like, all my feet were all warped. Like one whole half was all flattened, the other half weren't flattened. So the printer sits cockeyed, and so that makes the z-axis bend this way. I'm like, oh god, this is just, And then like, look at the update. They ship the feet separate, and you have to attach them. Like, you should have done that in the beginning. Like, what does it add? 10 seconds to the build?
Yeah, but those don't even fix that problem.
They don't, because they're so squishy. So all the weight is on one side of the printer, and it's like, so yeah, it needs hard feet. And yeah,
believe me, I've been fighting this thing ever since I got it. When it prints, it'll print pretty good. But
it prints really nice.
Then it clogs, or does something stupid with the hot end, and then you have to fix that. Yeah, SKR the Mini.
That's actually one of the things that we're doing right now.
So does the Mini actually have that whole Z-axis assembly sit on a plate or something that's attached to the frame?
Yeah, it's got a plate that sits on top of a box that's really thick at that one point, then screws into the side of the
and
thing.
even it's anchored, it's still a wet
noodle.
Well,
not with the new box. Not with the new box. If you reprint that box, I printed it in carbon fiber, and mine doesn't flop. And
that might be why. In regular PETG, I bet you'll still flop.
Oh, probably. I mean, I reprinted mine in that carbon fiber, that extruder.
Yeah.
Carbon fiber, and it's stiffened up a lot.
Yeah. So this is the Mini at 0.2 millimeter layer height, and like it's got Z banding because the axis isn't very stable. But other than that,
I didn't have that problem. My problem is I'm getting ringing.
Yeah, it has a ton of vertical.
And the vertical stuff as well.
Yeah, I wish I could show it because unfortunately I printed this in shiny material, but this is on the SKR. And the detail is just so much better because it's not wobbling around. Like, it's... let's get them side by side. So, yeah.
Yeah, they
you can
didn't do a very good job of
You can see
tuning
the
those
difference.
motors.
You can see a
on
little
that
bit more
Mini.
detail on the blue one than you can the
Yep.
gray one.
I can see
And
the
then-
Z banding on your gray one.
Yeah,
Even
there's
over
still...
the
Yeah, like you can see it just kind of wobbling. I still got some issues on this one. That was before I learned how to do the gantry leveling. So, other than that, like, everything's just sharper. There's no... Oh, yeah, you can... Oh, man, I wonder if I can get that on video. This is one of my...
Yeah, but Chris says you don't want the Mini E3 because it sucks.
No, I like the Mini E3. I have it on my Ender 5. God, I
You said
can't...
it blows up a lot.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Oh.
I wish I could show it. Like, you can... There's a ton of vertical banding in this. Like, it's...
Yeah. I
It's
wish
just
I
hard
had
to
a
see.
camera. I've got a perfect print that shows it.
You
Yeah.
got to have that proper lighting there, Chris.
I got to use my flashlights.
Yeah, direct down lighting, not against it.
Yeah. So this was a torture test I printed on the Mini, and if you look closely, there's a skipped layer. Not a skipped layer, but a shifted layer in the middle of the print. It did not do well on the torture test. Like, those layers are pretty gross. Let me see if I can get even closer with it. Right
You
about there.
reprint- You get that new box that they did off of the website and reprint it in your CF, and it'll come out much better, and it'll tighten up where it's supposed to.
Paul, that's exactly what I was thinking about CNC in a box.
It's got so many weird prints everywhere.
Hey, I take one.
Don't forget about your Alien Ooze PLA.
Alien Ooze.
That looks like snot.
I still need to print that
Green Arrow. Yeah, that was printed on the Abrams, designed by RCCNC.
That stuff looks like snot.
It's such bright snot. Like,
I gotta get me some though. I don't have any Alien Ooze, so.
yeah, I bought this a long time ago, and it was worth every penny. It's like my favorite translucent green because it's just so bright.
It's almost luminescent.
Yeah, like if I turn the lights off in the basement, between that and the atomic UV clear yellow PETG, like you can see this, like even with like the minimal amount of light in the basement. Gosh, I really like how these turned out.
Hey Josh, how's your filament doing the fancy stuff that NAC 3D got from you?
The
Voodoo
Filamentum.
Is it selling? Yeah,
I've only got one roll left of the Voodoo. The rest.
Are you doing good with it?
No, the rest I'm not really selling.
Oh
anything.
well, it sucks because you said you were carrying it, and I'd already ordered some from. Oh, what's that place?
Matter Hacker sells it, I think.
No, it wasn't Matter Hackers. This was a different thing. Let me look here.
It's like the only place I don't shop.
Their stuff is too high.
Well, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I tried to lower my Filamentum prices because I thought it was a bit high, and they told me I had to set my prices the same as Matter Hackers.
Well, you know how you get around that, don't you?
Make your own.
No. All you have to do is say add to cart and sell it cheaper.
Oh yeah. Minimum advertised pricing.
Yeah.
There's some
get around
companies
math by doing that.
So there's some companies that you can't, like, I worked in the photography industry, and for the longest time, like, big companies would get these huge deals on cameras. Like, they'd buy 1 million. We were a small store. We bought, like, 1,000. And it was really tough competing against these big stores. So then some brands enacted minimum sale pricing. You couldn't sell it for less than what they, unless there was an issue with it, like a damage or an open box or something. You couldn't sell it for less than their minimum advertised something sale pricing.
Right.
Yeah, I just bought mine from Hydra Research when you started carrying yours.
That's a place.
Yeah, all my other filament that I sell under my brand, obviously it's white labeled stuff, but I set the prices to whatever the heck I want.
Yeah.
That's one reason I like doing my own filament, because it's
You can control the outcome.
Yep.
I like the Knights War Red. I got some of that.
Ooh. I gotta pick
I
up some of
bought
that
that from
copper
you.
that Josh sells.
I really like that copper.
I'm hoping somebody takes my idea for my next color. I really need that filament to build this Prusa belt.
I actually need to. I saw you post that. I need to reach out to see if
What
they
color
can-
was it?
I said I want to do something like the Wizard's Voodoo that's a color shifting, like, because it goes from
Yeah.
blue to purple.
Yeah.
But I want one that shifts from like yellow to an orangish red, like, you know, sunglasses do.
Ooh.
Figure
that would be kinda
call
cool.
it bonfire or something like that. But that would be perfect if I get the orange extrusion for the kit, and then I print it, because it'd still be a black base filament, but give you that
Yeah.
color shift from yellow to orange or yellow to orangish red. That'd be perfect for all the printed pieces on it. Then if I do like yellow extrusion and that,
Crap.
it'll look like my printer's on fire.
I want to
I
actually
need
find
a
a
nice.
PTG like this.
I need a nice PETG in a certain yellow that I can't find.
Oof. Yellow and PTG is. There aren't very many
Well,
options.
This is a Pantone color, so I know exactly what the code is.
Well,
Nice.
I know.
Well, ColorFab can do it then, because they can make whatever, the RAL, on demand.
Yeah, but-
Just expensive as hell.
Yeah, but I looked at the RAL and there's not one that they have that's close.
Huh.
It's a couple shades off, and you can tell.
How close is the Fun King yellow that IC3D does?
Yeah, I was just about to say the IC3D has yellows, but I don't know if it's in Pet G, is it?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. I need it in Pet G.
Well, no, because Glenn had them specially make him Pet G for printing the FK1.
Oh, that's right, the FK1. So yeah, they do.
What's up, Techie Dad?
He's been trying to get them to label it as Fun King 3D yellow forever.
Yeah. I think they still call it bright yellow.
Yeah.
Well, see, a lot of the problem with these colors is they don't tell you what the color is based off as far as the Pantone color. So, I mean, like, I think Atomic does some.
Yeah.
And so does Coax, but theirs is all PLA for the most part. And I asked them if they could do the yellow that they've got. It's called Green Bay Yellow that they do in PLA and PETG.
Is David Randolph still in here? David, are you doing Pet G? Oh shit! Are you doing Pet G yet?
Josh, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
He's fine. He's just getting naked, and he had to throw the camera on the floor because he's gonna.
No. Oh, did
sprawl
my
out.
camera fall? Oh shit!
Usually does
Is
every
that
stream.
a T-nut we're seeing on the floor?
Crap, the Tesseract.
Paramount does Pantone as well. I don't know if they got a yellow PTG. I think they mostly do PLA.
Yeah, that's the problem is everybody does the PLA, but believe me, I've checked all of the filament manufacturers. I was trying to see if there's somebody that could make some. I got told no by Coax.
It's so pretty. Because it's me.
But yeah, I don't know if David's doing Pet G at Printed Solid yet, but
I haven't seen any come out of there yet. Not that I could have missed it, but
IC3D will make any color you want. Obviously you gotta
I love my clear container that holds all my scraps.
pay for it, but
Well, I don't expect it for free.
Well, I mean, like, not like if you only wanted one roll, I don't think they'd produce it just for one roll.
You have to make quite a few rolls because
is that your solution when someone asks you paper or plastic, Chris?
It is. I just carry a plastic pre-made bag with me. It's plastic paper bag.
And then
I just love throwing my scraps in here because you actually can see it, and it's cool looking.
And then I can get a custom color made for you like I did for Carl. And it's only a minimum order of 24 rolls.
That's not bad.
But then
I
shipping...
could do 24 rolls.
Shipping's a
It
little
would be a
high.
hot seller here in KC because it's actually the KC yellow.
Nice.
You can get the red from Atomic that's the right color. And then, of course, white and black or white and black. So the only color I'm missing is the yellow because I want to do a bear with the red frame and the yellow PETG, but I can't find one that's close.
Such a smooth layer.
Shoot me an email, and I will give you the contact information, and you can just work with them directly.
NeoPixels are still completely cold to the touch. Let's see, where is my laser thermometer? Here it is.
And I still have my email from Coex where they said no, so I can say, hey, look, I asked you guys to make it, so.
Well, I think Carl asked a few people to make his too, but nobody was interested.
The people I asked were too busy getting ready for Earth, unfortunately.
I'm willing to have anything made and sell anything that anybody wants.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure I can pawn a few rolls off on Matthew Dobby.
Paul Herman says, where's the best place to order Prusa parts? I want to get some FS and Pinda probes. Pinda probes, you should be able to get those from all 3D makers and Printed Solid. That's like the two best places for Prusa parts. It's just tough right now because China's been closed down for so long.
Yeah.
I think Jason's just starting to get shipments out. So
I've had a lot of people tell me I should carry Prusa parts, but I'm like, I don't even have a Prusa, so
yeah, the thing is, like, Prusa really needs a U.S. warehouse. You know, again, the shipping's quick. Like, it's 2 days for most parts, but shipping's like $18. And if you just want, like, a bed thermistor, why am I going to spend $18 for a bed thermistor? I can get it for $7 from Printed Solid. And if I spend $40, I get free shipping. So I'll just order a bunch of bed thermistors and some nozzles. And
I never pay for shipping from Printed Solid.
Yeah, you just got to get that $40 limit.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever placed an order where I couldn't get
Yeah.
Well, no, I never pay shipping no matter what because I never actually have them ship it to me.
You just go pick it up, don't you?
I drive right past it going to and from work every day. I can throw
in Delaware?
my car and hit the building.
You're in Delaware?
I live in Pennsylvania, but I work for DelDot, so I drive right past it to get to my work.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I used to live in Delaware. I moved back to Kansas, so.
You didn't want to not pay taxes.
I live in that corner of PA that's right there right in between Maryland and Delaware. So I literally drive 5 miles through Maryland to get to Delaware.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
It's funny. My first wife grew up in Hawaii. All she'd ever seen of state lines were what they showed on Bugs Bunny cartoons with the big arrows that say state line here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to take her to Christiana Mall. We're driving. I said, okay, we just crossed into Maryland. She's like, yeah, whatever. We go a little further. I said, okay, now we're in Delaware. She goes, oh, will you stop? We're still in Pennsylvania. I said, no, we're in Delaware. We did not cross any big white lines with signs that said state line here. And I about lost it. It was everything I do not to wreck the car.
Well, the states do have the welcome to so-and-so state signs, don't they?
Sometimes major interstates, but not on back. If you're lucky, you're on a back road. You might see the tiny little sign that says, Newark County or whatever.
Yeah, there's so many back roads that crisscross across the 3 states up there. It's crazy.
You cross on 273. There's a sign. It's maybe 1 foot by 2 foot that says "Welcome to Delaware."
Yep.
You blink, you missed it.
Well, Delaware itself, you blink, you miss it, don't you?
Usually on the map, yeah.
No, they have running water now.
Hey, Delaware is one of the best states out there because you don't have to pay sales tax.
No, that's not true because I could get stuff bought back here and shipped to me cheaper than you could buy it in Delaware. You guys are paying sales tax. They just don't charge you when you go to the register.
I can find the same. Well, I'm close enough though. I can find the same items where I live for the same price as Delaware, but I'm not paying the tax for it in Delaware.
Nice.
Correct, because they've got it built into the price already.
Yeah, that's
it's a little more in PA because of taxes, but
Maryland usually has the cheapest gas, but you got to drive 20 miles into Maryland to get it for that cheap price. All the gas stations right across the border take the same price as PA.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Delaware and them worked out to keep that stuff from happening.
Yeah, everything that's within like 5 miles of the state line has the same prices. It's like you got to travel 15, 20 miles into the state, and then you can get the cheap stuff.
Let's see here. All right. I found this the other day when I was going through boxes, my 30 feet of PTFE tube that I have. Or is it 50 feet? It used to be 50 feet. I've used quite a bit of it.
How'd you like my filler dry that I built?
That's pretty cool.
Did you see they came out with a version 2?
Did they really?
Yeah. Yeah, they did. It actually looks nice.
A filler drive?
Is he actually have enough guts to show up to another show though after that?
I think you're talking about the other one.
Filler Dry was the one that Walter took apart, and it was nothing but a hot end heater and a small little 2020 fan.
Oh yeah, that thing. I remember that at Murph. They ran the filament through water.
Yeah,
and
they
then
sold
do the
it for
filler
like
dry.
$150, and Walter added it up, and it was maybe, if you went with Chinese stuff, which we're sure he did, it was maybe $20 worth of stuff.
Hey, capitalism, man.
Filler Dry is currently sold in single units and shipped worldwide. The price is $149 per unit.
Did it say they have stock yet? Because the last time I checked it said out of stock. No, don't know when we'll have more.
I'm hitting order now, and sorry, the requested product is not available.
Yep. Yeah, he was scheduled to be at Earth, and about a month after Walter's stream or video about it, he dropped out.
Yeah, if you click on buy Filler Dry, there's just a broken link.
Yeah, I love how great that atomic. I'm using the PAC, not the PACF, the carbon fiber PET G.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that I have to wipe the nozzle off every few hours because I can't get it to stop blobbing on the nozzle.
Yeah.
I was so mad. I got home from work and it had stopped mid-print for no apparent reason and said the print was done. I'm like, really? So I was like, well, at least I got something to test. I figured I'd do like 5 or 6 test prints, getting it dialed in where it looked nice and I have something to test with. It printed beautiful from the get-go. I'm like, well, I'm not stopping it.
Yeah.
If it's brittle, I'll find out when I take it off the print bed. I'm not stopping it. I pulled it off and I'm trying to break it with my arms and I can't do it. I was like, Natasha's like, stop risking it. You're going to stab yourself with it or something. Like, I got to test. Grab 2 chunks of 2x4s and set it on the floor. And she filmed me doing it once. Like, you're going to break it. You're going to break it. I got it. It's about a foot long and I've got 1 inch of each end of it on the 2x4 and I'm standing in the middle of it. It bowed down a good 1.5 inches, but it held all 200 of my pounds.
Damn.
I was like, and that's only half of the neck. When I put the 2 halves together, the layer lines will be fighting each other. It should be more than strong enough.
I like the videos that Tallman puts out of them printing stuff out and then printing like railroad nails.
Yeah.
And then hitting them with sledgehammers and stuff.
The Tallman 910. I love this Filler Dry website. Faster print times. The Filler Dry enables to print faster. the Fill-A-Dry enables to print faster?
Oh yeah, some of the stuff that it says it can do is hilarious.
That's not even a correct sentence.
Well, the guy's from like Israel or something like that. So.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and this is going to sound totally racist, and it's not meant to be. But if you read everything he writes with an Arab accent, it makes total sense.
Oh, goodness.
If we would be asked to define Fill-A-Dry in one short sentence, it would probably be Fill-A-Dry makes you print better. Fill-A-Dry was born from the need to fight humidity. Filament 3D printing, although very popular and thriving, still suffers from few drawbacks. Boy, that's.
Do they guarantee that?
No. One of the main
better.
Yeah, one of the main problems we deal with in FDM is humidity. Humidity tends to interrupt the printing. It causes nozzle jams, warping of the printed elements, and many other faults. Fill-A-Dry eliminates most of the humidity-related problems just by removing water from the outer part of the filament. Oh, yeah. It's not drying, it's just drying the outside of the filament.
That's all it has time to do.
The main advantage of Fill-A-Dry is the process is done in line with no interference of the printing. As we already mentioned, Fill-A-Dry makes you print better. It is not only dries. Oh Jesus! The outside of the filament also prepares the filament for printing. Fill-A-Dry allows you to print better, smoother, and most important, reduces the clogged and jams of the extruder, saving you precious time and wasted material. As a novice user, it will make your printer much more tolerant for beginners' mistakes. Oh gosh. As an experienced user, you'll get results and qualities you couldn't get before.
2 corners done.
Oh, that means I gotta keep reading. Highlights of the Fill-A-Dry. Improves printing quality. Eliminates 3D printing faults caused by humidity. Higher density fidelity.
Fidelity.
Inline drying. Replaces the cabinet drying process. Plug and play. Improves interlayer adhesion. Allows you to print faster.
Yeah, the fidelity's better when you drop it and it shatters.
Well, welcome to Mr. Rogers' fiction reading today.
Oh, that was horrible. I'm actually pretty decent at reading things and making it sound interesting, but that was just my brain was hurting trying to wrap around some of the sentences. Like, it was jarring.
You too, for only $149.95 can have something that does not work whatsoever.
Hey, here's an interesting fact. Since somebody brought up Mr. Rogers, did you know that he was the reason he wore a sweater on his show?
So he's
because
warm
he
and
had
cuddly.
tattoos from the military. He was on the beach.
Did you watch the Mr. Rogers movie?
No, not yet.
He was a military man.
Yep, a decorated military man. On top of that,
So
he fought
was
with Lee Marvin.
Bob Ross. He was also in
Yeah.
the military.
Oh, the painter guy?
Yeah.
I miss him. I like that show. He was great.
Yeah, it's on. I watch it sometimes before bed. Like if I had like a really crazy day, that shit calms me right down. Like,
Oh yeah,
just
well,
watch
how
them
could it
paint and
not?
talk. So I love throwing down the Joy of Painting is on Amazon Prime and Hulu. So if you ever want to watch
I
it,
have to check it out.
so I think it only starts at season 10, but he went on for like 20 seasons, so he still got 10 seasons, 20 episodes per season of And it's funny is it actually makes me want to paint.
What
I'm-
20 episodes in a season?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, all he did was paint all day and record it.
He did it. He usually recorded an entire season in 1 week.
Makes happy little trees.
So somebody needs to teach Netflix, Disney, and CBS Prime or Plus, whatever, that a season is supposed to be 20 episodes.
Right?
That's how it used to be. I remember watching like some of the shows I used to watch had 30 episodes in a season.
Yeah, you get like 12 episodes. You get your mid-season break for like 2 months during the holidays and the Super Bowl and all that. Then they come back with another 12 episodes, and that was a season. Now it's what Netflix did this one, Ragnarok. A whopping 6 episodes for the season. I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's because the budget is like $20 million now for a season, versus back in the day it was not. Oh, we got Brian Vines.
Finally,
I'm a little-
Brian.
Brian Vines.
Girl,
Welcome
body.
to the joy of printing.
I can hang out for about 10 minutes or so, and then I need to get going.
Oh, that's just enough time.
That's lame, Brian.
I'm really upset at Netflix. They stopped making The Ranch.
My friend really likes that show. Him and
Oh,
his
it's
daughter used to
hilarious,
watch
man.
it.
Sam Elliott is the greatest. I'm sorry.
I concur.
He is so good.
I like how Bob's saying that Game of Thrones got away with it. They've been doing it before Game of Thrones. Like some of these series that I've watched on national TV were just like, here's 10 episodes this season. I'm like, what?
I don't like little short series where it's only a handful of episodes.
I don't mind it if it's like a documentary and it's on the same topic and it's like a 2-hour episode every time. Like that's not bad because it's a documentary.
Yeah.
Like, but when it's like a show that's involved with characters and plots and storylines, I'm like, they're aging too quickly.
The other thing I don't like is when they split a season and you get like 13 episodes and then 6 months goes by and then you get the next 13 episodes or whatever.
That's what they like to do to us now.
It's like season 1A, season 1B.
Well, now you get 8 episodes and you got to wait a year until season 2 comes out.
Oh.
I hate to think how long you have to wait for season 2 of The Mandalorian.
Oh, I still haven't watched it yet.
I haven't either.
It's on my list.
Baby Yoda dies.
Perfect.
Bastard.
And if you believe that one, I've got some swampland in Saudi Arabia, I'll tell you.
Nice. That's my favorite country.
Spoiler alert, the swampland is actually inside a hotel.
So that's in Dubai.
Oh, they're doing a 3D printing meetup in Dubai this year.
Yeah, I saw Joe said something about that. I'm like, must be nice.
They're going to that one and they're not going to Murph. So I'm like, why would you go to that and not go to Murph? Like Murph.
Well, Joe said he was still going to Murph though.
Yeah, Bruce is just not going to be there. Because they're, well, at least on their website. Their website is a list of where they're going, and Murph's not on there. It's just Murph 2019 is there. Murph 2020 is not there. It's not on their list of shows to be in.
Yeah, Joe said it was probably just going to be him. I think they were just planning on having a couple people and just setting up and walking around, I think was the plan. And now it's like it may just be him.
Yeah.
So when he sees you, Chris, does he give you dirty looks?
I haven't seen him since the last time I saw him at Murph, and we were friends at the last Murph. This time we're not friends anymore, so we'll see if see how many dirty looks I get.
He asked me my opinion of the Mini, and I'm like, and I was honest. I'm like, it's nice and all, but it's not my cup of tea. I'm like, I don't want smaller. I want bigger. If it's not at least 300 by 300, I don't touch it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He just gives me this stink eye. He goes, we're not friends no more. I'm like, wait, we were friends?
No,
that's check humor. You're still friends.
As soon as they announced the Mini, I was like, what the? Why go smaller?
We've all been picking him for the XL for years. And I've only been 3D printing for years.
Well, but here's the huge problem with that. You know, he's the Ender 2 was already out. That's their small one, right?
Yeah.
The Ender 2.
Ender 2, and Ender 3.
Well, yeah, but the Ender 2 is the one that's got the arm that hangs over just like this one. The Ender
the cantilever design, yeah.
Yeah.
So, the monoprice Mini Prusa?
Well, yeah, but he's competing with that's already been out there, and he did maybe just as crappy of a job, if not as crappy of a job as that.
Man, that Ender 2 printed like a champ, though. It was just really hard to work with.
It's a little. The Ender 2 is a little bit fiddly to level, but
yeah.
I wrote a little leveling G code that moves the nozzle directly over the top of each of the 3 adjuster points, so I can at least get those, and that seems to get it.
Yeah, the 3 points work really well if the bed is perfectly flat. If
Yeah.
the bed is not perfectly flat, you want 4 points.
Yeah.
Well,
Which
the
is
bed
why
on the Mini's not perfectly flat. I can tell you that for a fact.
Well, it's PCB. Every time you heat it, it's going to do something weird.
Yeah, but
So,
mine's low in the back corner.
yeah, that's never good.
It's really jacked up. So
I blame Brian. He should have thrown some more dad jokes at the Mini.
I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm not even able to come up with a joke right now.
I know.
Yeah,
I haven't heard
it's-
pun one since you got here.
Sorry.
He's Canadian
love
now.
him.
He's just apologizing the whole time.
Sorry.
No, it's sorry,
Sorry.
Day.
A is only after a question.
That's right, eh?
So there you go. Did you adjust your E-steps? No. You do it.
Hi,
says-
John.
He makes Brian tired. Keith, you got to go to Murph, man. If you're not going to Murph, you got to stop on one of the streams one day and hang out. And we got to get Vert in here. We're going to have 2 Marlin devs. That will be the final frontier.
We're the final countdown.
Oh, and it turned to purple. It worked.
Yay.
hey, Josh, you
Perfect
forgot my
delicious.
Alien 3D hat in the surf box.
It's funny.
I guess I ended up with it.
Somebody ordered a Earth box the other day, and they ordered 4 Alien 3D hats along with them, and 2 of them were sold out. So now I have to have more hats made.
You better call John Mack.
Well, they're not the.
They're not embroidered. They're the
they're not the embroidered
vinyl,
ones.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just selling them to support my aunt's business because that's what she's.
Yeah, they're actually in 2 bigger buildings this year, John.
I thought they were in 3 buildings.
Well, he was talking about they had so many people signing up. They were debating about getting a 3rd. The only thing I don't like is everywhere I've searched, they've got these pictures of the 2 buildings and all the booths numbered and the tables numbered. But I can't find a legend of who is what number anywhere.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, okay, great. You made numbered booths, but tell us in advance who got what.
I don't think they've finalized it yet.
The legend of numbered booth.
I mean, it'll be nice to go to Murph and not be playing the
Musical
okay,
chair.
who can sneak in first and claim a table and then get yelled at for taking a table when you're not supposed to be inside.
Hey, it's Amethyst
Looks very-
Sporkaki.
It
It's very
is.
purple.
Somebody get Tom Lama in here to pronounce that for us.
Purple.
There you go.
Amethyst.
Amethyst.
Yeah.
Am a fist.
I am a fist. I look really
All right.
good. These layers turn out perfect.
Techie Jad just said that they weren't going to release it until a week out. The booth
Okay.
information.
But they are going to release it in advance. That's good.
Yeah, that's half
a
the
week
battle.
before.
At least everybody will know where they're setting up before they get there instead of having to do the whole, fight and figure it out.
Yeah, last year was pretty fun watching people just like, I'm just going to be setting up here.
I felt so sorry for the gold sponsors that got shoved off into the other building.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize it. I told him I wanted to get a booth and I wanted to pay. And I said, hey, can you make up another bronze spot or something? I missed out. I wanted to bring the night. And they're like, oh, no, we saw the pictures. Just bring it. We'll find room for you. And me and Mike just kind of shared a space, and we took a little bit extra. And inside the mind of Matt, luckily he never stays at his table. He turned his diagonal, so I had a little bit more room and left.
It's one way to do it.
But if I'd have known they were shoving gold sponsors over in the other building, though, I'd have been like, man, I need to go somewhere else. That wasn't right.
No, that's the one. It's the correct thing to do.
Okay, y'all. I'm tired. Thanks for letting me in, though.
Slacker.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, Brian Vines.
Okay. Bye.
Slacker.
Good night,
No,
Brian Vines.
you're a slacker. It's in your Twitter handle.
I'm waving in
That
spirit,
is-
Brian. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. Have a good evening, everybody.
You too, man.
Bye, Brian.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Didn't get David Randolph to design a top part of an enclosure for this for me.
Do it.
Do you want it domed or flat?
Ooh, domed would be kind of cool.
Flat domed.
If you want it domed, I'll find a website for you. When I was doing the upgrades to the Da Vinci's, I actually found a website that you can order custom sized RV skylight domes, and they were reasonably priced. Imagine if you did a bulk order, it'd be even better.
You think the wiring harness though would hit it?
Depends on how big your dome is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. That's kind of cool idea though.
Let me see if I can still find the website.
Paul Herbin, are you asking me what printer this is? This is my prototype Tesseract.
I need a prototype printer.
You got one.
I hear that hint.
You got that SKR.
Disappointed in the blue thing in my corner? Oh, Eddie, that was my birthday present. They sent it to me.
Yeah, you can't be mad at birthday presents, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's not.
What blue thing?
The Ziltech gear.
Looks like it prints pretty good.
It printed decently. My first and only print. No, he has the version 1. This is the version 2. I don't know what the difference between the two is. But like there are things like it's got a PCB 300 by 300 PCB bed. It takes forever to heat up. And that's my only complaint with it so far, but I've only printed one thing with it.
Hey, Paul, yes, Chris has got a mini, but it's in pieces.
Eddie Moser could tell you all the good and bad things from the version 1.
Well, dang it, let's get him on stream. Let's see. Oh, I need to change something in firmware on the gray printer.
I got a mini. You got questions, Paul? I can tell you all the good and the bad about it.
You said the Priest Mini is a beta. Yeah, it's not a prototype. It's a beta.
Yeah,
It's posted the link there, Josh.
EasyTopsWorldwide.com.
Worldwide. Whoa. I'm impressed just by the very first picture I saw.
Oh. Oh, I'm in the wrong.
This would be awesome to stick on top of it. It'd really make it look like a spacey.
Check out that white dome. Right there on the first page. That would be perfect.
Well, if you look at the very, very, very top, the fourth image over, it says large domes, the clear one.
You want the bubble?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm with him. I like the parabolic,
Oh, if you click on large domes, the third one over. Looks like an alien eye.
That would be perfect.
See?
That's awesome.
You could get it slightly tinted.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I don't need it to be super high on the front part, because by that point the wiring harness is too
the
low.
third one over is a mistake.
Is it?
What can happen when forming?
Oh.
Well, that would be perfect for Josh.
Oh, wait, you see the second one over? It's actually on a UFO if you click on it.
Yep, it's actually got Josh inside it.
That's friggin' awesome.
Is that your front yard, Josh?
If I ever get that UFO assembled, it's what it'd look like.
All right, turning adaptive step smoothing back on.
I'm gonna bookmark this site. Definitely doing that.
It took me forever to find some place to do the domes for the Da Vinci's that wasn't outrageous. I think it was like, I want to say I paid like $20 a piece for them, and I only bought 5.
Wow, that's it.
Let me pull up my invoice.
That's
I'm going off
cheap,
of memory here. Let me see. $31.60 a piece. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Yeah, Josh, you got to make sure you put an appendix in that dome so you don't catch fire.
Yeah, they were.
Well, I could sell it as an upgrade.
Yeah, they were 12 by 12 by 3s, the one I got.
Yeah, this is 18 by 18 by, well, 18.5 by 18.5, and I'll probably have to go at least a foot high. I don't know. I still got to figure out the wiring on this.
Okay. That's correct.
I printed one of those new damn Y helpers from Grager that he put out, and I can't find the damn thing.
I hate when I do that.
And now all my printers are broke because the mini broke, and I'm waiting on parts.
Oh man.
I got all my printers in pieces because I'm gonna do the GTR upgrade on the one for the MMU, and I got to finish the SKR tomorrow. And that's the one I need to reset the Y-axis on because I had to tear it apart to put all the little things in the new for the case for the SKR.
Yeah.
And it sucks doing it with a ruler.
Yeah, I always use calipers anyway for the Y-axis.
Yeah, I tried that, but I have issues with that too. So
Eddie's talking about how noisy his version 1 was. They must have listened to you somewhat because this thing's quiet as heck now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just turned it on, and I don't know if the PSU fan automatically comes on or not, but I mean, when this thing's moving.
So, Chris, are you working with Keith on a E3 Mini and the Mini, or is that something he's working on?
He designed something, and that's something I was working on with Orlando from All 3D Makers to sell a kit that would be actually cheaper than a Mini.
Oh, okay.
So people can build their own Mini for less money with a firmware.
Yeah, because that frame is like $60. That's cheap.
Yeah. We'd make that better. It's a nice thing when you make your own firmware, you can improve things. And
all right, guys, I think I'm going to bow out.
Have a good one.
Good night, Carl. Thanks for stopping by. Everyone donate to Carl's belt printer funds.
Oh, did you see the post I put earlier?
Probably not. I have been on social media much.
Somebody bought my entire Amazon wish list.
Oh, snaps.
Yeah. I don't want to blow it way more than I would have ever expected anybody to donate.
I thought I was good donating filament shit.
The guy messaged me because I had helped him a lot with building because it's one of the several people that have been messaging me lately working on building their White Knights. And he's like, yeah, is your Amazon wish list up to date? And I'm like, I go out, I check. Some of it's bad, so I get it all fixed up to date. I said, yeah, it's up to date. The next day I get a message, yeah, I just bought your entire wish list.
That's awesome.
I'm like, I love it, and at the same time, it's like I had it on the wish list, so it's my own fault. I had an Elgu Mars on that wish list. I'm like, great, the guy's an enabler. Now I've got another medium of 3D printing. I'm like, I am not
awesome.
I'm not even taking it out of the box till after Murph, though. I'm like, no, I don't have time to mess with that right now.
Yeah, the Mars is pretty cool. It's pretty easy to use too. And for $250,
the hardest thing is just make sure you've got it level.
Yeah,
that's not even hard.
Leveling's stupid easy on all of them. Well, I've never used a Mars on the Photon and my Phenom. It was easy.
The Photon's exactly like the Mars. It's just got a different case around it.
Yeah, so it's the same.
All of those cheaper ones like that, they all have the same stuff, just different enclosures around them.
Now, Eddie, you want to hear a loud printer from just a fan? Let me turn my jet engine on for a second.
But yeah, that was why I was asking you about that computer, though, Chris. I got to build a new wish list now.
Yeah.
I need more items to put in the new wish list. I'm like, I need a new computer.
Yeah, dude, I love this. Like, I'm a Mac guy, but I really like this computer.
That was all Amazon, wasn't it?
Yeah. Almost all. Some of it was Newegg.
Okay.
But 99% of it was.
If you can find that BOM, send it to me.
Yeah, I should have it saved in PC Part Picker.
Is it AMD or Intel?
Ryzen 7, so AMD.
Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah,
that's Ryzen 7, 32 gig of RAM. It is a AMD Radeon graphics card, but it's actually really nice. Like, I don't game on it, but it transcodes super fast. And then it's got a M2, the .M2, whatever.
Yeah, the M.2 drive in it.
Yep, as the main boot drive, and then it's got 2 500 gig SSDs.
Yeah, that's nice. I want a Ryzen 7, but I'm not ready to drop that kind of cash yet.
Good night, Carl.
Jet. Take it easy,
Carl.
Yeah, Michael, I wasn't sold on anything, but you know, watching the reviews on Ryzen stuff is just, you know, if you're not a huge gamer, there's no reason to have Intel. Like, if you're just playing Call of Duty, you can still run it just as fine. Like, for me, for everything I've read was competitively. If you're playing competitive, you get the highest Intel 9900 or whatever. But if you're
that Ryzen 7 is a totally different chipset. That's blowing Intel out of the water.
Yeah, it's an 8-core or whatever it is. I don't know what it is anymore. Let me go.
Those new Ryzen chips that are coming out. I agree with you. The older AMD stuff was horrible, but these new Ryzen chipsets are the bomb.
Yeah, this is an 8-core, so it's a Ryzen 7 2700, 3.2 gigahertz, 32 gig of RAM.
Yeah, I have a Ryzen 7 2700X 8-core.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely want to put 64 in this. Like, it's cheap to get it, but I'll probably swap all the RAM. Supposedly the RAM I bought was supposed to be compatible with this board and processor, but I still need to... When I use the profile to set it correct, so it's running at the correct frequency, sometimes it's weird. So I'm going to pick a different RAM.
Choking?
No, it just... Sometimes I'll get, like, screen glitches. So I did some changes to make it work, and yeah. But like,
are you running? You're running a Ryzen 7, so they should pretty much have the BIOSes.
Yeah.
You running the updated BIOS on it?
I did at that time. I haven't changed anything since then.
Okay.
I should probably update the BIOS at some point.
Well, I mean, if you did it at the time, you're probably. I doubt that they've changed too much except for add a CPU compatibility to it now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and then the other thing I got going is, a lot of things plugged in USB. 4 cameras total, plus headphones, plus microphone, plus like everything. Like, there's so many things. There's 12. There's a 12, two 7 USB ports right there, and there's about 10 things plugged in right now.
Yeah, I was looking at the new boards because I was thinking about building a Ryzen system, and by the time I added everything up, I'm like, no, I ain't ready to drop that kind of cash yet.
Yeah, this computer is only 1,200 total with everything. I mean,
yeah, but
I had a
that's
monitor.
Still quite a bit.
Yeah,
that's still quite a bit. I got 4 monitors that are sitting side by side and on top of each other, so I don't need a monitor, but it was crazy at what it was going to cost me.
Yeah. All right.
But some of those boards had like 13 USB ports on them now.
Yeah.
Like,
this one had 2, 4. This has like 8, which is more than enough.
I think mine came with 8, and then I added a powered hub.
Yeah, I think I will add a powered in the back.
For 7 more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that new 3700 or the newest Ryzens that came out are just
they're pretty insane.
Amazing. I watch a lot of benchmarking videos, and they're just killing Intel right now. It'll be interesting to see what Intel does, because they've been just lagging along for the longest time because AMD hasn't had anything to challenge them.
Yeah, not in a while, no. Yeah, it's, I used to be big into computers. I used to build all mine when I was in high school. I mean, that was when there wasn't like a PC part picker website. It was just like you would like ask your friends if you can buy their old computers off of them, and I mean, you can buy RAM, and you could buy some really crappy CDRWs drives and stuff like that. So you really couldn't get too fancy, but for the longest time I was building them, and then I was like, I switched to Mac, and I'm like, now I had to build this streaming computer. I was like, okay, someone hold my hand.
Well, things change so much anymore. I mean, hell, I haven't kept up with it in a long time. And
yeah, I still don't. I mean, I know I want to upgrade the RAM to 64 because I want to start doing actual more video, and I really want to transcode a lot more video. But first I have to build a NAS. Like, that's my next project, is to put money away to build a NAS, because I can't stand like not being able to access all my file systems.
Oh, NAS is easy. You don't need a bunch of money for that. All you need is to buy the hard drives and a cheap system board that'll hold all the hard drives you want. And I can give you a USB key that you can boot up and run your NAS off of.
Yeah, there's free NAS and stuff that I've looked at that project, but the problem is the drives I want. How much storage I want is going to cost me the money.
Well, are you going to use what drives are you looking at? Because the spindle drives are cheap for.
Well, I'm most likely going to get Western Digital Reds, the NAS drives.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those when I caught them on sale at Micro Center for like $99 one time.
Yeah, and so I'm a photographer as my day job. So upstairs, my main editing computer has like 32 terabytes of hard drive space, and I only buy like the best drives. So like that stuff I've kept up on. But like when I'm doing my NAS, I'm sitting here like, okay, I want it to be just as stable because I want to be able to edit video on this computer. If I'm upstairs, I'll edit on that computer and all that stuff.
Well,
and
I can tell you FreeNAS is very stable. It rocks.
Yeah. I'd probably end up having to put, I'd probably do 4 4s and do a RAID.
Well, you got to watch out what RAID you do too, because that takes up space away from your actual drives. So
many options.
Yeah, RAID is great, except that it takes away from how much. Like if you do 4 drives and you do a RAID 5, you're going to lose almost a whole drive. doing a RAID 5.
Oh dang! This guy's got a. He's got a Dell R710. I'm like, this thing is crazy. Mr. Mouser. Yeah, I was looking at QNAP, and I was going to do red, because the thing is, like, I saw another one, too, that runs off a Pi 4. There's, like, this Pi 4 and a hat that you can put 4 SSD drives, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, but SSDs aren't big enough to...
Yeah.
You can't buy them big enough to get...
Not at a good price. You can get some decent ones, but not at a price I want to pay right now. I'd rather do the reds.
Yeah, spindles are still pretty reliable, so...
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I want to do 4s, and I wanted to start with 4 4s and do RAID. Just like one back up to one and the other one back up to the other one, and then...
Oh, so you want to do a RAID 10?
Yeah.
A RAID 10.
Yeah.
That way it's striped and it'll be mirrored, so...
Yeah, that's basically what I want to do, and then that way I lose one drive, so I'd lose 8 terabytes. So I'd have 8 terabytes and 8 as backup, each one individually having its own to back up to. And then eventually add more drives to that. So I want something that can hold up to 8 drives total. So, because I go through storage like crazy, and there's other people in the house, and I'm like, you know, I can make their own... they can log into and put storage on stuff if they want to access it. Cause,
well, there's your problem. The other people in the house.
Well, they could probably use like a terabyte. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it'll definitely be networked. So, and I don't need access outside the house. I just need it to work in here. And the thing is, I have Mac and PC in here, so it's just like...
Well, that's where FreeNAS is nice, because you got all your tools right there to where you can share it out and they can both see it. So,
yeah.
I've got a FreeNAS box. I think I have like 10 1 terabyte drives in it. Western Digital Reds.
Oh, it's not bad at all.
And it boots up the same way every time because it's all on USB key. It's awesome.
Yeah, there's so many options in the world. Like with me, unfortunately, like I'm not good at... Like I kind of procrastinate looking... Like, not procrastinate, but I'm really particular. I'm like, okay. And I'll like weigh out all the options. Like even with printer stuff, I just weigh out all... Like when the SKR 1.3 came out, I was like, man, I really want to swap all my Prusas to this, and then I weighed the options, like, it's still missing some things, you know, and Marlin wasn't at Marlin 2.0 yet, and I was like, you know, so I just waited. Like, I'm one of those people, like, I will wait until the thing that hits all of my, you know, my checklists, then I'll buy it.
You got a Micro Center close to you?
No. I got a Fry's.
Micro Center has 2 gigabyte Western or 2 terabyte Western Digital drives right now on sale for $89.
That's not bad at all.
Nope.
Got a Silky Chris.
4 terabytes for $139.
What? That's not fair.
What?
$189. So if I want to put
139, you mean?
Oh, 139. So 140 each. Yeah, but I want to put 4 in my computer, or 4 in my NAS. So that's
less than you just spent on all these damn printers.
Yeah, but my printers give me satisfaction. My NAS will give me quality of life.
No, your NAS will give you job security.
This is true.
You have to look at it that way. You got your priorities mixed up.
Well, all of my computer stuff is all RAID. Like I've got a 32 terabyte setup that, you know, everything's RAID, whatever. I forget what. I didn't set it up. My buddy did because he's the computer expert on that stuff. But it's a custom, you know, RAID setup, and I've got one that's SSD. So when I'm editing, I just move over the files I need to the SSD RAID system, edit off of that, and then it automatically backs up whatever I'm editing to the non-SSD drive RAID setup. So yeah, it's pretty high tech. Yeah, drives are getting cheaper. That's the nice thing. Everyone's over here like RAID 6. Yeah, that sounds about right. Josh is all quiet over there.
Sorry, I'm putting together CAD exo slides.
What?
Hey, I
So
promised
fancy.
I wouldn't send you an email, Josh. What's up with the boxes?
I'm so freaking irritated. Like the last box company I used, so the company I was using for a year and a half, I was like, look, okay, I need just a little bit smaller box because I was using 9x6x4s.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't fit in the envelope. So I needed 9 by 5.5 by 3.5.
Yeah.
And I contacted them and they said, yeah, we do custom boxes. Send what you need to this email. So I did. And they wrote back and they're like, well, we don't really do custom box sizes. We've got 20 different sizes that are most common. I was like, yeah, but you don't have this size. This is the size I need. And they're like, sorry, we don't do custom boxes. I'm like, I've literally paid thousands of dollars to you. You can't make, a cut. They're like, no. I was like, all right. So then I switched to another company that did offer custom sizes. But like I ordered on the 11th and didn't get them until the 14th of the following month. I was like, this is freaking ridiculous. So then I found this other company and they're like, yeah, we've got a production time of 11 days. So I was like, all right, cool. So I ordered them on February 16th, thinking that, I'd get them by around March 1st. And it is now March 7th. And they sent me an email, I think, 2 days ago that they're going into production. I am freaking pissed.
I'm angry with you.
So you guys will probably get March and April's boxes very close together.
I think we go to their house and poop on their porch.
I don't care if you send mine in a brown paper bag as long as the contents don't change.
You know, honestly, I was surprised. I only had 2 people out of the survey that I sent out say that they don't want different boxes. Everybody else was like, either we don't care, occasionally would be nice, send them in just the envelope, you don't even have to put them in boxes. I'm like, you guys are all amazing.
Yeah, I don't care how it comes from me as long as I still get the stuff inside.
I'm the same way. You can wrap it in toilet paper as long as it arrives in one piece.
Clean toilet paper.
Yeah, please don't use the used stuff. And right now that might actually be more wanted. Like people probably love some toilet paper because everyone's sold out.
I don't understand the sale of toilet paper being an issue. I don't get that.
Don't worry about it. Just accept
Look,
it.
the media is scaring everybody.
Yeah, but what is toilet paper going to do against the flu?
They just don't want to run out of it.
It's like, if you run out of toilet paper, go hop in the shower,
Curb stomp that poop down the drain.
Exactly. That was a bit far, but I meant go in the toilet and then go take a shower afterwards. But I mean, you could curb stomp it too. That works. You weirdo.
Yep.
Yeah, I am a weirdo. That is correct. You didn't know that about me? pretty much my thing.
I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, not everything works up here sometimes. You give me a 3D printers are like a puzzle for me. Like, you know how old people just like put puzzles together and that's like their hobby? I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, well, you're just super fast at it, because I swear, it wasn't but, 4 days ago we talked about the first time doing an SKR, and you've damn near got all your printers done, and I'm just going to finish mine up tomorrow.
Welcome to the future. I'm really good at talking to smarter people and memorizing the things they say, so that's always been like one of the traits. Like when I was in school, I never studied for anything. Like even in college, I never studied. Like as long as I could be there when they're lecturing, I could memorize it all. And I'd lose it immediately. Like if I don't do it, like it's gone. And that's how I am with 3D printing. Like I hang out smarter people, ask them questions, look at, GitHub repositories and look at YouTube videos. And like 3 days later, I'm like, I can do this. It's just annoying because sometimes I don't, I'll just forget it. Like if I don't use a G-code command for like 6 months, I don't remember that G-code command anymore. So I have to look it back up. But then once I know it, it's like you can ask me that a week from now and I'll know it off the top of my head without even trying. So like if I went back to writing Prusa start G-code, I'll be like, oh crap, it's G90s, right? Is it G90 that's mesh bed leveling? I can't remember. It's something weird like that. G28W for home, and then I think it's G90 is mesh for Prusa.
Yeah, no more Prusa G-code for me.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that sucks is like you spend all that time learning their G-code language and doesn't line up with Marlin, but then they change it. Like when they originally had the TMC drivers, they had M9 13 through 16 dedicated to TMC drivers, which is very close to what Marlin had. But what they switched was the currents were M350 in Marlin, and current was like M9 something that wasn't in Marlin for Prusa. And they decided to disable the TMC commands, but enable M350. I was like, I can't do this, guys. Y'all keep changing shit for no reason.
Trying to make it their own, man. Trying to make it their own.
Well, yeah. Like we've had this discussion with some of the Marlin developers when we've had like live streams. It's like Prusa's, they're really smart. I think Thinky had said it the best. He's like, Prusa comes in at the right time, takes what they need from Marlin, and then just models it into what they need it to be, and it works. Which is a slight jab because they don't push back into Marlin. So when Prusa does develop something that's unique, it doesn't end back up in Marlin.
Right.
So then Marlin has to, if people request it, Marlin has to reverse engineer it, if it's even possible. Like
that's
some of the stuff.
Shitty of them.
Yeah, that's why I was getting those. Is Prusa truly open source? I get in that argument a lot. I'm like, well, they don't release a build of materials with their printers, and they also don't release certain CAD files, and there's certain things that they're just like on the edge.
Yeah. Oh, I've noticed. I figured it all out on my own. Trust me.
Yeah. Paul Herman M503 does work on a Prusa board. That's just recall your EEPROM.
Yeah, I've used that one. I can verify that.
I use that one a lot. And M502 since I've had the SKR because it really saves everything to EEPROM. Like, I'm like, there's so many things. Yeah, Keith, you're right. Probe compensation was nice. Like, thank you, Marlin devs, for getting us probe compensation. That's where you
That's when I bought my SKRs, when they said they had that implemented.
Yep.
Because
that's
what
why I
was
waited
waiting for.
I was waiting too. Like, I want to do the SKR 1.3, but I didn't want to swap all my printers over to BL Touch. Like, I do actually like the pin to probe. I don't hate it. Like, it's fine. It has some advantages.
Dobby does. Matthew Dobby does. He can't stand it.
What's funny is the pin to probe works better on the SKR than it did when it was a Mark III.
he says the way he prints hot, it screws it all up. So
yeah, that temp table's probably not set for anything that hot.
Oh, now he's changed his story. He likes it now.
Oh. All right. So I just saved a new mesh into the thing. Actually, you know what? I should probably wipe EEPROM.
So here's my question. If on that UBL that you're doing, Chris, can you name it?
No, you can't name it.
No. I mean, like, how it shows up on the screen. So if you wanted to call one Prusa textured or something.
It's just slot 1 through 10 or something.
Oh, really? You can't actually give it an ID?
So what you could do is you can make a custom command. So you can, in the custom menu, you can do custom command like load, you could do textured sheet, or textured mesh. And then you click that and it would load that mesh. But you don't have to do it from the menu. You can just do it from G-code. So in G-code, you just be like load mesh 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want before the print. So you don't actually have to do it on the screen. But you could do it on the screen.
I'm going to get confused.
Yeah, so there's two ways to do it. Like, you could load it from the screen. So you can load, if you set it in the custom commands, you could be like load textured sheet. And then you, instead of running a G29 L1, which loads the first one, you could just be like G29 and I think A. I can't remember. There's a command that just uses whatever's loaded in EEPROM. So you'd change it on the screen, and then everything you'd use from, you can use it only one mesh command in the start G code. I'll figure it out. I'll try to make it easier. I just have to learn how it works.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I get my printer up tomorrow, because I'm definitely getting it up and running tomorrow, I'll look at it too, because I mean, I don't necessarily care if you can name it on screen like Prusa did it, but it would be nice if you could set a name and then just save your mesh to whatever that name is.
Yeah.
Because I want to get one of those Utilistic sheets as well.
Suitable for heavy. Oh, I forgot I can do that. I'm with you, Eddie. Tony, that's one nice thing that I've noticed with Marlin and the bed leveling. I haven't had to change my, my Z offset for PETG or PLA, but you can set that in Start G code. You can do a Z offset for each. Like if you have a PETG profile, you can do a Z offset and save that into the Start G code.
Same thing. I've never had to touch my Z for the difference in PLA or PETG unless I change sheets. So.
Yeah, I haven't had to either. Okay.
Of course, I'm hooked on that textured sheet, and if I get one of those Utila sticks like you got, Ulti stick, excuse me, and it can do both. I won't need.
Why do you like the Ulti stick over anything else?
Because it'll do PLA as well.
Well, I really like textured sheets for PETG. Like, I print a poop ton of PETG, and it self-releases. Like, with PEI, sometimes they'll bond, and you just ruin your PEI sheet.
Yep.
But
I feel like I use the ones from TH3D, and I've never had a problem.
Yeah, but they don't make them for the Prusa.
With PETG, oh, they don't?
Yeah, I don't think they do. I think they did, but they stopped selling that size because not many people are ordering it.
Well, but those were just the plain steel sheets. They didn't offer it with PET on it, did they?
They've got textured powder coat sheets now.
Yeah, they do have textured sheets now. But I don't think they sell it in 250 by
he
2.
He said he won't do the Prusa anymore because nobody bought them.
Yeah, I mean he caters to a very large creality group. There's no point.
Yeah, he's a Chinese shop for sure. Because he makes his own stuff for those printers.
Yeah. Tim.
Yep. Which is fine. I mean, I didn't know about him, or I would have bought some sheets from him. Because when he was blowing those things out, I bought I think 6 sheets, and I'm putting different coatings on them to test and play with them.
Yeah. So Tony, even with Prusa, you can do. No, wait. I don't think you can do it in Prusa because that doesn't have the Z offset command. You can do an M. Let me pull it up here. I'm still learning my Marlin offset. Set home offsets. Set offsets. Here we go. You can do an M851 offset. So you can do whatever if you think it needs to be 0.05 higher, you would just do M851 and then Z and then change whatever 0.5 you want from your normal one. And that would be your higher offset for that print. And it wouldn't save to EEPROM. So you can do it just for your PETG profile. Got to learn all these new damn commands. And Marlin's list is long as poop.
Yeah, there's a crap ton of stuff in there.
Yeah, and there's all new, there's with doing the Z probing by each motor and leveling the gantry to the bed, the G26 command. Just more stuff to learn.
There's a lot of probing in
this one?
3D printing.
Yeah. What's cool is the UBL, I'm doing 10 by 10 and it's stored. And then when I run a print, it does a 3-point to just do the gantry and then it's done. It takes 10 seconds to start a print versus 40 seconds of probing.
So does leveling your bed, say if I'm doing nylock, does that change with the independent Z? Do I have to do something different?
If you do nylock, then you would still do the Z gantry. Your order of operations just changes. So you do your nylock mod, and then you do the Z gantry, and then you do a mesh. If you don't do the nylock, you just do the gantry and the mesh. Because the nylock just adjusts the bed's that is weird. You're just trying to get the bed flat. So your order of operations is definitely do a mesh to find how off it is, adjust the mesh, adjust the nylock points to get it all flat. And then once your bed's flat, you then do, because the skew doesn't matter. You're not worried about the skew. You shouldn't be skewing it so out of proportion that you need to do a major Z change. But thinking about it, people could be doing that. They could, if their gantry is not level before they're meshing, they could be adjusting the nylock mod completely wrong. And then when they do
that's what I was curious about, because now you're adjusting each side of the Z one at a time. So if you're skewed and you're higher on one side than the other,
yeah,
that's going to throw your mesh thing off, isn't it?
Well, it won't throw the mesh off because the mesh is rerun, but it'll definitely make it harder to level.
Right.
So, on a Prusa, because it doesn't actually it doesn't actually level the gantry to the bed, it levels it to the tops of the Z-axis.
Right.
So if your bed's skewed, it's always going to be level to the axis, which that's incorrect. Your bed might not be level to the axis tops. Not to mention if there's a print difference, it could be off a 0.5 millimeter. So
where can I get some of those little things that go back under the bed? Because I've lost one or two of mine.
The little spacers?
Yeah.
I just use brass. I'll show you what I use. I have them in a box right here. Somewhere. Here that is. I switch all my printers over to these. I went to Amazon and bought a 100-pack. I went to McMaster-Carr and bought 100 of these. Good to go. Switch into the camera.
You and that damn McMaster-Carr screwed me.
Yeah. So I buy brass standoffs that already have the screw on the bottom. So it's a 6mm standoff with the screw attached already. I attach that to the bed. That way they don't fall off. And then I just buy a shorter screw with the proper head on it. And that's it. So it's a 6mm spacer with a M3 screw bottom. It's a male, and then the female's where you stick the one that holds the bed down. Dude.
So what length is your screw?
I can tell you. I've got a giant thing here.
Because that's my problem. Is I hate those spacers because they always fall off.
Anybody listening to this conversation who did not know what y'all were talking about, they just
3 mil.
3 mil.
Yeah. So M3 3 mil. Let's see. Someone said had any issues with smooth and textured sheets being. So that's the thing is you should never use a PEI sheet as your probe for nylock because the glue thickness isn't the same glue thickness throughout. And I wish you could probe right on the bed. So the thing is, like, if you change surfaces, the nylock mod really doesn't help because it's only telling you how flat the surface that's on top of the bed is, not how flat the actual bed is. So that's why I prefer like learning how to do this UBL crap, or like Josh is doing on his Tesseract, is adding an actual like MiG-6 flat aluminum bed with a heater on it because it's flat. Like it's much flatter than this PCB beds are ever going to be.
Hey, nuts and screws are a fact of life.
Yeah. They're going over the birds and bees of nuts and screws. Pretty much. Okay, so now let me confirm that the mesh is loaded. So Grabe disconnected from Repetier.
McMaster-Carr, here I come.
Yeah, the one thing I'm worried about though, with my bed is that it's so big, and I don't know if it's gonna bow.
Is it? How thick is it?
I've got to talk to Jason again to see how thick the one he quoted me for.
If you do 6 mil, it shouldn't bow.
Well, I know the one that 3D Fused quoted me. It was 1/8 of an inch thick.
That's thin.
Yeah. Well, I got to talk to Jason and see how thick the one is he quoted me. Shit, where'd Fusion go? Did I close it? Son of a biscuit.
1/8 is only 3.2 millimeters.
Yeah.
That's gonna bow at that size. Unless it's supported. I mean, if you support in the center.
But see, I don't know if I can support in the center with the
silicone heater. Yeah. You might have to get a custom one with a hole in the center. I don't know. Yeah, Eddie's even concerned. And yeah, if you get mix 6, it's flat. But if you get it, you have to get 6 mil. Like, it's going to be expensive at that size, but it's not going to warp. And it's not going to flex. Because I was working with Jason to make one that's a PCB heated one. Like, it's built in to be lighter to put on a Prusa. But it's just so expensive. Because I wanted to, like, carve magnet holes and print PCB on it and channel for the thermistor, so that way the thermistor is actually embedded into the aluminum plate, not just dangling and glued to the bottom of it.
Right.
So, like, I have all these crazy ideas. I'm like, I'm over-engineering it for no reason.
Yeah, but Keith, their custom mats are like $150.
They are expensive. The thing is, like, you could make a base model Tesseract and be like, you can upgrade it. You know, kind of like the Railcore does. Like, if you want a nicer bed, I have this option. Here's this retailer that sells it for you.
Right.
You know, I wouldn't go too crazy with that, but something like the bed, people would spend more money for a custom thing like that if they knew what the difference was. Like, a lot of these things are, like, in 3D printing, there's so much snake oil. You know, like the Fila-Dry. It just, you know, unless someone spells it out and you don't get, like, the echo chamber of Twitter telling you, no, it works. And you're like, okay, it doesn't, but whatever.
But I guarantee people bought them.
Yeah.
It's just like all these phone calls from people who, oh, we're the IRS and you owe us
$20 million.
$1,000, but we want you to send it to us in Amazon gift cards. It's like, seriously, people fall for this crap?
Yeah.
I mean, is there no common sense in this world?
You're asking a lot, bro.
Hey, Chris, I'm not able to find M3x3s in those flathead screws.
Let me look it up on my phone. I've got it. I'll send you the... Thankfully, I have the app on my phone, and I can search all my history.
Because I found where I ordered the M312s for the bed, but
yeah,
the lowest they go is 5.
Screw bolts. M3. And I need flathead. And I think I need 18/8 stainless.
Oh, maybe that's where I'm...
That one's got 4mm, which will work just fine, too.
Okay, well...
And then 316, I can get in 4mm. That might have been off. Maybe it was 4mm. So, but I'll look at my orders, and I'll tell you. Oh. Log in, use my face. Oh boy, I don't remember my password for Electric Car. Oh, I do. Here we go. Oh, that's 8mm long. I don't know what I ordered those for. Order history. August 30th. That's 6mm long. That's for the linear rail. Here they are. Yeah, they're 4mm length. So 18/8 stainless 4mm length. Pack of 50, $7.69. Oh, they measure it as the whole head to the bottom is the length because it's flush.
Ah, okay.
That's why. So if you get... So really, you probably want a 5mm long one.
All right, that'll work.
Let me measure it again. I believe it's 5mm then, since we're measuring it from the whole top. I keep forgetting that's how it is. You measure from... Okay, that's the wrong box. If I measure anything out of that, you're not even going to get anything. Okay. Yeah, the entire length is 5mm, so you want the 5mm length.
Gotcha. All right, cool.
And I got the brass standoffs on... You can get those too on McMaster-Carr, but they were just way more expensive because you don't need to be fancy. I was buying the aluminum standoffs, so it wouldn't transfer any heat and it wouldn't be magnetic.
Yeah.
But, I mean, those were like almost $1 a piece. So, I switched to the brass ones. Yep, Carl just confirmed flatheads are overall length. Ooh, Tony's asking how well. Well, depends on which brew. So the Mark III has a lot of artifacting, so it prints great. Like, I have no issue with it. It just the prints aren't as good as the Mark II was. I think the Mark IIs was like the best printer this generation has seen. Like, it's an amazing printer. The Mark III just, dimensionally prints great. The layer lines look like poop.
All right, MasterCard just got more of my damn money.
What's funny is I live an hour away from McMastercard, so when I order from them and I have a business account, it always ends up the next day before noon.
Sweet.
Well, so do mine, and I don't have a business account.
Lucky guy.
It's crazy. It's crazy how fast they ship.
Yeah.
They're expensive, though, aren't they?
What's that?
Are they more expensive than Masumi?
They're different. Like, Masumi is like everything, and McMastercard does carry everything, but if you want bolts, screws, and nuts, you go to McMastercard. You're gonna get a better price and get exactly what you want with CAD files, and it's so easy. Like, I prefer ordering my hardware, but if I'm ordering extrusions and rods, McMastercard doesn't really have a selection of that.
Gotcha.
Masumi does. So,
Do you
hey
have a
Devin,
link for those?
What?
Do you have a link for those standoffs that you buy? I typed in brass standoffs and here's an M3. Maybe that'll narrow.
Yeah, I think all I did was I typed in M3 brass, M3 6mm brass standoffs, and I got 100 pack off Amazon.
Okay.
Yep, there it is, M3, and that's a 50 pack. M3 6x6, so it's 6mm long thread and a 6mm long tall standoff. It's a total length of 12mm. It's $888 for a 50 pack.
Oh, so it's M312.
Well, it's not. They call it M3 6x6.
Oh, M3 6x6.
Yeah, Masumi is expensive. Yeah, I wish I could. I want to order more hardware from AliExpress because it's the same crap anyway. But I just can't stand waiting like the 6 months to get it. Like,
yeah,
I want like 1,000 count of M3 half-size square nuts, and I can get like 1,000 pack for like $20 US. But it says like it might arrive by Christmas if I order it today. And it usually gets here quicker, but it's still like I usually need them immediately. When I think about it, I'm like, oh crap. So I'll like dig through my parts box and pull out M3 screws out of parts that I just haven't stripped the M3 screws. They're like gold.
Car seat brass M3 standoffs.
Yep, that sounds about right.
$888.
Yep.
All right. Damn it, Amazon gets my money too.
At least it's not a lot of money.
Here lately it has been.
I feel that. I spent not a ton because I in my cart right now I've got another SKR and another Meanwell. So let's get this close.
Yeah, I haven't even begun to start collecting stuff for my printer that I'm going to build when the Copperhead comes.
Oof. I'm excited for the Copperhead, even though I have one in my drawer right there. I literally could be using it right now. So much crap. I've got a liquid-cooled Mosquito in my drawer, too.
Yeah, I've got a liquid-cooled computer, and they're just a pain in the ass.
I try not to buy anything liquid-cooled because I'll end up just spilling it everywhere. By the way, Devin, I sent you an invite to join the chat. So if you want to join in, Devin, we'll take more humans.
The liquid cool is just a mess. I mean, because you have to change the fluid ever so often and flush the system. And to keep the stuff from growing inside of it. It's not worth the hassle.
Just fill it with alcohol. Nothing will grow in
Yeah.
there.
And then your brass parts that you have start corroding and
who cares?
Yeah. All right, got my brass standoffs coming and my screws. Because I hate chasing those damn spacers around.
Dude,
I
did too.
And lose them.
I did constantly, and they always magnetize to the bed when I'm trying to put the screw through it, and I'm like, this is frustrating.
Well, the last time I jacked with this, that's the problem. It didn't magnetize to the bed, and I can't find it.
Yeah, so this is the famous water-cooled mosquito machined here. Yeah, adjustable. You can wire it however you want.
Tube it up.
The SKRs are super reliable. Out of everyone that's been beta testing, there's only one person that's had an issue with their SKR, and it just got Amazon did the free swap. Like their USB port didn't work correctly. So yeah. And then if you go to the Big Tree Tech Facebook page, I don't see any more people complaining about breaking their SKR than I do people breaking their Duet. So
yeah. And a lot of times the reason they're breaking their SKRs is because they're not paying attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, there are some polarity things you want to make sure you watch out for, but...
Right, Dobby? Are you still in the chat?
He's probably still hanging out. Everyone's probably starting to, they're cleaning up, getting ready for bed. They still got this on the phone. Okay, so I've redid the UBL on this. UBL is great on that one. Ever since I switched BL touches on this printer, on the gray one, it's been weird. I don't know if I have a bad BL touch on that one or if I've been really jacking up the speeds to see how well it will level when it's fast. And I think I went well beyond it. Don't burn your PSU, man. You got to plug that in. You got to make sure you check the polarity. I almost had a boo-boo because this printer, was fun. I put a Meanwell on there, and normally I check. I'll boot it up, and then I'll test it with the one of those things here, multimeters. I'll make sure it's putting out, the correct voltage, and it was pushing almost 28 volts off. And I was like, I need to turn this down. And I already built the printer, and I already printed a few things. And I'm like, something's weird. So, one rail at a time. Man, Devin's making a yummy sandwich. He's like, I'm going to make a sandwich and join the chat. And I was like, it's going to be one heck. It better be like one of those Scooby-Doo sandwiches where it's just like so large that you can't actually eat it. So you just eat parts of it out of it until it's the right, right height.
Yeah, I think Matthew Dobby just killed his power supply by overworking it.
It can happen, man. I make sure to.
He's got all those MOSFET amplifiers on there, sucking the life out of it.
MOSFETs are. I really want to add a MOSFET to this setup just to power the bed. So, but.
Well, I think he's got it powering the bed and the hot end.
You really don't need a MOSFET for the hot. I mean, it's usually one or the either, but I guess you can. It doesn't matter. You can do. There's already MOSFETs built onto the board, so yeah. Mains powered board is the best. So That's why I really want to do a MOSFET, so it's powered by main. But
Main's powered bed.
So on like a Prusa, or you plug in the power into the board, and then it comes out the board to the bed, you can actually power it main directly from the power supply through the MOSFET into the heating bed, versus having it go through the board and back to the heated bed. Yeah, beds get hot, and beds take a lot of juice. 110 volts, 120 volts. I forget what the Mark III bed is, like 100 and some ridiculous. Yeah, an AC bed would definitely be better too. The one you plug right. There's, man, so many things I want to test and play with.
Yeah, but the cord would get in the way. Especially if your plug was on the wrong side.
Yeah, well, you can fix those kind of things. Okay, I need to send a print. That's what I want to do. So print and test prints. And where's my 50 millimeter cube? There it is.
I'm gonna get me some water.
Oh man, I can't live without water. I just want a 600 volt bed. Man, Keith, you're selling me all these things. Josh's over there building printers. I'm over here testing crazy crap.
I'm trying to figure out how many Exos slides I actually need for this thing, because their XYZ kit on their site, it's kind of hard to tell what all is needed.
Oh, that's crazy. So your gantry is actually the one that's moving up and down.
Yeah.
That's neat. Yep, still cold to the touch. What's going on my... Oh, it's already past midnight.
Yeah, theoretically I could belt the Z, but I'm always worried about belt stretching and stuff.
Yeah. I'm always worried about running out of belt.
That too. And this is going to be a Core XY. So.
Well,
so I got to figure out where I'm putting the motors.
That's crazy. That's going to be a Core XY. Oh, that's way better.
I'm with you, Matt.
Well, if Josh can build it and test it,
Waffle House time,
and it still works,
that's all that matters.
You know it's got to be good.
Yeah, if I can test it and it works, then alien seal of approval.
You could also get Tanny to help you beta test it. He seems to be pretty good at breaking shit too.
Oh goodness, Tanny break.
Oh, if you want it broken, you should send it to me.
You have running printers.
Oh yeah, I always have. I can fix them.
Tanny looks at his printer wrong and it just breaks for the hell of it.
I thought Josh was bad until I sat on a couple of streams with those guys, and Tanny was always
Like Tanny
trying
got
to
three.
fix something.
Tanny got like 3 new printers, and first thing he does, instead of printing with them, he tears them apart.
What's he trying to do to it?
That.
I don't know.
Huh.
All right, next slide.
So what kind of hot end is that going to have on it?
Copperhead.
Was that you, Josh, that said that?
Do
that
what?
was me.
Was that?
Yeah.
C-Dub
What-
Nasty
what
P
kinda-
said that.
You going to use some Chinese hot end?
He's going to use...
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, a Hamera's going on this.
Oh, okay. I got a Fadus coming.
You're going to get
But
yelled
yes.
at.
I got a Fadus coming, and Chris has already tested it.
Who's yelling at him for having a fetus?
Oh, I think that was like yesterday on Twitter.
Oh,
Remember?
when Lightspeed was saying it was cloned of the mosquito.
Yeah, and that they cloned the nozzles, which they didn't. They didn't clone the nozzles.
I'm sorry, but every nozzle out there, like, is it just the 2 metals that's cloned, or I don't know.
We got a Devin.
Hi.
Hi, Devin.
I'm back.
I will light a torch for you.
You better not be eating. I'm starving right now.
She's making it. She made a sandwich. She's got a
Actually,
Scooby-Doo sandwich.
Actually, no, I did not make a sandwich. I have a taco.
Oh, that is a sandwich. It's a Mexican sandwich. I eat so many Mexican sandwiches. Like, Taco Tuesday is Monday, Tuesday for me because I'll make tacos Monday, and there's always leftovers for Tuesday. So I always get 2 days of tacos every week.
Best thing Taco Bell ever did was come out with the 10-pack party pack.
So this is actually a Taco Bell taco. I bought it like 1 a.m. this morning, then realized it was a Friday and Lent that I couldn't eat it. And so I just put it in the fridge, and now I realize it's after midnight, so I can eat this. And yeah. So I'm eating a 24-hour Taco Bell taco.
Oh, that's the best.
You're going to be up in about 3 hours. hope they're not sold out of toilet paper near you.
No, Texas is smarter than that. They don't care about Coronas. They don't drink that Corona stuff.
Josh, it's tournament season. I haven't been to the grocery store in like a month. We have no food at home.
Ooh, silk burns.
I got the spray bottle of Jack Daniels. I'm okay.
That works.
Somebody was showing a picture last night on Facebook where it says on the side of the Tito bottle, the Tito vodka bottle, that it's not able to kill the coronavirus. So please do not use it for that because it's only 40% alcohol and it requires 60 to kill it.
Oh, Corona.
I think I've got some moonshine I could put in a spray bottle.
I just use IPA.
That'll definitely kill it.
All right, you printing? Oh yeah, you printing.
That's some wicked stuff there. I like moonshine though.
I prefer Shine Moon.
I've never had that.
Oh, Ashley's in finally. Ashley missed John, and he was in his robe.
Oh, Ashley finally shows up.
Yep.
1:30 in the morning.
12:30 in the morning.
Ah, somebody said Filamentum backed out.
Yeah, Filamentum backed out.
There's a few companies that have.
I can't remember her name. She's backing out.
Billy Rubin.
Oh yeah, Billy Rubin makes. She's cool.
I don't understand why these people are so up in arms over this.
Well, some countries have restrictions on flight.
Well, no, I know. Well, we do too. I mean, they put in restrictions to keep people from coming in here too.
Yeah.
As
well,
someone who's flown
Billy's
twice in
from
the past week,
she's from Australia.
it's crazy at airports right now.
Yeah. It's fine. You got battle bots. They cure everything.
No,
Not a
she
battle
doesn't have-
bot.
She doesn't have battle bots.
Well,
My robots are cooler than battle bots.
I wish she had battle bots. Battle bots are amazing.
Battle bots are stupid.
just because they can break your robots doesn't mean they're stupid.
That is exactly what that means. That is exactly what that means.
Yeah. I messed with Devin so hard one night about BattleBots that I made her cry. I felt bad about it, and I won't give her shit about BattleBots anymore because of that.
I already told you, Josh. You don't have to feel bad. You weren't the one that made me cry. It was Geek.
Not Geek.
So, what would be some cool prints to use these small little sample packets of filament PM that I got from Josh?
Man, those samples are super tiny. I didn't realize how tiny they were.
These are cool colors.
PM sent me a press box, and they're all really tiny. I think they're like 20 grams.
They sent me like 400 samples, and
I want some.
they're super tiny.
Just put some in my
UFO
UFO.
780.
They're going in the Earth boxes.
Yeah.
Order an Earth box. $7.80 shipped. I got Froggy Gold, Pearl Red, and Pearl Blue.
It's like 5 something if you go first class.
That's not bad.
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did priority.
I'm gonna go get my cat real quick because he's like howling in the other room.
It's good for him.
So you can only get filament PM from them overseas, right? You can't order it here in the States.
I tried being a reseller for them, but if I remember correctly, they wanted me to buy like $30,000 worth of filament, and I was like, no.
Ugh. Hey, Ashley. Yeah, you know Amy Ashley. I was on. Oh, there's a cat butt. Cat butt.
I mean, that's the kind of a universal thing. You invite me on your stream, you also invite my cats.
Well, it's fair.
The cat butt. Devin, did you ever get your 100 subscribers?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yep, I was number 99.
Is that on Facebook or Twitter?
YouTube.
YouTube.
It's okay, he's muting my laptop. It's kind of annoying.
No, cat. Eat her escape key. Oh man, my social media is all different. I'm Your Daily Micron on Twitter. I'm Kodiak 2600 on GitHub and
you have no cohesion.
Discord and something else. And then
I can't keep up with you.
And I'm also Decayed Beauty on Instagram.
Wait,
and
Decayed Beauty? What?
Yeah, it's my photography website stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like I do like super edgy model naked people in like abandoned building artwork photos.
Yeah, cool.
So
No, I thought you meant like Decayed Beauty as in like Urban Decay makeup.
yeah, it's like Urban Decay, but not the makeup style. It's actual urban and decay, like Gary, Indiana, and oh, good grief, no wonder.
Mm-hmm.
All right, It's printing.
What are you printing?
A cube.
Ooh, sexy.
I know. Only the most difficult to prints come out of this basement.
Hmm.
They're little cubes, so I can fit the little me's in. They have little homes, like. There I am. I'm the cutest. Mr. Wexter.
I'm printing robot parts.
What?
Surprise, surprise.
Oh, there it is on camera. Look at that. Is
Yep.
that a Mark III? That's so cute.
Yes, it is my Mark III.
Oh, with the old silver PSU.
Yeah.
Who put a picture of Ashley on Sean C's avatar? I
was wondering what's with Sean's avatar.
I don't think Ashley's a Kansas City fan.
Yeah, that's the Kansas City Chief girl.
Okay.
I think.
In body paint.
In body paint.
Ashley, you like the Chiefs?
Chiefs. They did win the Super Bowl, and Mahomes is the real deal. And holy crap, that wide receiver is fast.
Yeah, Cheetah.
Huh?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. He's hilarious. I don't know if you watched some of the games he played in, but
yeah,
he would run down the field.
I watched a lot of Chiefs games.
He would run down there was one where the running back took off and ran back like 80 or 90 yards, and
he caught up to him.
Caught up and walked into the end zone with him.
Yeah, they clocked him at like 24, 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's silly
fast.
That's
so fast.
Yeah. There's a guy in the XFL. He's 6'8", 260-pound tight end. He hit 20 mile an hour.
Parnham?
Running the ball in for a touchdown the other day.
Yeah, he's as almost funky looking as Derrick Henry is.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry is he just looks odd out there as a running back as big as he is.
Yeah. But Derrick Henry's buff. Parnham doesn't look super buff. He just looks like this really tall guy that, like, he started short and then all of a sudden got really tall in a growth spurt, and like certain proportions were like his waist is really high up, like his legs are really long, but his arms are really long too. So it's like this weird proportion. Yeah. But that XFL is awesome. Hey, by the way, Rex is in. We got Vert's Hobbies.
What's up?
Feeling better?
I'm getting there.
Nice. Do you see that I ported your?
I see you. You made use of the different slots too.
I did. I've done some more changes too now. I have it set to home, go to 0-0, heat the bed to 65, and then do the thing. So
yeah. Well, yeah, we can do all kinds of different things with it.
Yeah, so I keep messing with it.
Whatever suits you, you know.
Yeah, so I set that up, and like for me, I was trying to figure out, like, well, how the hell do I use this? Because I don't know the start G codes for it. Oh, I didn't know the start G codes for it.
It's on the wiki.
Yeah, that I found finally. I was like, maybe there's a wiki for it, and there was. Like, there's a whole wiki for it. And I was like, okay, now this makes sense because.
Like, it's usually like you look at the wiki and there's just so much there. People are like, nope. That's way more than I want to get into.
Yeah. I'll try to make a video of it. For certain like things that they do, like Unified Bed Leveling has its own wiki, and there's a wiki for linear advance, and there's no wiki for just homing.
Yeah.
Or PID temp, there's like a little blurb like, hey, this is what PID temp does. Here's how you set it.
Find that.
So I just typed in Marlin firmware unified UBL, and it took me right to the wiki.
Yep. Yeah. And then like once you've got some examples to look at, and then you're looking at going, I can just Yeah,
so right now I'm fighting on one printer. It's not tilting correctly. So I run the G29 that calls the mesh from the first slot, and then it runs G29J to just measure the 3 points. But the point on the one with the BL Touch, is it supposed to be off center in the back one, or is it supposed to be centered in the back?
Well, I think it just needs 3 points to build a plane, like any 3 points.
Okay, because it picks the corners really well. Like it gets as close to the left front and the right front corner, and then it's off center in the back. I was like, why didn't it pick the center of the back?
Well, if you did like a G29J like 2, it would do a 4x4, and you'd do all 4 corners.
Oh, I should probably do that.
Or you could do a J4, and it'll do 4x4, and then like it builds an even better extrapolation for tilting.
I will change the start G code to add a J2.
Essentially, G29J is bilinear. Like you can be like, okay, I want like a 3-point, like the original like 3-point, and or you can do like a linear with it and do like 4 corners, or you can do like a full bilinear.
Huh.
That's where that whole like those 3 other bed leveling things are built right into UBL. That's why UBL is so much larger. It has all that stuff and more.
Yeah. So right now I've got. This was not This is not my UBL profile.
It's like the mesh itself is just building like the surface, and then like you can make adjustments after that.
Yeah. So I did was G28 home, G29 L1, and then G29J. So I should do a J2.
Yeah, J2 should give you a 4x4, like do all 4 corners.
Okay, that's what I want. And what I also noticed, so the one that I've got inductive probe, it gets as close as it can to the left side when it does the G29 whatever.
Because it skips that last row.
Yeah, with the BL Touch, it insets more. It doesn't stay on the farthest left. It insets even deeper into the.
Yeah, that has to do with if you're using because UBL gets a little weird if you use an inset and a min probe edge because it like combines them. I usually use just the inset or just the min probe edge, and just one or the other.
Let me take a look at the.
Because if you use min probe edge with UBL, it skips an entire row around the entire outer edge.
Okay.
But if you use inset, it just moves the entire mesh inward.
So.
2 different kind of methods. As where like if you use bilinear, it would use like you could if there is no inset, you can only use min probe edge.
Yeah.
Isn't incest illegal?
Incest.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
That's something else.
So I should set my min probe edge to 0
and use inset instead. And that would move the entire like mesh inward, and that would be your printable area if you're just trying to avoid. Or you could use just min probe edge and skip the outer row and then have it extrapolate those with G29 P3.
Okay. And should I use G29? That's not part of the start code, is it?
What, P3?
Yeah, is there that in there?
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay.
Because like it usually like on this one, it'll do this row, this row, this row, this row, and then skip this row.
Okay.
And then it'll fill in that last row with P3.
All right, where the heck is my dang? There it is. So if I look at my unified bed leveling here, oh, you know what? I can put it on screen. Let me just share my dang screen. Share screen. I will do the entire screen. Allow. And I'll make that full screen. And that's a lot of. So I've got the mesh edit GFX overlay because I've got a TFT 3.5 on here.
I enable that depending on,
So I'd leave it at 1?
Well, like that insets like the mesh. So like that 1 millimeter on the outer edge is just completely unusable if you use inset. But if you were to change that to 10, it would just move the entire mesh inward, and that last 10 millimeters on the outside is completely unusable. But if you set that to 0 and use min probe edge, it just skips the one on the outer row, and then P3 just fills them in based upon the previous value.
Okay. So I've disabled the min probe edge. Yeah, I did that already. So I'm guessing if I do it with an inset 1, will it give me like a warning saying like I can't get that close to one side, or will it like compensate for?
Well, like where it can get to is based upon where your mounting of your probe is.
Okay, so it takes that in consideration. I don't have to do like a 10 millimeter one to make sure it doesn't get. Okay, so I can leave this at 1.
Those are specifically used to like if you have like bed clips and you don't want to hit them.
Okay.
That's usually what it's used for.
Is there anything dangerous on that printer to go off the edge? I will add an inset of like 5 millimeters.
You see that last thing where like it says to move the head up, like that's commented out? I set that to 0, so that way when it comes off the mesh, it doesn't raise up. Because there can be instances where things get a little weird, and it raises the head on you.
Really?
Yeah, so I set that to 0.
Huh.
So like if say you had an inset of 10, and then for whatever reason it printed like 1 millimeter outside of like that defined area, it would raise the head that high, and it would just print completely in air.
In air, okay.
But if you're at 0, it just stays consistent. It doesn't move up or down. So.
Okay. And then everything else should probably be correct. So let's hop over here to here and take a look at what I did to your magic. Let's see if this makes sense. So I made 3 slots here. Home, and because it does the safe homing at 50-50, I made it go to X0, Y0. And then bed temp. And then P1, P3. So this will just keep repeating the P3 until it only needs the 1 P3 to extrapolate the rest of the points.
A single P3 does 1 row. Like if you're missing a single row around the edge, it'll fill in just that 1 row. But if you have like multiple rows, you run it multiple times.
Okay, I'm probably missing just the 1 row where it can't reach. Or maybe more.
Usually, like if you run a G29T, you can see like, okay, well it's missing that 1 row or it's missing a row, and then you just add an additional command.
Yeah, because when I did that, I didn't have any missing rows.
Yeah, so you're good then.
Okay, and then the G29S1 to store it in the first slot.
Yeah, specifically in the first slot.
And then G29A, that's just enables UBL.
Yeah, like it activates it.
And then a G29F10 stores the fade height.
If you're using fade, yeah.
Yep, and I do. And then M500 to save, and then turn off the bed heater, and then it does waiting for you to click.
Yeah.
Then you know that you did all that.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and then the only thing that changes is my slot.
Yeah.
On these, and I can make as many as I want.
Yeah.
So
that's the cool part about having.
Cool.
So Chris, you can change it. You can change that user description to whatever you want.
The S1, S2, S3, or this description?
No. The probe UBL slot 1.
Yeah, you can make this whatever. You can call it texture sheet.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. So yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah. So and I can make like 5 slots, so that way it's most people have at least 2 different sheets. They don't use the other 3. It's whatever. They don't use any of them. It's whatever.
Depending on how large your mesh is, depends on how many you can store. Like I think I can store like 8 or something.
And you're doing 10 by 10?
Oh no, I do a 5 by 5. 10's a lot.
Oh, I'm using the 10 by 10.
Like more is better, but like, do you need that many? Probably not.
No, I think I would set it to 7 by 7 then. So
like I used 10 by 10 for a while. I tried 15 by 15. I used 7 by 7 for a while, and ultimately I got back to about 5, and I'm happy with it. So
okay, I'm gonna go back. 7 by 7's been the most like consistent for what I've been testing here. Yeah, I've got a lot of pockets. Like it's a PCB bed.
Yeah,
like not a glass plate. So like there's pockets that are just like.
Yeah, that's usually where you need like a larger grid to find those little like dips and valleys.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that's
our crap's
done.
all over the place.
So
it's like UBL is awesome once you get used to it. Like there's a lot there to play with and lots of options.
Well, this because of you with this like little thing, this made it so much because I'm sitting there watching the Chris Riley video. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit over.
Oh yeah, like the way he shows how to do. They're like, oh, you gotta run G26. It's like I don't ever run G26 ever. That doesn't work worth a crap.
Don't die, Devin.
I don't even turn it on. Like it's a total waste of memory.
I work for 2 schools. Like crap goes around.
It's just the corona.
I mean,
my corona.
I work for 2 schools, and I've been to 1, 2, 3 states and 4 tournaments in the past month.
Yeah.
I'll probably get corona.
It's not the schools, it's the Taco Bell, says Bob.
See, where everybody goes wrong is they haven't been licking dirty door handles all their lives, so their immune system isn't built up.
I know Joel Telling posted that picture of that little kid licking the handrail, and I just commented back like, "I'll do it. Like, I'm not afraid of a dirty handrail. Trust me, I've eaten worse things than a dirty handrail."
I was gonna say that's how you build your immune system.
Yeah.
Now, do you have two separate menus, like one for manual and one for auto?
I just have the auto. Do I need the manual one?
Well, it's nice to have because you can do UBL manual or you can do it with a probe. Even if you have a probe, you can do either or.
Yeah.
So if your probe's not being super accurate or you get a bad spot, you can just fix it.
Yeah.
But if you don't even have a probe, you can just do UBL without it entirely.
Yeah, I saw that. But I'm making this firmware specifically for people who probably have a probe.
Yeah.
Or they
it's
will
just
have
about
a probe.
Circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how would manual work on a Prusa? Because we don't have the little turn dials. I mean, I get it for somebody who has the little dials underneath their bed where they can adjust it.
No, you'd actually you'd go to a point. You take a feeler gauge or a piece of paper, and then it brings you lower the nozzle till it touches the paper, and you save that, and it actually saves an actual nozzle to the bed, which is actually really cool. That's the most accurate you're going to get.
Yep. And it's nice because you could even do auto and then be like, oh, well, I got a bad spot. Go back to that one point, fix that one point, save it. It's on the machine. You can turn it off, turn it back on, hit print. It's done.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that's where this adjust near point. Oop, I hit something. There we go. So this is just near point does too. So wherever your nozzle is, you can go to the nearest mesh point and then adjust it from here, correct?
Yep. That's the idea. To make it a single click. But you could also do it like you move. There's an actual editor, it brings up a picture of the bed, and you can move to different points with the encoder.
Yeah, so the one printer I have has a graphic display. The other two don't.
Yeah. Even if you have the 2004 LCD, it still brings up a small little graphical thing.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, because you can.
Chris, how do you get just the chat to show up on your window there?
Oh, this is just another. I popped
it's
out.
Just
the
popped
chat.
out.
Yeah, this is one of the tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
When you do this, you just pop out the chat. Like when I'm doing my Marlin videos, so I can actually see the chat. I just pop it out of YouTube and put it in the corner, and and also increase the size of the text normally, so people actually read what the hell I'm doing. But
you could also enable corner leveling, so you could have that along with UBL. So you could do a corner leveling first, get it nice and level, and then you do a very small amount of correction just for the bed.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't have that on the printers that we have, but I'll probably enable it on my artillery because that has corner leveling.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if you got the knobs to actually do it.
Yeah. Yeah, because what I'd really like to do is Prusa, there's 9 screws on the bed. I'd like to find a way where I can probe each, I could do it with a BL Touch, but can't really do it with
yeah, there is a section where you can define specifically where you want it to probe.
Yep. Yeah, there's also magnets on the bed, and typically those they're embedded magnets into the bed. So if you probe over a magnet, it could be less accurate. So I kind of want to see if I can make a mesh with it avoids the magnets. I'll just pick points elsewhere. So I might have to mess with that later too, and just make a perfect thing for this. This should compile too. So
do the magnets mess up the probe? Is that what the deal is?
Yeah, magnets. That's why Prusa added 3 probes per point. So I did that in Marlin too. So it does 3 probes, and then it throws away the worst measurement out of that.
Okay. I've always wondered about that because I watch my thing probe every once in a while, and every once in a while it'll hit one spot where it
does extra
more probes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is. So it probes 2, and then it does an extra probe, and it kicks 1 out, whichever one is the most wrongest.
On mine, I have it do 3 and take the average.
Okay. So
but
you just define probing 3 and not do the extra probe?
Yeah, but whatever works for your setup.
You know what? I'll try it and see if that helps.
Because it takes 3 and then smooths it out.
Yeah, it takes the average between the 3 versus throwing one out.
Yeah.
Because what if the one that they threw out was actually the accurate one?
Yeah.
Right. So let's see if this builds.
So do you know who Gabby Hayes is, Chris?
No, but I'm horrible with names, so that's another thing. It might be someone I do know.
No, he was in old westerns with Roy Rogers.
No, I don't know then because I didn't see any Roy Rogers. I'm more of a. I have what?
You have to check him out because he's a cunning linguist just like you are.
The old cunnilingus.
Yep.
All right.
So, Josh.
And the worst part was he was actually an English professor. And he could debaucher some words, man, I'm telling you.
That's what I tend to try to do.
So, have you been noticing how much I've been typing in the past 5 minutes?
No, because Chris has got a full screen blocking you.
Well, no, she usually has a keyboard that no matter
really
what
loud.
Oh yeah, super loud.
Okay, so
Look,
you like the new laptop.
Look, I have guys at work that get on these conference calls with one of those old IBM clacker keyboards where you hear it click like 3 times every time a key goes down.
That's what she sounded
So
like.
This is my laptop that I got from Tanny that I'm normally on that you hate. I'm currently on a robotics laptop right now, and I was just too lazy to get mine out.
So you said you got that from Tanny. Does it work?
Yeah.
It's not a printer, Sean.
Tanny saved my ass when I accidentally spilled beer on my laptop on his stream.
Oof.
This is why you don't
got
drink.
your laptop drunk?
This is why you don't drink and stream after you break up with a guy. Just don't do it.
So you got your laptop drunk?
No, it was literally like a shot of beer. But I poured it right on the right spot of the motherboard and killed it.
Normal.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't like to be hydrated.
Yeah, they don't. They like to be dehydrated.
They don't.
I got
Right,
very
Rex.
lucky.
New Marlin project. I need expanded NeoPixel capabilities.
Oh. Like expanded how?
I want a cool down feature, so when the nozzle's cooling down, it goes from a color to the blue color in reverse.
RTFM.
So why couldn't you just look at the code where like it does it the other way and flip it around?
I don't know where to add it. Like, I want it to heat up and go to red, but then when it cools down and the print is end, I want it to go from hot to cool.
Yeah, but wouldn't you put that in the NG code and just put your colors in the reverse
You can't set a G code to actually do a transition. You can set a G code to do like a color at the end of the print, but it can't transition to that color like in a slow pace as like the printer's cooling. So
let me poke around.
You don't have to do it right now. You actually don't have to do it at all. That's just my brain.
I want to look at it. Like I want to see.
Oh, now you got him curious, Chris. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah, that's usually how it happens.
I love my NeoPixels that I just added today.
You knew exactly what you were doing. You were planting a seed. You knew it.
Well, the good news is I have lots of seeds to plant.
Oh, goodness.
It's almost springtime. All right, end the print. I know you stored a bunch of lines.
Okay, no streams tomorrow because I'm not getting online.
Tomorrow is... Someone is streaming tomorrow. I forget who it is.
Oh, I'm not getting on it. I gotta finish my printer so I can help you figure out how to do some of this stuff. Oh, did you see we got Hamlin Jacob fixed on Discord?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was that section he had set wrong, and I got him 203, and he set all that stuff up, and it worked right.
Perfect. Yeah, it's nice that we can change that.
Well, yeah, he had it set to
1
second, and
Yeah, if it's not in line for 1 second, it's going to poop out.
Yeah. So it was breaking it.
All right, unplug the repetier. Pull out the micro SD card, which is a pain when you're not standing up and actually behind the printer.
I got to jack with that too. I got to get repetier up and running.
I just put it on another Pi over there to run the other part of my...
Yeah, but see, you're doing it the easy way. I'm going to do it the more difficult way. I want to put hosts on all of mine and have one central server. So, because I don't have the room to run all those USB cables.
You can do whatever you want to do.
I know it. I'm going to. Although this headset shocked me. I walked all the way out into the kitchen to fill up my water glass, and I never lost you guys.
Yeah, and those Bluetooth goes far nowadays, man.
Well, I've had trouble with this headset in the past, and I thought it was the headset, but it was actually the crappy Windows box I was on. I'm attached to my Mac right now, so.
Nice. Yeah, a little more powerful Bluetooth. See, now Vert like he's sad. He's like, I'm coding again, looking at numbers.
Like, I'm just looking for like where it makes the switch for heating, and then like once I know where that is and what it does, I can flip it.
How many fucking streams do you need, you stupid piece of CAD?
I'm thinking it's in the neopixel.h, but I'm still looking.
It's probably in neopixels.cpp.
Could be.
I
One of those.
I was poking around in there trying to figure it out myself, and then I just was like, I can't do this. That's how I usually approach things I don't understand. I just go, I can't do this. And then like that when I first got into Marlins, it's like, I can't do this. And then like now I'm like
Well, usually like I look at it and it's just like I'm not sure, and then like I'll look into it a little more and okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out where all the stuff is. I've played with some of the stuff in here, but
I haven't played with a lot of it, but I'm getting there. Hey, firmware, I'm moving you to the removable disk, and I'm deleting the .cur file, and then I'm ejecting the drive, so that way I know the files are transferred, and now I'm pulling it out.
the thing that throws me is that for the SKR 1769, you're still calling some of the 1768 stuff.
Yeah, it's the same board besides the processor, so it just pulls the pins.
No, I know, but it still screws with me because, I go to look for something and I remember that I got the turbo board with the 1769 on it, and I keep looking for the 1769 and it's not there.
Yeah. They're being efficient.
Oh, I think I just found it. It's printer event LEDs. If has heated bed has, or hot end, and then it like plays with colors.
See?
Where's that at?
Printer _event_LED.cpp.
That's easy to find.
And it's just like it's just literally if has hot end, if has heated bed, and then it's like, okay, well here we'll play with the colors.
Are the CPP files in one spot, or are they?
That's it. This is in. Hold on. Feature Marlin source feature LEDs.
Marlin source.
It's one of the things I like about Platform IO is it actually has a search function. So I was like NeoPixel and just scroll down, looking at code, going, "Oh, there it is."
You smart guy.
Arduino didn't have that. Like you could look through a file.
That was always fun. I do not miss being an Arduino anymore.
Oh no, I love Platform IO. so many great tools. Like it shows you what code is active and what code is not active. So if you code something and it's not turning on, you actually know it.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah,
It is amazing.
I'm excited about the future of Marlin when Rex makes it all better.
I don't know about all that, but you know,
I'm putting
sometimes like you encounter problems and you're like, I think I could do something about that. Like, or you start to look at things when people have are asking you about it, and it's like that code makes sense. Like when I look at it, like it actually like it reads like something.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what if I added like an if else or something here?
I don't have a printer _ event.
Welcome back, Ash.
Hey, Josh.
Is it Marlin 2.0?
Hey, what?
Yeah.
Hi, Josh.
Hi. Ashley said she was back. I was just saying hi to her.
Let me
Yeah, she had to go tend to her French fries, I think.
Ooh, yeah, printer events LED. There it is.
Yeah.
If has hot end, if has heated bed.
And
Josh, it sounds like you need to go
Marlin
feed
source
yourself.
feature, right?
You go to Marlin, you go to SRC, then feature, and then LEDs.
Oh, LEDs. All right.
Yep,
Sorry,
and then printer events. Yep.
I wasn't in the LED directory. I was.
Oh, I can change the colors that it goes to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you could define new events, like be like, if temperature equals something, like you got to find out where it hooks in, but it's like if this happens, make it this color. If this happens, make it that color. And you've kind of already got a little bit of the code here to see like what's doing what.
Yeah, I don't know what it means, but I'm looking at it.
Yeah, like it's like defines an int for intensity and constant float. Yeah.
Oh, it's cool. They actually use like color names and not some funky setting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, usually, like if you were to like control click, you could backtrace that to the code where like it's like okay, this setting defines this, and it's actually called something where like it's human readable.
So this is weird. Like if has temp hot end says set RGB 255.0255 -blue. So my logic was like, why isn't it the same kind of thing in the heat bed temp? But now in the heat bed, it says red 0255. Like, why is it different? Why doesn't it say 255 red? Because 255.0255 isn't blue. That's purple. It's
minus blue.
Oh, minus blue.
That's a. I'm pretty sure it's like I'm pretty sure that's like a math problem.
Because when it's heating up the hot end, it goes from the bed is blue to red, and then it's red to purple for the nozzle or something.
I wonder if like the minus blue is like the starting point, and then the color defined is where it goes to.
Huh.
Because that's what it sounds like. Well,
there's no damn link to click to go find out either. Now I'm curious.
Well, like some of the things are cool because like if you click on like has temp hot end and you hold control, it'll link you back to the code where it defines what that means. And it's like if like I clicked on that and it was like, okay, well, has temp ADC 0 or enabled heater 0 uses blah 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 and hot ends, and like does it have a hot end?
That is kind of cool.
And then you could click on each one of those and see where that links back to see what that code looks like. It's one of the things that Arduino just didn't have.
Yeah, my favorite thing is like the boards thing. It's like I just right click on the board and then it'll take me to the boards menu,
Yep.
and I can find the board I'm looking for, and then copy and paste it. It's like, oh, this is amazing. Please do this always.
Yeah, I really like Platform.io. Trying to like convince people to start using it is kind of rough, but like once they start using it, they're like, "Oh, this is amazing."
Okay, something bad happened here. So apparently it doesn't know the size of my bed because it just tried to probe off of my bed on the right-hand side.
I love it. Something bad happened here.
On like the right hand, like where's the probe mounted? I guess
on the right-hand side.
Oh, and like you're sure that like your bed size and everything are right.
You know what? Let me measure the actual bed size.
Well, like the weird thing there is like bed size is a redefine of max travel, so like that might not actually like be your actual bed size that you're putting in.
245 is actually. Oh.
So is that not right?
No, that isn't right. Hold on. I went
too much,
fast.
too little.
I went too fast, and the caliper couldn't measure it. It should be 255 is the whole bed size.
I think your camera derped out.
Mine did?
You're not moving. Unless you're really good at being that still and talking.
Am I not working?
No, I don't.
I can hear you, but you're not moving.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're stuck.
Am I back?
It's loading. Now it's just gray.
No.
I cannot find what that 255 minus blue is.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay. 250. Yeah, it's the right size.
And the probe offsets are like correct.
They're spot on, yeah.
If you're encountering like sometimes we've encountered it before with UBL where like it's supposed to skip that last row, but it just won't.
It wasn't the UBL part. I was doing the four corners. I was in the J2.
Yeah, but well, it's still part of UBL. I think what you might need the workaround where like here I'll send you what it looks like for in mine.
Oh, you had to do the workaround too? Gosh.
Well, like it's defined, but it's not turned on all the time. It's listed like if you have this problem and turn this on.
Yeah, because I even have the mesh inset of 5. And it went like wise off.
We've encountered this with UBL before, but there is a thing for it. Let me just send it to you.
Sending it to me on the Discord.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Where's your thing?
Haha. It's in my pants.
Yeah, not that thing.
How's my kids?
Okay, define mesh max.
And then you would just like put your probe offset on the end there. And that way like it makes sure that it doesn't over exceed the limit on X.
And then where do I put that?
There is a section in advanced where like there's like a whole here, like a block that looks like this.
Hold on, I'm not looking at the camera. Okay.
There's a block like that in configuration advanced, and it's just you could just add this and then enable just this one for the X.
So in ADV.
Yep.
And there's a block somewhere.
Yeah, like there's a code block. I'm pretty sure if you typed like UBL, it would just be. Let me see.
Oh yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Mesh inset. Yep. Define mesh max x bed size.
And then at the end, you just like if whatever your probe offset is on X plus minus, and that way like it'll factor it in, and also it won't skip that last row anymore because it just won't go there. Period.
Okay, so instead of whatever's in parentheses, remove the mesh inset in parentheses and type in my value, or do I put it in the parentheses?
Like where like on the very end it says -40, and then like I just commented like that's my probe offset.
Okay, let me take a look at what you sent me again. Okay, yep, there it is. So you did -40. So it's after the word at mesh insert. Got it.
Yeah, like whatever your probe offset. If it's plus, you put plus. If it's minus, like mine's -40 because it's mounted on the left side.
So mine's going to be plus whatever's. Okay, I will.
And that way it'll factor in where all that is in relation to and just completely avoid that area.
Gotcha.
That's like just a no-go zone.
So my bed probe is 30 on the X, so I need to put a +30 in there.
Let's see if that sorts you. Because I had one or two people that would encounter that, but like I've never actually had it do it, but like I've definitely seen it happen, and there's like a whole issue report on it, and we like deep dived on it to figure out what the hell.
Yeah, it just looks like it's not respecting the actual probe.
Yeah.
It's like using the nozzle and not the probes.
Yeah. And if you're defining it, telling it like, oh, this is, and it's weird because it's only on this side. It's never on the front, back, or the left. It's always this side, on the right. So if you just go in and be like, you're just not allowed to go there, period.
I'm okay with that. Well, it's compiling, so that's good.
Well, yeah. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Well, you haven't seen me do firmware before. Live.
Well, you could say that I kind of might, have some experience with this.
Damn you, Rex.
Like earlier when I was I was at my appointment, like I'm getting messages on my phone and they're like, oh, I'm having this bug, and it's just like, well, show me the error. Oh, I think it's this. So I did the code edit from my phone and couldn't compile check it, and they're like, oh yeah, it's fixed now. It's like I couldn't even check it. I was just pretty sure that like that was it.
I'm just gonna call you Maestro.
It's like when you play with it long enough and you've seen enough things, you're just like, I'm pretty sure that that's what's doing that. Yeah?
I love when I play with it so much that I know what to do with it all the time.
Yeah.
It's literally my nickname.
So you didn't set your colors, Chris, on your LEDs? That's just what they do? So when it's done, its thing, it goes to purple?
Yeah.
And then
that's my home color.
Purple. So what? Does it go from purple to blue to white?
Yeah, it goes purple to white to blue. No, it goes purple. Oh boy. It's really hard on. It's supposed to because like most people's start G code is heat bed then heat nozzle. I'm heating my bed and my nozzle at the same time, which does a weird effect on the sequence of heating.
You're doing like a preheat.
Yeah. Because that's when that lighting thing kicks in, is when you're heating your bed and your nozzle for your print, it kicks in this sequence of lighting where it's like it goes from white to blue, telling your bed's heating, and once it gets to red, it then starts heating your nozzle, and then it heats from red to purple, and once it's purple, that means everything's heated and ready to go, and then it starts your print and it goes to white while you're printing.
Okay, because the minus blue, all that's telling it is to change the status with the printer. So your original color is actually purple, and the minus blue is just telling it that that's the old intensity and to change that color when the status changes. So what you said just kind of makes sense. So when the status changes, it goes blue.
It's like being able to look at the code and like know what it does, and then seeing and like it just kind of registers it like, oh, that's what it's doing, and that's the code to do that.
You smart people.
And then you could try and like play with it and be like, oh, I wanted to do this instead, and then see what happens.
That's what I'm getting from bouncing around in these code files and reading what it's saying. So
yeah, and that's just kind of how you start doing things. You're like, let me see how it's done here, and compared to like what's actually happening, and then let's see if we can play with it and make it do different things and understand it better. And once you've got to that point and tested it, that's when you can be like, oh, pull request.
Yep. What a word.
Yeah, I got to get my printer up so I can play with this stuff, so I can help teach Chris how to break his shit.
I've already broken it more than enough times.
Oh no, but I'm gonna help you even more. I'm gonna hook you right up.
It's like we'll make you into a Marlin dev in no time. You'll be sending pull requests and.
I sent a pull request, or not. I put a bug report in, and I got yelled at.
Well, it happens.
I'm learning how to use GitHub too, thanks to Chris.
Yeah, I still don't know how to use it.
Like I can help you with that too. Like I've been maintaining my fork for probably about a year. Like I use GitKraken for mine.
I had a problem because I forked his.
Yeah.
Did you fork it good?
I forked it good, man. But I couldn't figure out how to keep my fork up to date with his fork. So then they were both forked.
You got to do pull requests and merge it into yours.
No. I have to do a compare of mine with his. A pull request. That's what screwed me all up, because a pull request isn't actually a pull request. It's a push request for me requesting to push stuff to him.
Well, it depends on how you order it. If you set it up so you're what you're comparing to depends on where it gets pushed to. Because like I'll do a pull request from Marlin, but I'll direct it from my fork or from their branch into mine instead of from mine into theirs.
Well, and I tried that, and it still didn't act right. So I went and did some searching, and they go, okay, if you're wanting to update your fork with somebody that you forked from, you click the compare, and it'll do a comparison and see what's changed, and then you say do a pull request, I guess. It's goofy. It didn't register the way I thought it should register.
Yeah, that's kind of how GitHub works.
Yeah, I tried that, Keith, and it still didn't act right. It gave me nothing.
Yeah.
It went all goofy on me. So,
but like initiating a pull request, like it can go either way. It's bi-directional.
We don't like bi-directional.
It's binary.
I want tri-directional.
Tri-directional? That's I don't think we do that here.
Come on, we got binary, so anything's possible.
It's like I can really
telling people install GitKraken.
Oh yeah, GitKraken's awesome. Like rebasing and merging and like doing all that stuff is all like user graphical, and you can like see like everything going on. Like I really like GitKraken. It really like got me over the hump on like figuring all that out. Oh yeah, rebasing, conflict resolution, pull requests, merging, all that good stuff.
You smart.
Now I'm just waiting for Chris to update something on his GitHub again, so I can do a compare and make my GitHub work right.
Wait till you get to the point where like you do that compare, and it's like we can't merge it because there's a conflict, and then you need to do the whole conflict rebase thing, and then you gotta learn how to do that.
Hey,
otherwise you just stuck. Otherwise you just like delete your entire repository and fork it again, which just isn't ideal. Yeah, that's not ideal. That's what rebase is for.
You're a rebase.
All your base?
I prefer freebasing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But yeah, GitKraken is an amazing tool, and it is all graphical, and like it starts to make sense a lot more.
Is that a Linux box, or is that just a Linux app, or did they got it for everything?
It's all platforms.
Yeah. I'm heating my bed to 65.
Let me open it, and I'll try and like share my screen and show you what it looks like.
I'm gonna share your screen.
Because I may be needing to look for a job here one of these days, and I need to learn how to use GitHub because it seems like there's a ton of jobs out there that are requesting GitHub, somebody knowing how to use GitHub. So.
He's just got to allow me to share it, I think.
Would he let you in and didn't give you permissions?
There we go. This is what GitKraken looks like. And it's just like, okay, this is my branch, and this is the branch that's remotely on the GitHub. And then like, oh, this is actual Marlin, and I could just be like, oh, well, I want to check out, bug fix. And then I could just make a merge, rebase, merge, do an interactive rebase. You can do pulls, pushes, change upstreams. And it's all like user friendly kind of. And you like once you make the change, it'll list where the, then you have to do like a push pull to update everything. And it's like, so you know where things are going before you actually send them.
Sweet. So is this on your Linux box that you're working on?
Yeah, but you can install it in Windows. You can install it in Mac. Like I'm pretty sure it's completely cross-platform.
Yeah, Keith said it was cross-platform.
Yeah. I really like it, and like you could see all the commits and stuff from who and where it came from, and I'm pretty sure that's what Scott uses for processing stuff over at Marlin too, because like he's the one that was like, "Oh, you need to start using this," and he like showed me his, and I was like, "Oh, it looks pretty cool." I was using like this Git, what the hell was it, Git Cola, and like Git Cola is garbage.
I use Tortoise Git.
It's like whatever works for you, but like I like GitKraken.
Well, Tortoise Git would probably be the best for Josh.
Why?
Nice and slow.
Where are my constraints?
What's up? Has Tanny been on your streams here lately, Josh?
He wherever he moved to, he's got real crap internet. He said
it went off the bed again.
Anybody know how the diameter of
is that for just G29J?
Yeah.
Socket head.
Same exact spot.
M4.
What's that, Josh?
The size of the head of a socket M4.
Is that just a regular G29J or is that like a J2?
J2.
Try a J4, see what happens.
I'll send that through the thingy.
I want to say it's like 3 millimeters.
No, not the hex. The entire head size.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 3 millimeters because the hex for those is 2.5, and then you have the space on either side, so it's 3 millimeters.
How are you gonna have a 3 millimeter socket head on a 4 millimeter bolt?
And it's definitely exceeding X-Max and not something else.
X-Max, yeah.
So
you could try adding a little bit more to that, maybe.
G29.
Okay, now you confused me. You just said you wanted to know what the socket has on a 3 millimeter or an M3 was.
No, M4.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
I think it might need to be minus because if you're adding to then you're extending it out. I think you want to like pull it back. So I think we may have like accidentally like told it to go too far.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think it has to be minus, regardless if it's a plus or minus offset, because you want to take away. You want to keep it from exceeding, regardless.
I'm watching it now. I think it's
Hold
gonna
on,
go
I'll
off
tell
the
you
edge.
for sure here in just a minute.
Yep, went off the edge again.
Wait, aren't these things in
Yeah.
metrics?
I'm pretty sure you just need to flip that plus to a minus for that workaround.
It's really weird that it. And what's funny is it still does that weird thing where it's really it doesn't start probing the row as close to the left as possible on UBL.
It starts wherever the nozzle is nearest to, whatever point it's close to.
It's way off. Like it's all shifted to the right too far.
Like
the head diameter is 7 millimeters, Josh.
Yeah,
what's shifted to the right?
When it's doing the mesh validation, or like not the mesh validation, but when it's doing the G29, it starts like on the printer with the Pinda probe on it. It starts like as close to the left as it can get where the nozzle's at.
Yeah, wherever the nozzle is, it moves to the nearest, like the closest mesh point, and starts there.
Yeah, it doesn't do that on the one with the BL Touch. It's doing it like 20 millimeters to the right, and the nozzle's like way into the bed, where it starts doing its UBL.
I wonder if the min what's the min position off or something?
It's at 0. X min position is 0 on this printer.
And you're sure that your probe offsets are correct?
Triple, quadruple checked. Because it works fine with bilinear. Like it probes literally like right on the edge. Like the nozzle's like just riding the edge.
Well, it's like I can show you on mine. Like when I do it with this one with the 3D Touch, it goes right to the very edge on all but like this side right here.
Yeah.
Like I'll boot it up and let it do it. And it's like this is what it should do.
That's what you think, sir.
It's like it'll home and it start at the nearest point.
Maybe you should share your screen again, Chris, so Vert can help you fix it.
Yeah, Vert. Gosh.
Gosh, I hope your CAD is being less frustrating than my CAD.
Do what?
I hope your CAD is being less frustrating than mine.
I'm having fun with mine.
Yeah.
It's like on this printer, there's a 10 millimeter min position right here, and then a 5 millimeter position, from the end stop in the back. But it'll go right to the very edge.
Huh. You lucky guy.
Well, and that's like there's no inset and there's no min probe edge enabled for it to do that. Like both are disabled.
Yeah, didn't you set your inset to 5, Chris?
Yeah.
So it should be 5 millimeters in.
It's way more than 5.
And you're sure that min probe edge is disabled? Because min probe edge will skip an entire row.
Yeah.
So however big a row is how much it'll go in.
Should I undefine it? Because it just says define min probe edge. I set it to 0.
You could just try commenting it out.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help. Because I don't even have it turned on.
Here we go.
Okay. I will comment that out.
See if it makes a difference.
And triple checking things.
It's like suggestions were made where like they should sanity check combining min probe edge and inset, but like they didn't want to do that because it's very circumstantial on like which bed leveling you're using, and it's mostly with UBL.
Okay, auto bed leveling UBL, restore leveling G28 is enabled.
Yep.
Debug is off. Enable fade height is on. Nozzle size. Okay, auto bed leveling UBL. That's on. Inset is set to 5. Yours is set to 0. I'm gonna set mine to 0. It shouldn't do anything wrong if I set it to 0.
Yeah, if you wanted to go all the way out to the like very extreme edge, you don't need an inset or min probe edge at all.
Yeah.
That's only for like, okay, you need to avoid a bed clip, you need to like stay away from the edge if you have an inductive probe or something. Like if you got like a BL Touch style where it can actually go there and it doesn't have issues.
Yeah. My grid is 7. UBL mesh move edit. Save active on M500. UBL Z raise when off is set to 0.
Now, like when you flash that and you change from 10 to 7, did you wipe the EEPROM?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Yep.
Because it can get a little weird.
Let's see here. Here we go. 16. Okay. All right, that's all there. I'm double checking. I do have it set to -30 on the mesh inset now.
Yeah, because you want to keep away from that edge. You don't want to exceed it.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and hit the build button.
That was kind of my bad. I'm used to having a negative offset, and like yours is mounted on the other side, so it's positive.
Well, I had it at positive and it didn't work.
Well, yeah, that's. You wouldn't want it to go further. You'd want it to not go as far, so it'd always be negative.
Okay.
I'm told all the time not to be negative.
Well, negativity is the key to true happiness because you can never be let down.
Exactly. That's what I try to get across to people, but they do not believe me.
You can only go up. Like, it can only get better.
That's right. Finally, somebody who gets it.
If you expect the worst, it can only get better.
Yep, that is very true.
I'm getting sleepy as heck. It is 1:31 in the morning here.
2:30 here.
Oh, you lucky guy. Okay, and eject.
Yeah, I haven't slept right since my last bit of nights for work. I'm all screwed up.
I'm all screwed up.
I've been going to bed at 3 and 4 in the morning and getting up at 7 or 8.
Updating firmware. I really wish it would say something on the screen when it's updating firmware.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that that's an option because it actually resets the board and accesses the bootloader and.
You guys and your fancy bootloading. All right, custom commands and reset EEPROM. EEPROM values restored.
Yeah, like it fully went through and did the whole mesh thing, and
yeah.
We're good. And it like totally like skipped this last row and filled it in. It's like that's what's supposed to happen, but sometimes it like gets confused and like that last row, it's like, oh, I can reach there, and it really can't.
Yeah, but it's only during the tilt. Oop, I messed that up. I forgot to change my sensitivities.
Oh, there might be something up with the code then for that. Let me try a G29J and see what it does. Because I usually don't use a J at all. Isn't needed.
Well, why not? Chris Riley said it was.
It's more of a precautionary thing than anything.
Custom commands.
In that like rare instance where I decide to play with knobs in the middle of the night.
That's usually every night.
Especially if you're single.
I'm sorry, Josh.
Wait, did I miss something? Did you and Rosa break up?
Yeah, just in your.
He didn't miss nothing. I didn't say nothing.
Nada.
Okay. Whatever you're doing, printer, stop doing it.
I think whatever you got from that school is causing you to hear things.
Hearing loss is a real thing, guys. Come on now.
Son of a biscuit.
Hey, nothing in the swear jar this time.
Biscuits.
Mm-hmm. Who doesn't like a little bit of biscuit?
Too many carbs.
What?
Yeah.
No such thing.
Oh yeah, there is such thing.
Go for some biscuits and gravy right now.
I had Chinese food for dinner today. It was all carbs.
Really good.
You didn't have it for dinner today.
It was yesterday.
Josh, you should make biscuits and gravy on your next stream.
Okay, why isn't the y-axis homing correctly now? Like, I can't win.
You've gotten like no insets and like Y's not like you only edited X though. Like
No, it just won't even home the y. Like sensorless homing's like, false positive.
oh well yeah, senseless homing is fun.
Let's see. Lower is less sensitive or more sensitive?
Whatever you do, don't ever go to Chicago and get biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, you come to my house.
Clue. They have no clue what that is.
Yeah, I'm getting false positives on my motion. Home Y. Yeah, it's... You snagging on something?
Rolls or bagels? Bagels are nice, but nothing tops biscuits.
Okay, why are you not homing correctly?
Yeah, I just ran a G29J with the 3-point and it did exactly what it was supposed to. I don't have the workaround enabled or anything.
Do the 4-point then.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the 4-point now.
Because my 3-point works.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help diagnose.
You're a diagnostic. Okay, why?
J4.
No, Michael, you gotta have biscuits with sausage gravy. That's the way to eat biscuits.
Mm-hmm. Spicy sausage gravy. Shit.
Yeah, that's right, Ashley. Mmm.
You guys are weird.
Why? It's breakfast time.
Oh, I did a J4. Whoops. Yeah, it's doing 16 points now. Oops. Oh well.
Well, and as super
good
fast
test.
as yours does it, it'll take all night.
Well, it's on 4 already. But like it's doing a 4x4 mesh, so.
Nice.
And then it tilts everything based upon the results, so theoretically, like the more points you take, the more accurate it would be.
So 16 by 16 at 10 points would be super, super accurate.
That's what they tell us.
Theoretically. The amount of time it would take would just probably not be worthwhile. Because I ran a 15 by 15 mesh for a while. It's like, yeah, I'll come back in a couple hours.
Okay, let's try this again. Main custom commands and probe UBL slot 1.
He's working on his special printer.
It's like so far so good. 0.9.
Hey Tristan, yeah, I'm trying to play with exoslides.
Devin, you look like you're crying.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm just yawning.
Like I look over and everyone's all happy, and you're just like,
Oh no, I'm tired.
you have school. You don't have school in the morning, so you can stay up all night.
I have 8 a.m. practice.
That's what they all say.
We go to nationals in 4 days.
Nationals.
Like
ready?
you're running latest stable, right? Like we're comparing apples to apples, right?
I'm at 2.0.3.
Oh, so I'm at 2.4, 0. Well, whatever the current stable is.
2.04.4.
Yeah,
whatever the stable branch is at, that's where I'm at.
Well, Chris said it was broken, so he's not running it.
Yeah, one of the things I need
It's
to work
clearly
with
broken.
All right, I will upgrade to 2.44, whatever nonsense, if this doesn't work right here.
It's like I'm running it. Like I'm not running a release branch. I'm running like directly from the stable branch. So I'm not sure if that's because just like the release branches are frozen versions.
Send me your Marlin.
You could fork mine. I already gave you my GitHub.
God.
Everybody forking each other.
Forking going on.
And you can try and swap out the configs and get PebCac error. It'd be great.
I don't want PebCac. I like Pepto.
That floors me the PebCac error.
I put a sanity check in, so if you try and swap my config out with like a different one, it'll PebCac error. Because you're not supposed to mix mine with like if you wanted source, go get source. It's not how I intended it to be used.
Yeah, it shifted even more to the right. Like, oh wait, it's actually homing to the left side now. Okay, it's working correctly now. I think it's working correctly this time.
Like G29J is working correctly?
No, G29.
Oh.
The UBL, the little code command that I did is working now.
Okay.
Like it works fine on this printer. Like if I do it here.
Yeah, I don't think it's like an issue with like the macro. I think it's just like sensorless probing is kind of sensorless homing or whatever it is. It's like yeah, okay.
It's the best thing ever. Go fix
like
it.
I'm not saying it's not cool. Like I'm saying it's just not quite ready yet.
How come Prusa got it working?
Yeah, we're not gonna go there.
Well, they got it working because they tuned it. I mean,
it's like it's not that it doesn't work. It does work. It's just very, very finicky.
The improve homing reliability setting helps a ton, by the way.
Yeah, I just did a 4x4. I did a 6. A 4x4, 2x2, and the 3-point. They all work fine. I don't know.
Well, it looks like it should work this time.
So yeah, you probably just needed to work around, and it was just being weird.
Could be.
You just had to let it set its bearing straight.
Could be, maybe. It's one of those always, sometimes, maybe. It's like as long as it works.
Yeah, I mean it's all that matters, right?
In the end.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. That's saved. And then we'll move to custom commands and Tilt.
Oh yeah, I forgot what was in there.
Okay. Don't go off the edge. Don't go off the edge. It went off the edge. Same spot. Fuck you.
Tristan, what part line are you talking about?
God.
I might flash like this A20 because the A20 has been known to have the issue you're having, so maybe I could reproduce it then.
Like leveling
if it's a problem. Like where it exceeds the X.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
That my other
doesn't make
printers
any
don't
sense.
do it.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because these ones don't do it at all. But like this printer over here is like an inch bigger on X and Y, and it does it. And it's got the exact same board. It's got the exact same like everything. It's just slightly larger.
Well, I have the exact same size beds on all the printers. It's the exact same bed, exact same.
I had a suspicion that it might have had to do with the screen because this has the full graphics display and these ones don't.
Yeah.
And these ones never had the problem.
Huh. Because that is my only printer that has the full graphics screen on it.
Like it was one of those bugs that we could never really pin down. That like I had some suspicions, but I couldn't really. There wasn't enough data.
Okay, let me try something. I'm gonna go to the purple print. Oh, the purple printer doesn't have that. Okay, I need to go to.
Wait, you have purple 3D printer?
It's purple.
He's got his purple bear.
Ah.
It's purple.
That's what she said.
Yes.
It's purple.
It's plurple.
Yeah, let's see what this one does.
Random question for the group. If I am trying to find the individual lengths of hex shaft, if I divide half inch by 5, that should give me the individual lengths of the sides, correct?
Do what?
Wait, no, does that make sense? I don't think so.
None at all whatsoever.
All right, since you said that one has a graphic display and that's causing the issue, I'm going to set this to be a 2004 screen.
I tried that before too, and it never seemed to make a difference. Like, but it's worth a try. Like maybe, I kind of wonder if it has something to do with wiring. Like I didn't actually like disconnect the screen, but I did like switch the defines from one screen to the other, and that didn't seem to do anything.
Do you have the TFT part of that screen hooked up, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
Will it work if you pull it?
No.
I'll be back in a second.
You do that.
Thanks for the warning.
So the screen will stop working if you pull the TFT portion off?
Oh, this might be the issue. It's not 30 millimeters away. I just measured it. And I have 30 millimeters set. How did I get 30 millimeters for my BL touch offset? That's not 30 millimeters.
Tristan, I've never used exoslides before, and I'm still waiting on them to be delivered, so I don't know, but they're not supposed to, I don't think, have any play in them.
So you got the EPCAC error.
But I do know on their website it says, like, okay, if you have 4 over here, don't use 4 on the opposite side because it'll bind up.
7. Okay. Okay. Oh, get off of me. Okay. Doing some math magic now.
Compiling for that other machine to try and run tests.
Do it.
Oh, he found it, Bert. He thinks he's got his offset set wrong.
Yeah,
that 30 millimeters.
That'll do it.
he epcacked his own printer.
I did ask that
the designer of the
initially.
probe says it's a 30 millimeter. That's why I double checked. He said it was 30 millimeter offset from the nozzle, and I measured it, and it's saying 27. So it's 3 millimeters off, and it's just going off the edge of the bed, like 3 to 5 millimeters.
Yeah, that's why. Like some people are like, oh, you should never check your steps, or you shouldn't like verify like things. Like the manufacturer should know what they're doing. It's like I would check at least once.
Maybe even twice.
Maybe like it's not something I would keep doing like over and over again, but like I would definitely check it at least once on my machine, just to kind of rule that out. To be like, no, I checked it. It is correct.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna set it to 27 here in the probe offset. So yeah, and X is positive is to the right, and the probe is to the right, and it's 27 millimeters and 10 back. So it's positive, so 27, 10. Okay.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, the magic of tomorrow. Magic of tomorrow today.
I made a box that had my like handle on the side, and I posted it, and I was like, y'all are looking at my box.
Yeah.
It's like, I see you looking at my box. Stop looking at my box.
Who'd have thought you had a box?
Yeah. It was funny. It's like I was just like playing with some design stuff, and I posted it, and then like I just had fun with it. That's all. Now to do the weird thing you have to do to flash this thing, because to flash the V4 board that's on the A20T and the A10T and like the newer versions of the A10 and A20, you have to hold down the reset button while you hit the flash button and then release. And if you don't time it just right, it fails. Every time.
Sounds like magic to me.
Yeah, it's some kind of voodoo. I hate it. They decided in their infinite wisdom that they were going to like disconnect the reset pin from the board so it couldn't self-reset.
Yeah, you don't want to reset it. So let me try this. Let's go to Control, Console. So G29, J2. Let's see if that one probe's not off the bed.
And failed. I gotta wait for it to fail completely and start over again now.
And I sure hope this guy gets this mini conversion for the Mosquito working.
So yeah, it works perfectly on this printer. Like, it didn't go off the edge.
They got a BL touch on it?
No, it has a PINDA on it.
Well, it helps if your actual probe offsets are correct.
Hey, it was only off by 3 millimeters, and I had a 5 millimeter inset.
That's all it takes.
So you'd think that the inset would save it from going off the edge.
But didn't you disable the insets?
No, I set it at 2.
Oh.
But you know what? I don't know. My brain hurts.
Yeah, my brain hurts too. I stopped doing math.
Okay, is that finished compiling? It did. It compiled correctly.
Yeah, but getting it it'll compile, but if the values aren't right, it'll still gonna be a little weird.
Hey, I changed the values. Okay.
Well, you could have live changed the values for the probe offset. You didn't have to free flash.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
M851.
Yeah.
And if you have the menu enabled, you can go into Configuration Advanced menu and just change the offsets there from the menu.
Did you know that I came from a Prusa and we don't have M851?
It's like because somebody had a great idea to be like, oh, let's just make a menu for that, and like I like it.
You smart people in your menus.
Well,
writing memory. Woo, got it. Third try.
Oh, Mr. Filament Frenzy against Upgrade just sure playing out that Bear Mara.
It's because it's E3D.
Although that is a damn pretty print he did with that Matter Hacker's Iron Gray. That looks really nice.
Oh, the matte iron gray? Yeah, matte filament looks good when you put flashlights on it. Oh, come on. What's funny is now everyone's going to buy a Hemera upgrade.
They need to buy them from me.
Heck yeah. Okay. It's the only difficult part, sticking this dang memory card back into its slot.
Damn it, what did I just forget?
I don't know what you did. You're not telling me.
What about working the slot?
I gotta jiggle it more.
You gotta jiggle the slot?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
2, 8, 9. Okay, that makes sense.
Offset has changed.
Helps if the printer's not like pushed up against the wall, don't it?
You don't need that wall anyway, bro.
It's just smashing against the wall. I'm like, oh shit, forgot about that. As soon as I moved it away, it home properly. Whoops. The first time it did that, I'm like, oh, what did I break? And now it's just like, oh, just pull it forward. It's good. There we go. Let's try that again. No more crazy noises.
Yeah, that's better. Crazy noises are usually bad when it comes from 3D printers.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try.
I hate it when other people use my GIF of the little kid screaming yes. My GIF.
It's mine.
Front corner on the left. Oh, it's doing a 4-point, so all 4 corners. Back corner. The plate's mounted all cocked to one side, so it's as close as it's going to get.
Yeah. But it didn't go off the edge.
Nope, not yet anyway. It went as far as it was supposed to on X Max for the right side and on the back. Now it's going to do the front. Nope, nothing exploded. It did exactly what it was told to do.
Lucky this guy.
But of course, like the min position for the bed is correct, and the offsets are correct, and it kind of helps when Marlin actually knows where your build area is. It does.
It doesn't. Nope. Shouldn't need it.
Doesn't help at all. No, you don't have to tell Marlin, where anything is.
But that's what ABL is for.
Yeah, but like it doesn't know where your bed is still. It just like it's like, oh, like let's touch it and try and find out where it is.
It's under the hot end.
Yeah. But like if I started probing over here, it would probe off the bed, so it wouldn't work. Or if I didn't have the bed offsets, the min positions put in right, it would probe off here and it would probe off the back.
Now it probed even more off the edge, even with the correct probing point. So
is that with the workaround or without?
Without the workaround.
It's really, really weird.
So ha 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 ha.
But like I totally just did it on this one and it didn't do it. I think you might need to do a merge source. Both these are running the latest stable branch.
That's my next thing is to update to 2.044 or whatever.
Yeah. It's like if I can run it on these 3 machines, like I don't know.
I thought you said you couldn't get that to set your Z offset though, Chris.
That's on 2 other printers.
What's wrong with your Z offset?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
He said he couldn't get it to set with 2.0.4. Right?
Not the Z offset, it's the XY min position.
Yeah, all these machines have an XY min position.
You lucky guy.
Like it's -10, -5 on that one, -10, -5 on this one, -7, -1 on this one. Just because my plate's cockeyed, it should be -50 for this model. But like they put my plate on funny, and this thing was like so beat up when it came in. I had to. It was like we can rebuild him, All the spool holders were shattered. Like this motor, the arm on it was snapped off. This mount on the front was all beat up and put on wrong. Like everything was all wobbly and the motor mounts were bent. Like it was bad.
What was the M206 that you said was the problem?
M206 is offset XY.
Oh, okay.
M851 is probe offset.
Are you trying to use CNC stuff on 3D printers?
No.
If you're trying to use home offsets, that's a CNC feature that shouldn't be enabled on a 3D printer.
Well,
it only works with CNCs.
Hold on, I'm working on something else. My brain hurts. Bed size.
Let me look at
Maybe
M206.
you need to order one of those domes that Josh is going to order.
And wear it on my head.
Yeah, M206 is set home offsets. That's intended for CNC use, and it is required to be enabled to enable CNC, and it is part of that system. It should not be used with 3D printing at all. Shh. That's why it didn't work.
There you go. It's fixed.
If you want to set them in position, you have to do it like hard-coded.
I did, and even hard-coded didn't work. I even did up to -50, and it didn't change anything. It just stayed at the same spot.
Well, it works on this one, and this one. Otherwise, I'd be probing off the bed.
Well, all right. Let me think here.
Sometimes probing off the bed's a good thing because there's more room on the floor.
That's when you tear the pin off your probe.
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna head to bed. We have practice in 6 hours.
Peace out.
Yeah, you do. Good night.
Good night.
Hi, Devin.
Okay. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna update to the latest stable, which is I have that already on here, which is 2.44.
It was that the bug that you were reporting with them like 206? Like that's probably what.
It was both. Like it didn't work with hard coded or with that, and I didn't know that because I googled like what command would do it, and it said M206 would change it.
Well, it does, but like it doesn't account for probe offsets at all because it's intended for CNC.
Yeah, but I mean, I even set it to -50. Like I was doing like really ridiculous values, and it wouldn't change anything.
I'm pretty sure if you go beyond a certain point, it ignores it.
Well, I mean, I gradually got there. Like I started at I needed -10.
Yeah, like this one has -10, -5, X and Y, and this one has like -7, -1, and they're working and they're running it.
That's why I'm redoing it with 2.44 now.
Yeah. Well, like again, like I'm running, the 2.0 branch, not a release branch, but they should be the same, I think. Let me compare them.
Uh-oh.
Nothing compares.
Josh is singing.
I'm so tired right now.
Because like I'm not using the releases. I'm using like whatever the 2.0 branch is.
Let's see. Gray Bear, and today's date is the 8th? 7th.
7th.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this guy with the 100-watt handheld laser?
Nope.
On Twitter?
Hell no.
He goes, 100-watt handheld laser may seem like a stupid, reckless idea because it is. I'm gonna retweet it.
Do it. Do it now.
Playing with your tweeter.
All right, Mel.
I'm comparing branches. Yeah, there is zero difference between release 2.0.4.4 and the 2.0.x branch currently. And that I'm running the 2.0.x branch. So
You are such a lucky guy.
You said there are differences?
None. There are none. The 2.0.x branch is the same as the release branch currently because he's just making releases from that repository.
Ooh, Keith, I did not integrate the new Live Z menus. I haven't even looked at it because I started I'm like a a squirrel. I just saw a shiny object. All right, I'm just gonna redo the whole firmware from scratch.
From scratch, huh?
Yep.
Like it should you can like compare configs. Like it shouldn't be.
I have meld, so I can look at it, but there's like things that there's like text that's changed, and it wants to copy over the text, not just like the edits I want.
Well, yeah. That's why you got to like go in and like do it individually. Like that's how conflict resolution like tends to go. Like basically you're comparing two repositories and then going, okay, I want from this one, but I want this from that one and this from this one, and then you merge those.
Haven't you learned anything from the time on this chat with him?
Nope.
That's not going to happen.
Well, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but
most of the time it's easier to drown them.
Yeah. Documents, Marlin builds.
So yeah, I ran like a full UBL without the workaround on this machine, and like the A20s were the ones that were exhibiting the problem, like in my user group. But like I don't now, I can be like, it doesn't happen on mine, like so I don't know what you're talking about. Because that was a big problem for a long time. Because like I was extrapolating like A10 to A20, and they're like, "Oh, well, you don't have one." Well, I do now, and it works.
It does in that branch.
Well, it did on previous ones too.
Let's see here.
Ever since I got this, it was hilarious too. Because when this came, it actually had my firmware already on it. So the person that had it before. Already had my firmware on it. It was great. As soon as I plugged it in, it was like, oh, Verts build. Oh, sweet. My firmware's already on there. Didn't even have to do anything.
Okay. Let's take a look here. Yep. And yep. And that board is incorrect. I'll find the right board when I get in there. Gray Bear, yep. Filament diameter, yep. Oh yeah, I can just do Alt down. 5, 1. Temp window.
I use diffuse, but that's a Linux thing.
You lucky guy.
You lucky. It's basically the same thing.
Are you literally going back in and redoing all the settings by hand?
Not exactly. Like it's just moving things over.
Yeah, just clicking them over.
Like this kind of thing is like pretty normal for like making configs and stuff. You'll like grab an old one like from like 1.0 and compare it to 2.0 and go, okay, I need this setting and put this over here and this over there, and like things are in different places, so they don't exactly line up. But
This makes my life easier when I swap things over.
Learning to use the diff tool is definitely handy.
All right, and this, and S curve, and BL touch, and correct value now. The edge is 0. And boom, and boom, and boom, and boom. Okay, this stuff doesn't matter. Size.
Is that milled?
Yeah.
Looks pretty much like any like diff tool, you know. Like it's basically what GitHub does when you compare two different forks.
No, these don't matter because I'm not using that anymore. Graph overlay. 10.7, 0. LCD bed leveling. Step change. Edit menu.
The LCD bed leveling, that that doesn't actually do anything and waste space because it only works for ABL.
Okay.
I put in if enabled bilinear on that, so that way it only enables for bilinear in mine. Because it literally wastes like a bunch of bytes and doesn't do anything in UBL. So.
Dang it! I keep going too fast. There we go. Definitely want EEPROM settings. Did I miss anything else? No.
Gotta have EEPROM settings.
Nozzle park feature, feed rate.
Wow.
I like nozzle park.
Heck yeah. Gotta have it. Pulse, menu item, individual access homing.
Oh yeah, I love individual access homing. It's great for diagnostics, especially when you're not sure like if it's gonna work right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm gonna do just one and not be like breaking them all. Finger on the kill switch, of course.
Yeah. 17.
It's like diagnostics like that make you want to like sing a song. Finger on the kill switch. Like, oh.
All right, this one's done. And then configuration.h. I need to change you to Marlin builds, burners, Gray Bear, Marlin, ADV, open. And this one needs change. Gray Bear, burners, Gray Bear, 3.7.
I might actually like suggest the edit that I put in the comments on my fork to upstream for that set home offsets that like it doesn't work for 3D printing. It's like only for CNC.
That would be nice.
Like it's not even that you can't use it for CNC, but like or you can't use it for 3D printing because if you could, but like you have to make additional modifications to account for probe offsets.
Mm-hmm.
So when you set a home offset, you have to add your probe offsets in addition to whatever that is to make it work.
Okay.
Because it's not accounting for those because it's not for that.
All right, here's where everything changed in the new one. I will mess with. Boy, this is the only thing I hate is like. Okay, I'll get to that later. Yeah, we'll fuck with that later. Yep, false. I don't want the Z to ever unlock.
I don't ever like the only one I let disable is the extruder. I don't let any of them turn off. It's like if I wanted to rehome all the time, you know, I'd do that.
You lucky guy, you.
Like because like the extruder doesn't matter. You don't home the extruder, so after like 30 seconds, it can turn off if it's not in use.
Yeah.
The rest of them I just leave on all the time. If I'm not printing, I turn the printer off. Like, Why would you not want? Why would you want to have to keep rehoming all the time?
Because I'm magical. Yep. Ooh, yeah. I definitely want Marlin logo animated, and I want brick out and invaders installed.
Hell no! Like I don't want any of that shit. I want the small logo. I want no animation. Like, why would I want to waste all those Why would I want to waste all those resources on things that are not even 3D printing related? Like I love the comment on it says frivolous games or whatever. Or did they take that out?
Yeah,
because that's exactly what they are.
Baby stepping. Integration into the stepper ISR. I don't think I want to do that.
Yeah, I haven't played with that yet. That's new. That's new. That's mad new.
That's mad new.
That's like last week.
All right, I'll add it in there, and I can undefine it if I need it. Temp probe compensation. Don't need any of that. Oh yeah, changing my buffer sizes.
Oh yeah, gotta have big buffers.
Well, Keith said 32 is really good. Should I keep it at 32?
Like if you have enough space for it, yeah. Like actually, like on mine, like I have it so that the block buffer and the buff size, like block buffer is defined as buff size, and then you define buff size so that way they're both the same all the time. So and usually it's like 32 or higher.
Or higher?
Yeah. Because the more you can fit in there, the more Marlin can plan ahead.
Oh shoot! Really?
Yeah, because like it's like when you're streaming G code to the printer, it's only loading like that many lines into the printer, and like the more information it has, the more it can plan ahead.
So I should really just like set it to like 1,024.
It's like if you got a big enough board that has enough space, fill it. Use those resources. Especially on like 32-bit boards, like there's no reason you couldn't have that like 64, 128.
Man, you mean I should really mess with it?
Like buff size, like the buff size is the number of commands it can be like sent into the buffer all at once before like it has to like dump them into the planner or do something with them. Mm-hmm. So when that's small, like if by default it's 4, so if you send 4 commands, it just like won't accept anymore until it's done something with them. Huh. So it kind of lags things. But if you're accepting 16 commands at a time and then it's dumping those right into the the planner and executing commands, like you're not going to have that lag time in between. Huh. So the more you can put in, the more it can process, and the less likely you're going to have like it do like a split-second stop and get a blob or something. And it also could potentially speed things up too, because it can plan ahead those moves and just keep going.
Yeah.
Not waiting for the buffer to get filled again.
Oh, you guys can't even see my screen anymore. It's stalled. Let me share a different screen. Remove some stream. Screen share.
It's like, it's not to say that the defaults don't work. They totally do work, and they do work pretty well. But like, you can encounter issues with certain situations where like you would want more.
Yeah.
And if you got room to do it, go for it. Generally, that's the kind of thing that like really only comes into play with like the smaller boards on 8-bit, like kind of like Melzy stuff. But actually, Melzy's got a pretty good, decent amount of RAM, so that's not really too much of an issue there either. The storage is the issue on the Melzy board.
Darn you, storage. Here's my board BTT. It's kind of funny you guys renamed the board from Big Tree Tech to BTT.
Well, like certain things, like they renamed a few of the environments to make them shorter, because in Windows there's like there's a path thing where like if the path is too big, it won't compile.
Oh.
And there was like a workaround. They're like, oh, you got to put Marlin in your C drive so that way the path's not gigantic and it won't compile. So like they went in and like made a few of them smaller.
I am yawning, actually. It's almost bed. It's way past bedtime. What the hell am I talking about?
Okay, so that should all be correct. And let's go to ADV and figure out how they do the dual Z axis things in here.
fun stuff.
Yeah, this is something I haven't done. Here we go. Z stepper auto align.
Yep.
Okay. Define probe X and Y positions. Define Z stepper align XY. What are my values for that? Gotta open up one of my printers.
I should probably open up and be able to see the chat.
Yeah, the chat's got a bunch of stuff going on. People are talking all kinds of.
Just kind of and I could hear myself echoing, and it was weird. Okay, pop out. There we go.
Okay, new values in.
Cool.
Okay, this should build, and it should have everything I need. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Okay, let's get the build.
Bigger buffers have brought some bugs to light, specifically. Which ones were those? Because I hadn't I've been using a 32 and it's been good.
Yeah, that's what I switched to. But then I was making numbers like 1024 or 1028, and I'm like,
oh yeah, I could see how SD printing, because it might not be able to keep up, possibly, depending on the brand of the card, the speed of the card, and different things. I don't ever use SD printing, so all the plebs and their SD cards.
Yeah, like me moving my firmware from this SD card over back and forth.
I don't want to get up. I just want to be able to type shit in.
Oh shit! There's something got to change before. Damn it! I keep forgetting the pins file's got to change. There's some weird. So on the SKR14, there's a dedicated probe pin, probe and servo pin for the BL Touch. If you don't edit the pin to match it won't pick the pin. I don't know what it is. There's some weird bug.
Can you hear me?
And nobody's pull requested that yet?
No, they have, and they agree it's a bug. They just haven't.
They haven't addressed it yet.
Yes.
That's kind of how things go. It's in the queue and it's just waiting.
I've been talking on mute this whole time. Nobody could hear me.
Oh yeah, you should not mute yourself.
Well, I had to let the dog go out to the bathroom, so.
Well, it's the Pi has an SD card, but you're not getting up from your chair and walking over and moving cards. And,
not usually.
Yes.
Yeah.
You very seldom ever have to pull the card out of your SD card or out of your Pi.
Yeah, unless it corrupts, which does happen.
Yeah. Yeah, 29 people are still. We had 30 people in here pretty much consistently the entire time. That's crazy.
We're just so interesting, apparently.
If big buffers are a problem, you should get a over-the-shoulder buffer holder. That'll help.
Yeah.
Over-the-shoulder buffer holder.
It's 30 people watching us, but then I see streams and it's they're not doing anything interesting at all. They're and there's 1,000 people watching. It's a jar of peanut butter, 600 people. Empty chair, 4,000 people.
I don't understand some of these people.
It's I don't know.
Chris and Josh are super entertaining.
I'm not.
It's all Rex, man. Rex is the most entertaining man on the planet.
I try to throw in, a few jokes here and there, keep it interesting, but
yeah,
play around a little bit.
That's why we got to get Keith in here. He's also got jokes.
But you gotta, you can't be totally serious all the time. You gotta have a little fun.
Yeah.
Chris is a tall jar of creamy peanut butter.
I'm a
tall jar of peanut butter. A chunky peanut butter, huh?
Oh, Keith found his mic and it doesn't work. I'm going to have to
build a new one.
A headset.
Go to Walmart right now and get a Logitech. That's what I'm using.
Yeah.
They're $20.
Yeah.
Like cheap Logitech camera and then a Logitech headset. You're good. $100 or less. All set up, taxes and everything.
Yeah, as long as he's got the sound turned up on it.
Okay. My printers. Today's date printer. Marlin. PIO. Build. 1768. There's the bin file. Look at that.
Well, if your Mac doesn't like it, then it's probably something wrong with it.
You just need to install Linux on your Mac and everything will be okay.
What are you talking about? It's already a Unix-based system.
Yeah, it's Unix-based, proprietary. Like,
yeah.
No, you need to be open source. Like,
I got crappy Intel boxes to put Linux on to make them better. So
yeah, that's fun too.
Mac.
We're not going to do that to the Mac. It makes the Mac better too.
Yeah, run faster.
Yeah, jump higher.
Look, I'm happy with the way my Mac runs. I don't have any problems with my Mac.
Don't say that out loud. It'll hear you.
The only problem I had was the stupid battery that swole up on it.
Yay, the lights work. Oh, and it says 2044 on the screen instead of 203.
Really? That's probably because you updated to a new version.
Yep.
Shh, don't tell it that. Error, EEPROM version.
Yeah, you gotta auto-initiate. Did you have auto-initiate enabled?
What's an auto-initiate?
Or auto-initialize, so that way, like, when it encounters an error like that, it'll just lock up, and then you'll hit reset, and it'll wipe it?
No.
Yeah, you should do that.
Where's that?
It's in the EEPROM block there. Yeah, initialize your EEPROM.
Can I just go and do it from my screen here, initialize EEPROM?
Yeah, but it would like automatically do it, so that way like the plebs don't screw it up.
The plebs?
Yes. It doesn't cover all circumstances, but like I like having it on, so that way like, you know, if people like forget or I forget or like, it's just kind of that extra layer of it'll just take care of itself.
Chris is a pleb.
When it comes to firmware, yeah.
Like I jokingly say that, but
come on, you've done more in the past week than I've gotten done since I got my SKR board because I didn't have all my crap.
Hey man, like I said, I'm better at being taught things, and I just kind of run with it for a while. Configuration, advanced settings, TMC drivers, sensorless homing, 80. Apparently that's the setting.
it's like technically all current like most current modern operating systems were like all stolen from AT&T originally. So like,
yeah, they had the original System 5.
Yeah. They're all just copies of a copy.
Okay, let's try this again. Let's do custom commands and
well, but
mesh
thank
tilt.
God they stole it because it's come a long way.
Well, they did like some great stuff with it, but then it just kind of sat on the shelf and nothing happened with it. And then like other people started to do things with it, and it started to go places. So
Yeah,
I guess it's not all bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Thank God they stole it because it's come a long way.
I'm sure something still would have happened. Like it would have just progressed differently.
I don't know. AT&T still hasn't got their internet service right.
Okay, it's doing something really dumb now. Like I auto home, it homes the X, it homes the Y, and then it just starts zooming all the way over.
Like for Z?
No,
is Z Safe Home doing something weird?
Yeah.
Is it set to like bed size divided by 2, like it should be?
Yeah, I didn't change that.
Is like bed size weird or something?
Let's find out.
Like, I'm just trying to like backtrace it in my head, like where that would go and why it would, because that's all Z-Safe Home right there.
Let's see. Bed size 250. Yep, that's correct.
Is the probe offset right?
27
that'll throw
and
it
0.
off too. Yeah.
27 and
that'll
10.
offset everything.
And then
But
what's
it's
the
like,
other thing that we're looking for?
Are the steps right on X and Y?
Ooh.
Because that could make it go way weird.
You know what? Let me double check that. Let me double check that. Ah, firmware. I wish this was like Duet and I can just go, hey, update your firmware, and you're ready to go.
You could just change the steps in EEPROM. You don't have to reflash.
I'm particular about that.
Well, you update it in the firmware, and then like you change it on the EEPROM, so that way when you do the next update, it's permanent then. Like instead of flashing it constantly, or you could just flash it like all the time, like I do. Like this machine's probably been flashed like 10,000 sometimes.
That's what I do. Let's see. Let's make sure micro stepping is correct. It should be at 16.
Like they're pretty resilient actually for like all the flashing and testing I do on them.
Let's see here.
Unless of course you wipe your bootloader, and then you need to have an in-circuit programmer to fix that.
No, they're all correct. 16 micro stepping at 200 steps because it's a 0.9 degree motor. Yep, everything is correct. Okay, what did I do wrong?
Thinking. Like what else would like is it like moving double the amount it should? Is it no?
I don't know if it's moving double. It just started shooting all the way over the right hand side. Like, let me do an M503 and see. Like,
yeah, read back the EEPROM, see what's going on in there.
All right, let me plug it back in.
Well, this one time at band camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He learned how to play the accordion.
The skin flute?
No.
No.
Homie don't play that.
Okay. M503. What do I got in here? Yep, set to Celsius.
More of a hairy clam type of guy.
Steps are correct. Acceleration speeds are correct. Unified bed leveling, yep. Yep. PID settings, Z probe offset 27100. Separate driver current, correct.
Configuration advanced.h craps up on STM32 boards.
Stall guards
well,
correct.
That's not good because I got a GTR 1.0 coming in. I believe that's what that is.
Is the GTR STM or is it LPC?
I thought it was an STM.
It's an STM.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing this weird.
Did like a motor wire come loose or something, and it's just like skipping along?
No, what's funny is it's homing X and Y at the same time, but it never homes the Y. Like it bumps the X and the Y stops as well, but it's supposed to.
Oh, I wonder. Do you have? Because I encountered a similar issue and I got around it with. Let me look for it.
Yeah, that one thing. The who's it, what's it?
I'm looking for it. There we go.
The doohickey. The doomaflachi.
The doomaflachi.
Yeah, the doomaflachi.
The dunamis magic? Dunamancy?
That too. That too. The Dumbledore roll.
End stop noise threshold 2. Once I enabled that, like I was getting that on my A20T, and once I enabled end stop noise threshold, it stopped. Like it was triggering when it shouldn't.
but I don't have end stops.
Oh, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's doing senseless homing.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
We're in the future, bro.
Yeah, I'm not so sure the future is now, though. I think it's later.
Let's see.
Hey, senseless homing was working fine before he started jacking with things, so.
All right.
Yeah, Marlin's notorious for, like, fixing one thing but breaking something else.
Yes, I'm using Quick Home, and it's freaking out.
Disable Quick Home, maybe that'll help.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Doesn't like those multi-axis movements.
Yeah, just let the home meander.
Yeah, Keith's got the same suggestion, disable Quick Home.
Or go to bed.
Maybe try it again tomorrow.
try it fresh in the morning. Sometimes that works. You get like a good night's sleep, and you're like fresh in the morning. You're like, oh, I got ideas now.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy. 3D Jimmy said, don't forget to set the thingamabob.
Oh.
Can't sleep and you dream about it?
Well, Keith, it worked with 2.0.3.
It should be insanity check.
Okay.
That sanity check goodness.
What am I looking for to change? Oh, yeah.
Quick Home, I believe, is in Config Advanced.
Yeah, I already changed that. I'm changing something else, too. Forgot my what is it? My senseless homing current sensitivity is wrong on one end.
Hey, Josh, I'll help you beta test one of those.
You want to buy one?
What we really need is like an infinite XYZ printer. Make it happen.
Come on, I'll do some live streams. I'll go get me a camera. I'll do an online review so that you can see what
Save you from yourself, .h. Don't make me put that in.
If it didn't cost so much to build at my cost, I would give more.
Come on, Wham Bam sent you a fireproof thing that you set on fire.
That's only
But it's
$100
fireproof.
product.
They said it was fireproof, though.
Well, he did exactly what I would have done, too. I'd have took a torch to it, too.
It's fireproof if it's a very small fire and not concentrated in one point.
But actually, it's not fireproof. It says fire resistant.
Yeah, it's fire resistant.
So how long did it resist the fire? Like 3 seconds?
Like like 2.5 to 3 minutes. I think it took before it actually lit.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good then.
No, it did really good.
Ask the hard questions. How long will it last? Let's get the blowtorch.
But I just thought it was funny. They told him not to set it on fire.
They did. But we need to know these things.
I said on Twitter I was going to set it on fire, and they're like, "No, don't set it on fire." I set it on fire. I mean,
You're supposed to test it. If you
it's
don't
not like not like I set the whole thing on fire. I just burn a hole. Oh, you can't even see me. Hang on. Let me turn fusion off.
Gave it an air vent. That's all.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it was too warm in there with the fire going on.
I just burn
just a little one,
Well, that's exactly the way I'd have tested it. How do
just
you know?
3D print a little plug and put it in there. There you go.
The inside's a little bit more damaged.
Tin foil and duct tape.
There you go.
Fix it right up. Hole. Yeah, that's your filament hole. Feed it right in.
Okay. it doesn't home correctly, I quit.
Yeah, it's really early in the morning. I'm about to head out.
You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Don't be a quitter hitter in the shitter.
What?
Maybe tomorrow night I'll work on the Core XY pins.
All right, EEPROM values restored.
3D Jimmy always types with caps lock on. Apparently, like the job he worked at for like decades required him to type in only caps, so he only types in caps.
No,
I thought he said it was a vision thing.
Yeah, he's got a vision problem that he needs to do that so he can see.
Now it works. Apparently, home both at the same time is not working correctly.
That's not what Jimmy told me. Yeah, the quick home.
Yeah, quick home doesn't work. So someone do a merge.
It's a multi-axis move. I'm not surprised it causes some issues.
Well, it worked in 2.0.3 because I was doing it 100 times over here.
Well, they've been playing with timers and different things and isolating features, and so I'm not surprised some things are getting a little weird. There's some limitation hitting because they're trying to maintain compatibility with 8-bit.
See, he said you're both right, so I'm right and so are you. So there.
Well, he's the one that told me that. Like, I'm just repeating what he told me.
Well, he told me something different.
He needs to get his story straight.
Okay, so what it did this time was it did finally shift over to the left a little bit more. It's just touching, like the probe is like half on the bed, half off the bed. So we're getting better.
Give it a small inset, and then there you go.
I have a small inset already of 10.
Oh, so that.
That's not a small inset.
Yeah, that's not. That's a little bit more than. So it doesn't like. It should be 10 in on that side, so it's more than. Like it's going more than 10 too far.
Yes.
Have you try applying that like the negative?
Yep,
yeah.
I'll do that.
And see if that.
Oh yeah, I just search for UBL.
Yeah.
Jimmy, now you're repeating yourself.
How much do you want me to add to that?
Like negative whatever your probe offset is.
So negative 27.
See what that does. That should keep it from going that 27 millimeters further, and potentially. Well, the idea would be to prevent it from going that far.
All right, turn off the printer again.
It's like that don't go off half probe.
Yeah. Like theoretically, like if you're, you have an inset of 10, it should be, 10 millimeters in on all sides, not just 3.
Yeah, it should be.
But like there is a thing in UBL where like it does some kind of weird math on max X where like it tries to skip that last row and it results in some weirdness sometimes, and that's why we use the adding the probe offset to the end there to just be like, oh well, you can't even go that far.
So stop trying to go over there.
And like I kind of wonder why like it's not just programmed like that. Like it just doesn't just take your max X and apply the probe offset. Yeah, just automatically. But I think that might have been like a delta thing. But like they could isolate that to just deltas with an if delta.
Yeah. Well, you go ahead and do that. That's your project for the day.
Well, discussing it and having people see it and better understand the problem helps.
Okay. It built...
Marlin being a community-driven project.
You're a community-driven project.
Okay.
And that's why we love you.
Not what she said?
Yeah, Jimmy said for some, half probe is better than none. I said, that's not what she said.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I'm just now making the correlation that Sean is Sean, and you're actually subscribed to my. You say, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. This is my first time being on an actual stream, so.
Oh, it's like, no, we're just regular people, just out there screwing shit up just like everybody else. We just, get a little further than other people. That's all.
Yeah, we mess it up so much that it breaks a lot harder, but we make it further.
Oh, I know all about breaking stuff.
Okay. See if auto home works.
Seriously, though, Chris, you ought to talk to Tom Jackson about some of his profiles. That last one that he posted on Twitter looks quite good.
Well, I will get as many flashlights as I need. Okay, that works.
Just hold it, like 5 feet back from the camera. It always looks better that way.
Yeah, it blurs everything out.
You can't see those layer lines.
Mesh tilt.
Get some clear coat and just dunk all your prints and smooth those out.
I'm in my house, Jimmy.
Nope, offset didn't change anything. It's still going exactly the same spot.
Was that your chair or was that the printer?
That was the printer.
Oh, that's not good.
What?
It like clicked.
Oh, that wasn't that was someone else's.
Oh, okay.
Chair.
I think that was Josh's chair.
You could try increasing that number to like put it up to like 50 and see if that keeps it from going any further.
I'm done.
Okay. I don't understand why the math is weird, because like it's fine on this machine and this one and this one and the math comes out fine. Like I don't understand why it's jumping out of the routine, basically.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think it doesn't like the BL Touch.
It's like these are the shitty like 3D Touch ones, and they work fine. Like they're pretty much, they work the same. Well, other than a few quirks, but
yeah,
it uses all the same programming.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, it's Marlin. Josh will fix it tomorrow.
This is the kind of thing that we deal with. You just.
I mean, you've been watching. You saw me make the firmware.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like I've experienced similar problems and like tried to reproduce them, and I just can't.
Yeah. But it's only the one with the BL Touch. That's just like the weird thing. It's like.
Yeah. Well, maybe that'll help like trace things down. Like I'll look at like code for just the BL Touch. Maybe it's something with that.
Yeah.
Getting some weird math in there somewhere.
Actually, the way they spell the BL Touch, it's actually BL Touche.
There's no E on it.
There's a fancy line.
Is there?
Tilde? I don't know.
An umlaut or something.
You and
whatever
your
the hell it's
fancy
called.
French words.
Whatever it's called.
BL Touche.
Okay, what am I looking for?
Chat got quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that.
I think they're all dead.
Might be.
I don't know. Ashley's talking away. So's 3D Jimmy.
Is she? Maybe I need to refresh my chat because I don't see nobody talking.
Need to start with the inflammatory topics. That'll get them roaring.
Yep, there they are. They have been talking. I need to refresh chat.
Oh yeah, enable this define EEPROM auto init.
Yes, that.
I'm adding that.
It doesn't catch all circumstances, but it does catch quite a few.
So Eddie, now that I can actually see chat, they're 2020s. Exo's slide doesn't make it 3030 yet. Kind of makes me mad because I bought a 3030 frame first.
Oh.
But that's when I planned on linear rails. Till I found out how expensive they were compared to Exo slide.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do. Okay.
And then?
Okay, so here's something interesting on the Prusa. So the bed is 255 wide.
Yes.
The printable area is only 250.
Yes. Like on these, the beds are 235, like physically, but like I can only reach 230 on X and Y.
Okay. I can only reach 250. Do I need to set like an X-min position or anything? Like
you could.
Would that
way well, it would move everything over
to the left.
Yeah.
Would I go positive or negative?
The min position has to be negative. It can't be positive.
Okay.
It will not accept positive values.
So let me measure where my nozzle actually gets to.
We discussed this earlier. You always go negative. That way you can always go up.
Yeah, that's more of a philosophy than like anything.
No. It's not a philosophy. I live by it.
That is kind of a philosophy. Words to live by, kind of like, yeah. Philosophical,
So yeah, 2.5 millimeters. It can't reach at all. Like it can't move lefter to the bed.
Yeah, so you'd want to probably leave that at 0 because that's the 0 point. You wouldn't want to move it further over.
Yeah. But I want to. Yeah. But
I want it symmetrical, damn it.
Well, here's the thing: is like, how does the printer know? Like, how does Marlin know that I can't move that full 255 area?
Well,
like my printable area is.
Well, your X, like if you do a G1 X0 Y0 Z0, that's your origin point, and then from there it can go whatever the bed size is. So that's your max travel. So like X and Y, you reach your max origin at XY. So like if you put 250, it's going to start where your nozzle is X0 Y0, and go to that max point and stop there. That's where your a soft end stop would be, unless you have a physical one.
No.
And that's how Z works too. Like, okay, this is where the bed is. That's 0. We can go 250 millimeters above that, etc.
All right, party people, I'm headed out.
Good night, Josh.
Later.
I'll miss you forever.
Can't believe it's almost 4 a.m.
It happens.
It happened today, as a matter of fact.
It happens every day. It's just whether or not you're awake.
All right, thanks for having me on, Chris.
Hey, anytime, Josh.
Thanks for joining us.
Keeps things interesting.
Maybe tomorrow I'll actually have this thing with some motion.
There we go.
Could you please stream that?
Yeah, I'll have to move this gear and this Ender 3 off my desk so I could have room. But
I thought you knocked those off earlier.
No. The gear's still here and the Ender's right here.
All right, I should go to bed as well.
Yeah, me too.
I'll probably wander onto some other stream.
Ashley's calling me little. You see all this fatness right here? Ain't nothing little about it.
He's calling you lit.
lit
alien. All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Rex. Thanks, Sean.
Yep.
No problem.
Thanks, chat. All 30 of you that are still in there, like crazy mofos at 3 in the morning, Midwest time.
Yeah. All the trolls fell asleep.
I'm never up this late. Once I want to finish something and make it work, I want to make it work.
That's how I am. I've been up to like 2 or 3 every night for the last 3 days.
Yeah.
Working on this.
I can't do that anymore, so
So
All right.
Ashley must be in Central Time if it's 3 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's in Rockford. She's actually just me. I'm on my other computer over there. I'm pretty. I'm so pretty. All right. Good night.
Night,
Rex. Good
Catch you
night.
later.
Josh, good night. Sean, good night.
Night.
I'm ending this broadcast right now.
Cool.
Right now. Damn it. Right now.
Now.